This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, an RB Media audio brand, presents Agony by Reese Knightley, narrated by Aidan Snow. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Prologue. Somewhere in San Bernardino County, California. "Find Fisher." Mouse stared at Tanis and then shot a glance at Beck, who stood beside him without saying a word. He swung his gaze back to Tanis. "Why?" Their boss was a certifiable madman, but not once in the years he'd worked for the guy had Tanis asked him to bring back anybody. Fisher was the exception. "That's for me to know," Tanis said. The silky tone of the man's voice sent a shiver up Mouse's spine. He couldn't get on Tanis's bad side. His stomach roiled at the thought. Memories crowded into his brain. Beck gently nudged his arm, drawing him back to the here and now. "Yes, sir." The word "sir" stuck in Mouse's throat, but he managed to croak it out. "And you?" Tanis snapped those cold, deadly eyes to the silent man who had entered earlier and leaned against the wall near the door. Mouse glanced over at the man known only as Crow. The guy looked like he should be on a website for models and not the right hand of Satan. Crow quirked one eyebrow. "What about me?" Crow said, his voice deep and graveled, making the tone all the more deadly. Mouse swung back to Tanis. A muscle ticked in his boss's jaw. "Where's Blue?" Crow shrugged. "He's around?" While Crow was the right hand of Tanis, Blue was the left. "Both of you make sure Mouse does what he's supposed to do. I want Fisher brought to me. You have 48 hours. Crow studied his nails. "I'm going to need a few months. He's hard to find." The silence settled thickly in the room. Mouse began to sweat, and Beck pressed his arm fully against his in a silent offer of comfort. The pair, Tanis and Crow, were like villains straight from a murder-crime novel. They were so sinister and diabolical that it seemed almost surreal. Without a word, Crow turned on his heel and walked out. Mouse took a stumbling step away from Tanis's desk and grabbed at Beck's hand. "Oh no," Tanis snapped before he could take a step toward the door. "He stays here." Tanis pressed a button and two big guards entered with guns drawn. Tanis jerked his head back at Beck, and the two men stepped up, one on each side of Beck. Garrett, the biggest of the two big, burly men, gripped Beck's arm and the other pointed a gun at Beck's head. "Lock him up and bring me Boston," Tanis ordered. Mouse stood frozen, unable to get his body to stop shaking, and his stomach roiled with nausea when he thought about what Tanis had done to Boston. "Mouse," Tanis snarled, and he jumped, gazing wild-eyed at his boss. "I'll hold Beck for incentive." Mouse gave Beck a wobbling smile, even though it was the hardest thing he'd ever done. "I'll be back," he whispered the promise through numb lips. A sheen hit Beck's eyes, but the teenager gave him a silent nod and tried to bravely smile, but it fell flat. With one last glance, Mouse hauled ass out of the room and raced down the stairs. Crow caught him on his way down. Part 1. Chapter 1. Greek god of Erebus, the personification of darkness and shadow. Snick. A bullet punched a hole in the center of the perp's forehead, sending the guy falling backward. The man was dead before he hit the ground. Fisher snapped a glare at his partner. Every single time they cornered a mark and made a plan to take their target out, Justice always jumped the gun. Fisher could have brought up the fact that they had agreed on who would take the first shot or that they had just last night made a plan, but none of that would have mattered. Justice had a habit of taking charge on his own, and Fisher wondered why he'd gone through the trouble of making a plan in the first place when it didn't matter in the end. He ran his eyes over his partner. Justice was all power, deadly, and always approached most things with sheer brute force. For a guy who was pretty much low-key, quiet, and patient, Justice had his own brand of menace. Those looking at them would say they were a perfect match, but that was not the case. They were exact opposites, and not only in height. Justice, with his big, powerfully muscled body at 6 feet 4 inches, dwarfed his own slender frame. Of course, his slightness in no way diminished his ability to accomplish his job. What he lacked in girth, he made up for in speed. "You just couldn't help yourself," Fisher said, and he received a shit-eating grin that accompanied a long, stalking stride as Justice approached the dead guy. The problem was that Fisher could have watched that sexy swagger all damn day. He shook himself. "Don't go there." "Just this once, I wish you'd stick to the plan," he grumbled. "Where's the fun in that?" Justice crouched next to the dead guy. "I want a new partner." That got a rise out of Justice like he knew it would. "Not happening." The man flipped over the perp and pulled the guy's wallet from his back pocket. "I have a say," he warned. "Keep telling yourself that, Slim." Justice let the body roll back to the floor and pulled the ID from the Mark's wallet. He hated nicknames that called out his size, the asshole. "I could kill you with my pinky." Justice snorted. Or was that a snicker? Damn the man. Justice had been all up in his shit for the past 2 weeks, and it was irritating, exasperating, certainly not exhilarating. "This isn't our guy," Justice muttered. The hair on the back of Fisher's neck stood, and he dodged to the right, taking cover behind a heavy sheet of plastic that hung in the warehouse. As much good as the plastic would do against a bullet, he shifted closer to a stack of plywood. The 5-foot-high stack of wood would give him time to scope out the place. The warehouse was under new construction, and Justice, who had the same thought as him, was able to roll and find cover behind a stack of supply boxes. Pulling his silencer, Fisher crouched and gestured to Justice to come to him. The man shook his head and motioned him to come to the other side. They were always at odds. Again. And when that happened, it was almost always Justice who won. Control freak. Right then, Fisher doubted the higher-ups' decision to have assassins partner together. It was a loner job, a job that should be handled quietly, quickly, and alone. He remembered the phone call with his boss after the 3rd day of being partnered with Justice. What was the sense in having a partner if they didn't work together, he'd complained. It was early days, their boss had told him. So here he was almost 2 weeks later, and he spent most of his time with his weapons holstered because Justice had to be the one to save the fucking day. To say he was surprised when he'd been partnered with Justice would be an understatement. He was a former Navy SEAL. How the hell had he gotten partnered with an ex-Army Special Forces medic? It didn't make sense, except maybe for the fact they were both former military. Fairly quickly, Fisher discovered that Justice had personally made the special request to partner with him. That, in fact, Justice had told Savage he would only partner with him, and nobody else. Exactly why? Well, Justice's reasons remained a mystery. What Fisher had discovered within the first 24 hours was that Justice was a control freak. The man wanted, no, needed to be in control. Fisher hated that. He hated others making decisions for him. He moved to his own beat. He walked his own path. He hated being fenced in. But most of all, he hated being forced in any capacity. After 12 days of fighting with the man's need for control, Fisher was just about done. He neither wanted nor needed a babysitter. Justice gestured again, and Fisher shook his head. He was going to win this argument. He glared across the distance at Justice, giving the man a warning look he didn't use often. The moment resignation crossed the man's face, Fisher felt like crowing at the wind. The moment didn't last long. A dark shadow lunged out and barreled into Justice, which probably wouldn't have happened except Justice had been distracted by him. Oops. The 2 men went down, crashing into a stack of supplies, sending metal tools, nails, and fuck knows what, clanging to the concrete floor. Fisher aimed his silencer, but couldn't get off a clear shot. He shoved his gun away and reached behind his shoulders to pull out both short swords he wore tucked into his custom holster. The 2 men were locked in a battle of sheer muscle, and while his money was on Justice, he wasn't taking any chances. He charged across the distance. Swiping one blade, he caught the mark on his calf. The razor edge of his sword opened the guy's skin to the bone. The perp yelled and stumbled. Justice wrapped a powerful arm around the fucker's neck and squeezed. Fisher gestured, and when Justice lowered his arm a fraction, he swept his second blade and sliced open the perp's neck, cutting the jugular. When the blood sprayed, Fisher danced lightly away. "You almost cut my arm." A frown creased Justice's forehead beneath that fall of blonde hair. "No, I didn't." His aim was so precise that he might have given Justice's arm hair a trim, but he certainly hadn't cut him, and he never would. Now, shoot the man? That might be doable. Justice released his grip, and the man toppled to the ground with a gurgle. Studying his arm, Justice ran a hand over where the blade would have touched. Finding nothing, Justice snorted with a cocky brush of his hands together. The man shot him that damned smirk again, like he'd been the one to take down the mark. "You shot the wrong guy," Fisher pointed out, walking over to check the face of the throat-cut guy against the photo of their mark on his cell phone. "That was his partner." Justice gave a nonchalant sweep of his hand to the other dead guy. "And you know that how?" he asked, letting annoyance seep into his voice. "Makes sense." "Your sense and mine don't jive." He wiped his blades on the mark's shirt, tucked his swords away, and stood. "Birds of a feather and all that." Fisher rolled his eyes. 2 weeks. He clung to that thought. That was all the time they'd been allotted as partners. Their boss, Commander Savage Markle, had given them 2 weeks, and then they would reassess the partnership. 2 weeks were up the day after tomorrow, and he still hadn't decided what to do. He'd probably end it, though. Going it alone was better all the way around, for everyone. And it wasn't like he felt crowded by Justice, because he didn't. Out of all the people Savage could have paired him up with, Justice was probably the one and only person he wouldn't end up killing. Then why go it alone? He was the problem, not Justice. He cherished his freedom more than a normal man, and that was because of his past, a past he refused to talk about. Justice didn't like that he didn't talk about himself much, but honestly, there wasn't all that much to say. Plus, the reality was that he couldn't remember a lot of it. That was a fact. And his memory loss wasn't something he was going to share, not even with Justice. It was better they finished out the next 2 days and called it quits. "Fisher?" It took him a moment to realize Justice had called his name, and probably a few times. "We ready?" he said to cover up the fact that he'd spaced out. "Text the cleaners?" "Oh yeah." He lifted his phone and shot a text to the number that would have a team here in less than 15 minutes. Usually sooner, but never later. If they came any later, then there was a good chance law enforcement would arrive first. When the cops and cleaners happened on the same crime scene, it was never a good thing, and as far as he knew, it had never happened. Or if it had, his boss's boss's boss would make it all disappear. It was nice to have people in high places, and the order of assassins they belonged to answered to a very powerful man. "Fish," Justice hissed. "Let's go." "Yep." He snapped to and hurried to their exit. It was never the stairs or the elevator. An exit was always an alternative, unless he was out of time, and then anything went. Fisher climbed out the window and caught the rope they'd earlier used to climb up the building's exterior. Shoving off with his feet against the building's outer wall, he rappelled downward with Justice coming quickly down after him. When Fisher hit the ground, he glanced around. Justice's beast waited for them. Axel looked like one of those black and brown police dogs. He couldn't remember the name of the breed. The animal had been waiting in the shadows just below the window, but upon spotting him, the dog leaped to his feet. Justice joined them and jerked the rope free. The man coiled it around his arm, did some hand signal to Axel, and they headed through the dark and across a nearby field to where they'd left their nondescript vehicle. Hemet's weather in mid-July ranged from the 90s during the day and got into the lower 60s at night. The desert town was not one of the safest in the country, with a violent crime rate of 1 out of every 39. It was no wonder the now dead sex trafficker had bought a building there to establish his growing business. They hadn't taken out all of them, but with the boss dead, perhaps the others would scatter like the wind. Or maybe Savage would have the assassins round them up. He smiled at that idea. "What?" Justice asked and slung an arm around his shoulders as they walked. He jumped like he had when Justice had first started with the unexpected touches. An arm slung here or hands on his waist to move him out of the way or cupping the back of his neck when he wanted his full attention. At first he'd been freaked out at the touches, but after a while he understood that it was just the man's way. Justice ignored his involuntary jerk and wrapped a hand at the top of his arm to keep him in place. Fisher wasn't sure why he allowed the touch, but he figured it had something to do with trust. While he could have done without contact for the entirety of his life, Justice, on the other hand, was a toucher. "Just thinking about our next job," Fisher lied and lengthened his stride to keep up. Justice squeezed him and slowed his steps. "Why don't we take a break and have dinner?" That was another thing they didn't have in common. Justice could eat like a linebacker after a game. He, meanwhile, only ate maybe once a day, if that. "Fisher?" "Yeah, I could eat," he agreed. "You hungry, boy?" It took him a moment to realize that Justice was talking to his dog. That was another thing. He wasn't an animal person, whereas Justice talked to Axel like he was human. Fisher rolled his eyes when the dog acted like he understood. Chapter 2. 2 days later, at the crack of dawn, Justice sat in one of the two chairs in front of Savage's desk in the Erebus headquarters. Fisher sat in the other. The office was located in Ventura County at the top floor of a state-of-the-art warehouse that had been designed to fit their needs. "You too good?" Savage leveled that steel-gray gaze on Fisher. Savage Markle's voice came in a low, deep sound that made people want to pay attention just in case. It was one of those voices that screamed authority and kind of suited Savage for his new role of commanding the Erebus assassins. Justice stretched his arms over his head and linked his fingers against the back of his head before he slanted a glance at Fisher and wondered what the man was thinking. "I don't know, are we?" Fisher said, and shot him a chin tilt. A silent "fuck you" was in there somewhere. Justice knew it, and he smirked. Fisher glared. Justice let his smirk flare into a grin. "I'm good," he said slowly, turning to face their boss. "Then it's settled." Savage gave a nod of agreement and leaned back against the leather desk chair, looking pleased. "Wait a minute. I have conditions." Fisher turned in his chair to glare at the side of his head, and Justice gave the man his full attention. "Conditions?" "Yes. You're too damned bossy." Fisher's hands waved when he spoke before clenching into fists to rest on the top of his thighs. It was a telling move that told him Fisher was restless and angry. He didn't think his desire to be in the lead was a problem. Was that what Fisher was angry about? After getting along for almost 2 weeks, Fisher had spent the past 2 days ignoring him. The assassin had alternated between giving him the cold shoulder or shooting him a death glare from those gorgeous eyes. Not that he minded having those eyes on him, but he'd much rather prefer them to be filled with lust and minus the angry wariness. It had taken him the past 14 days to get Fisher to sort of trust him. And Justice was sure that trust came and went often. Sometimes he thought he saw something else in the man's eyes, but it was too brief to figure out. He'd been the one to start all this when he'd insisted that Fisher partner with him. The reason was that he wasn't going to miss the chance for them to get to know each other. But he wasn't willing to share that with Fisher just yet. It was early days, and hopefully they'd have a long time to flesh out this feeling he had when he looked at the slender, dark-haired beauty. He couldn't do that if Fisher wasn't with him. "Justice," Savage said, dragging his eyes from Fisher. "I may be a tad controlling," he admitted, dropping his linked hands from behind his head and straightening in the leather chair. "Try pushy and dictatorial." "And your point?" Justice smirked, knowing it drove Fisher crazy. Sure enough, it set Fisher off, and the slender man stood in a smooth, controlled move. "That's it. I'm done." "Wait." Justice was up, and he gripped Fisher's wrist. The man twisted his arm, but he hung on. Fisher glanced at the door, and every inch of the man was tense, as if wanting to flee. He couldn't have that. "Say it." Fisher's voice was tight. Justice realized he was on borrowed time. Even gripping Fisher, he knew the assassin could have laid him out by now. Of that he had no doubts. "Tell me your conditions." Justice eased his grip and smoothed his thumb at the pulse point on Fisher's wrist, and the man abruptly pulled free. "We spend time making plans and then you do whatever the fuck you want. I need you to see me. I'm your partner, not your trainee or apprentice." "I agree," he said, rubbing a hand at the back of his neck. "Now can we go eat?" Fisher blinked at him before shooting a look at Savage as if to silently say, "See what the fuck I mean?" "Give it 2 more weeks," Savage suggested, and sent Justice a stern look. "Partner means working together." "Got it," he answered, but the problem had been solved. Now he was more interested in where they would go and eat. He and Fisher had 2 more weeks together, and that was a win in his book. It had taken him a long time to get here with Fisher, and he'd be damned if he'd let the man get away. Yeah, so he was a control freak, but there were a lot of worse things to be in life. If Fisher decided he didn't want to partner with him, then he would cross that bridge when he came to it. He still needed to figure out where Fisher kept disappearing to at night. He'd only recently discovered that Fisher left his shitty apartment most evenings. The only reason he knew this was that he'd done a drive-by one night. When Fisher had slipped from his apartment dressed in black, Justice had tried to follow. It had been impossible. When Fisher wanted to disappear, there was no stopping the man. Justice opened the office door and waved a hand at Fisher to go first. Rather than glare at him, Fisher walked out and kept walking. Justice hurried to catch up, but only managed it when Fisher shoved the outside door open and stepped out into the parking lot. Justice glanced around for his dog. Axel, his 3-year-old Belgian Malinois, had been resting beneath a shade tree, but upon spotting him, the dog leaped to his feet. Axel was rocket fast, racing like a flying missile, a black and brown bullet streaking over the asphalt toward him. With outstretched arms, he caught the dog's leap and rubbed him before letting him go. Axel landed on his feet and sniffed at Fisher's pant leg as the man headed toward a nondescript blue 4-door. Out of the 2 weeks they'd been working together, Fisher had not warmed up to his dog. It was early days, so he had hope. Axel wasn't difficult per se, but he wasn't overly friendly either. Justice walked close enough to bump the man's shoulder, and Fisher gave him a slight shove. Justice grinned. He was basically ignored when Fisher got into the passenger seat and closed the door, but Justice knew it was a self-protection method Fisher often used. Justice loaded up Axel in the back seat and slid behind the wheel before speaking. "Did you get the next assignment?" He expected a flippant reply, but instead Fisher shrugged. That would not do. He wanted them communicating, not a silent standoff that pushed them further apart. "Fisher," he murmured, and reached across the distance to lightly grip the back of the man's nape beneath that thick hair Fisher had tossed up into a half bun. Squinting at him with distrust, Fisher tensed beneath his touch. "Do you really want to call us quits?" he asked, purposely suggesting more than just work partners. The man's pupils expanded before he grew wary and pulled away from him like a wild thing. The move sent his pulse humming, and he wanted to give chase. It was instinctual. "Not if you keep your promise." Fisher turned his face away and gazed out the window. Axel took that moment to place his paws on the center console and nuzzle at his arm. Justice gave the dog a scratch and started the car. "I'll keep my promise." Pulling out of the parking lot, he headed toward the nearest intersection. If it took everything he had, he would try like hell to work it not leading. It was going to be hard because he lived by the mantra of lead or get out of the fucking way. Did he trust Fisher to lead? Maybe it was he who had the trust issues, and not the other way around. That was eye-opening, because out of the 2 of them, he'd been sure Fisher won the distrust category. "Go south. We're heading to Palm Desert," Fisher said, cutting into his thoughts. That drive was a good 4 hours away, or more, depending on traffic. They'd need to get a motel for the night. He smiled at the thought, and knew he'd never make it there without eating something. "Food first." "Food first," Fisher agreed, and Justice heard the banked laughter. "You want bacon and eggs?" How about burgers? For breakfast? Yup, Fisher said. That sounded good to him, and he knew Fisher could get a burger without the bun. He'd never seen Fisher consume anything processed other than maybe lunch meat and cheese once in a great while. Even when they did order pizza, Fisher picked off the toppings, but that was a rarity. He'd asked once and received a brief response that Fisher was a recovering carb addict who'd gone carnivore. Hell, the guy didn't even eat vegetables. He glanced over and found Fisher watching him suspiciously. What? You didn't argue. He smiled and shot the slender man a wink. I promised. So you did. Fisher rubbed his palms down his jean-clad thighs. Tell me about our next case, he said, drawing Fisher's mind from its discord. Craig Bridger. He's wanted on 3 counts of kidnapping, rape, and murder of 3 high school girls. And he happens to be in our neck of the woods, Justice said, turning right a few blocks down. He drove into the Burger Palace parking lot and stopped in the back of the drive-through lane with the long-ass line of cars. Lucky us, Fisher huffed, and Justice's heartbeat picked up when Fisher tossed him a rare smile. Fuck. He was a goner. Chapter 3. The Best Western Inn sat just off Interstate 10, and Fisher had picked it because it wasn't far from Joshua Tree National Park. He'd always wanted to see that place. He'd picked a room with 2 queen beds on the top floor that had a view of the San Jacinto mountain range. They never stayed in separate rooms, and that was because it would waste money he didn't have. He was broke. That may sound odd with the type of job he did, but there was a reason for it. One, they got paid after the job was done, but the bigger reason was that Solomon Mercy, his former boss and handler, had taken 70% of what he'd earned. And his decision to go back and work for the guy after being away for 6 years hadn't been one of his best decisions. The only light at the end of that very dark tunnel had been reconnecting with his 2 best friends, Echo and Rogue. That right there had been worth the price. So now he penny-pinched and saved, and it was only a matter of time before he could move out of his crappy apartment. To where, he hadn't a clue, but with the number of jobs he and Justice were taking, his savings would be bursting in no time, and then he'd have choices. Justice dropped his duffel bag on the floor by the bed that was closest to the door, and Fisher gladly took the mattress by the window. Flopping onto his back on the bed, Justice stretched with a groan. Long damn drive. We still have daylight. We should drive into the city and scope out Bridger's location, he said. Let's go look for food first, Justice grumbled, giving him a hopeful look that sent warmth through his chest. Bottomless pit. I'm a man of simple needs, Justice said and rolled to his feet. The man proceeded to pull a few shirts and pants from his bag and hang them in the small closet. Simple my ass, he snorted, and did the same. They jockeyed for hangers, and Fisher ended up hanging one of his button-down shirts over Justice's button-down, sharing the hanger. Shoving socks and briefs into the top drawer, he was just about to shut it when Justice dumped his own socks and briefs on top of his. There are 5 drawers, he pointed out. So? What if I picked the wrong pair in the dark? He bitched. Turn on the light, Justice suggested, and then gave a slow grin. Or wear mine. Yeah, like those would fit. He lifted a pair of what he was sure were an XL and held them up. Touching my underwear, and we haven't even kissed yet, Justice snickered. Damn the man. Fisher wadded up the briefs, hastily tossed them back in the drawer, and slammed it shut. Visions of kissing Justice filled his head, and Fisher couldn't get his brain to shut off. He wondered what the man's kiss would be like, taste like, and if that would lead to other things. Which would probably ruin their work partnership. Plus, one of his rules was to never have sex with friends. But could they be considered friends? He was on the fence about that. So did that mean they could have sex? No, he reasoned. Bad. That was a very bad idea, and he needed to get those thoughts out of his head right now because he was almost sure Justice had been kidding. Sure, the guy had always been possessive, but that was because Justice had a control streak a mile wide, and not because the man was attracted to him. Right? He darted a discreet glance at Justice when the man walked by on his way to put his toiletries in the bathroom. Had Justice been serious? Fisher couldn't tell. Downtown Palm Desert was busy at just after 1 in the afternoon on a Thursday. Palm trees lined the streets and giant branches waved in the air as the San Gorgonio Pass sent strong winds gusting through the town, making the 99-degree weather bearable for short bursts of time. Justice was in the passenger seat browsing one of the brochures he'd snagged in the hotel lobby on the way out. "They have a windmill tour," the man said. "No." He tried hard not to roll his eyes. "Why not? We aren't here to play. It's a self-drive windmill tour." Fisher tossed the man a glance and laughed because Justice had no idea of how petulant he looked. "Maybe," he relented, receiving a smile. Having stopped at a burger place not far from the hotel, Fisher ate with one hand and drove with the other. "Where does this Bridger guy hang out?" he asked around a bite of meat and cheese. Justice juggled his bag of food on his lap and tugged out his phone to scroll through the confidential information they'd managed to gather. Info the FBI hadn't been able to get. Erebus had other means for getting info that the FBI couldn't dream of. "He spends his time between a resort casino and the country club, both near here." "I say the country club." "Nah, let's wait at the casino." Justice shook his head and tore into his third burger, the wrapper crinkling. "Why?" he frowned. Was this another of his partner's power plays? "More people. We'll blend in," the man said around the food in his mouth. Fisher couldn't argue with that logic. He knew that his sudden need to make all the decisions was causing him to miss things, and he didn't like it. So far, Justice hadn't balked at his choices until now. "Casino it is," he decided. "Get off here," Justice said, and Fisher took the Bob Hope exit. Craig Bridger looked up at him with a blank stare from his dead eyes, and Fisher crouched to check the man's pulse. "It was a clean shot," Justice said and tugged at his arm. "I know." Fisher had put the bullet into the man's heart, but he never walked away without checking. They'd found Bridger in the casino and tailed the guy back to his house. From there, it was only a matter of time to break in and kill the man. The murderer/rapist/kidnapper's death was no loss for society. He followed Justice through the long hallway of the expensive home just as the front door opened. "Craig!" a man's voice called out. Justice shoved him into the room they had previously entered to get into the house. The room had a patio access. The big former soldier crowded him back against the nearest wall, just out of sight of the doorway. Slowly, Justice eased the door closed, leaving a crack to avoid any sound. Fisher's back pressed to the cool surface of the wall, and when Justice placed a finger to his own lips, Fisher held his breath. "You home, bro?" The front door closed and the man's boots echoed on the tiled floor of the entryway. Fisher gazed up, catching and holding Justice's eyes in the semi-dark provided by a nearby night light. He couldn't see the man's expression, but the way Justice was pressed against him had his pulse racing. Justice must have felt it because the man's breathing slowed, becoming deep and rhythmic. And there in the dark of a killer's spare bedroom, Justice lowered his head and took his mouth in a slow and deep first kiss. The kiss was possessive, heated, and when Justice caught his hands and lifted them over his head to cage them together, Fisher's dick went from soft to hard. Fuck. He swallowed back a moan as his mouth was marauded. He clamped his teeth lightly over the man's bottom lip, and when Justice swept his tongue inside his mouth, Fisher tangled their tongues together. "Shit!" the man's voice cried out. That was their cue. Justice drew back, linked their fingers, and together they slid out the back bedroom patio door. The tension was thick during the drive back to the hotel, and it followed them when they stopped at a convenience store to pick up a bottle of wine, a corkscrew, and other essentials. The heated charge of tension followed them all the way to their room. Fisher uncorked the wine, and instead of using the plastic coffee cups on the counter, he took a few gulps straight from the bottle before handing it over. Justice guzzled down a bit of the wine and wiped the back of one hand against his cropped mustache and beard. Fisher almost moaned as he took back the bottle to drink more. He wanted to feel that overgrown stubble on his skin and he wondered if this was a very bad idea. Justice apparently didn't give a shit because he came up behind him the minute he set the bottle down and encircled his waist with those strong arms. "Wait," Fisher whispered, and Justice stilled, staying quiet. The man's big body was pressed up against his back and ass, making it hard to think, but he needed to get this out. "This could change things." "I know," Justice said, his voice rumbling against the nape of his neck, and Fisher made a sound in the back of his throat. "Do you want to take that risk?" he asked. "I do, but I won't if you don't." He laughed on a groan and then reached for Justice's hand before walking toward the queen bed near the window. This might be the stupidest thing he'd ever done, and he still had his own issues to sort out, but he couldn't fathom missing this with Justice. But fuck it. He tossed aside his reservations. The man pulled him to a stop and he turned, glancing up, holding those heated blue eyes. One hand cupped the back of his neck and Fisher was lifted to his toes. Justice dipped his head, and the kiss that came was so possessive he couldn't think. "I want you," Justice growled against his mouth. The words were spoken low and hungry, and Fisher's blood rushed from his head to his dick in a nanosecond. His lips parted and the man's tongue was there, tasting of wine. When the man's hands went to the buttons on his jeans, Fisher stilled his hands. "Wait." Justice paused, buried his face into his neck, and Fisher groaned. They had had the whole testing conversation in the empty convenience store, and the lube they had purchased, beneath the amused gaze of the clerk behind the counter, now sat near the opened bottle of wine. "Lube?" Justice laughed against his skin and stalked over to snatch the small bottle. Fisher took that moment to start taking down his hair. It would take a minute to get it released from its confinement. He started with pulling it through the band once, and then again, before he pulled the band free. With a quick rake of his fingers, he had the silky black strands falling down his back. Justice hadn't returned to his side, and Fisher glanced up to find the man watching him from across the room, as if in a trance. Chapter 4. Fucking hell. Fisher was a vision, and Justice would never get tired of looking at the man. Not in this lifetime, anyway. He dreamed about this moment for what felt like forever, and he wanted to take his time and draw it out. Fisher worried his bottom lip, and Justice stalked closer as his brain started analyzing if this was the right thing to do. Was this the right way to get what he wanted, to get Fisher, and keep the man forever? He wanted to date Fisher, but fuck, he wanted way more than one date. He wanted, what, a lifetime? Right then, all he knew was that he wanted to possess Fisher at any cost, but the niggling doubts crowded in. He knew Fisher was sexually attracted to him, but was it more than getting his rocks off? His brain was making this more complicated than it needed to be, but that was the way he rolled. He'd gotten it into his head that Fisher belonged to him, and if they made love, there would be no going back. Right now, he might, and it was a big might, be able to walk away. Once he was inside of Fisher and vice versa, he would. No, he could never go back. That was how he was hardwired. When he finally committed, he gave his everything. Fisher sat on the bed and then used his arms to slide his naked body back on the mattress, and Justice leaned over, hands on the bed, and gazed into the man's eyes. The feeling was surreal as their hard cocks leaked between them. Fisher's hands stroked fingers across his forehead, smoothing out his frown. When Fisher ground upward and sent his hard cock thrusting against his abs, Justice clenched his teeth to keep some semblance of control. "There you go. Thinking too much," Fisher whispered and squirmed until the man managed to roll them. Justice's back met the mattress and Fisher climbed over to straddle his lap, grinding his balls down on his cock. Justice found his eyes locked on Fisher's gyrating hips. So fucking sexy his mouth went dry. When Fisher reached down and gripped his hard cock, a sound left his throat. Fisher scooted back and dropped his head down. Before Justice could process, Fisher took him in his warm, wet mouth to the root. Fuck. Justice groaned and fisted the bedspread while Fisher devoured him. He could only take it so long and power-lifted to sit up. Fisher's mouth popped off his dick with a sucking sound, and the man licked at his glistening lips. Justice growled and lifted Fisher. In seconds, he rolled them and put Fisher beneath him on the bed. The slender man's grin was breathtaking, and his hands were hungry as they slid up over his back and up his sides. Fisher wrapped his legs around his waist tightly and sent his cock grinding between them. Leaning down, he caught Fisher's lips in a slow, aching kiss. Fisher opened for him, and it gripped at his own need for control. Their tongues tangled together before Fisher nipped at him, teeth biting at his mouth, and Justice groaned. Sliding his arms around Fisher, he rolled them so the man was above him. When Fisher's thighs settled on each side of his waist, his own cock turned to steel. He wrapped Fisher's dark hair around his fist and drew the man's mouth down to his. Kissing those parted lips became more important than air. Sucking at the bottom lip, he delved inside again, tasting. Releasing Fisher's hair, he swept his hands down the man's sides and laced both hands with Fisher's. "I don't want to be up here," Fisher breathed against his mouth, and it took a moment for Justice to work out the man's meaning. Pushing upward, he rolled them again and settled his hips between Fisher's splayed thighs. With the weight of his body, Justice pinned Fisher beneath him. He caught and drew the man's arms up next to his head and held his hands flat to the bed. Pulling his mouth from those tasty lips, he roamed down over Fisher's chest, over his rib cage before making his way upward, ghosting over one nipple and then the other. He swirled his tongue around the hard nubs. Fisher's back bowed, and the sounds coming from the man's throat sent Justice into heated overdrive. He roamed his lips downward to Fisher's leaking cock and swallowed the man down, causing Fisher to jerk upward. Justice held the slider man firmly, sliding his cock in until it lodged in the back of his throat. Fisher's hands twisted in his grip. His hands gyrated. "Justice!" The growl of his name accompanying Fisher's writhing body had Justice growing lightheaded. The cock in his mouth thickened and Fisher grew tense. Only then did he pull off. No way did he want Fisher shooting off this quickly. He rose above Fisher and caught those swollen lips. He devoured Fisher's mouth with biting kisses. Justice slipped a hand down one of Fisher's knees and lifted it up. Popping the lube bottle open, he dumped enough out before he sent fingers exploring between Fisher's cheeks. The man gave him a frustrated moan when he pushed in one finger and then slipped it out. Thank fuck they didn't need condoms was his first thought when he aimed and nudged the tip of his cock at Fisher's tight entrance. Halting for just a minute, Justice struggled for control. Their gazes locked and held, and Justice felt his heart ache. Fisher looked at him as if he was a hero. He was no white knight, but he wanted to be for Fisher. He pressed forward inch by inch, watching the pleasure spread over Fisher's beautiful face. "Man," Fisher breathed. Justice waited for Fisher to adjust, but it was fucking torture. Screw this. He slipped his arms around Fisher and rolled them. His cock slipped out, but before he could reposition Fisher, now on top, reached and positioned his dick. When the man sank down over him, taking his cock deep, Justice forgot to breathe. Fisher wasn't slow. He jammed down hard and fast. Leaning over him, that long dark hair fell around him, stroking his body, and Justice thought his head would explode. Both of them. Fisher caressed his chest and planted both palms on his pecs for leverage. Grinding down, Fisher lifted up and then down, taking him to the hilt again. "Fuck!" Justice choked the word out and clenched both hands into Fisher's ass cheeks. The man leaned over and kissed him. Their open mouths met, and tongues fucked as fiercely as their bodies. He grunted against Fisher's lips, chasing after another biting kiss. Fisher didn't slow down one bit, not even when Justice found himself thrusting his hips wildly upward. He gripped Fisher's ass and slammed up again, and then again, sending his dick deep. Fisher tore his mouth away and gasped against his neck, sucking where Justice was sure to leave a mark. Small sounds of gulping air followed the man's needy moans. The sounds Fisher was making drew answering groans from him. No words were needed to understand the hunger and the desire to fucking come. His cock swelled and he groaned. "Fisher, Fisher gasped against his neck, slamming his hips down, taking his cock deep. Justice reached between them. He closed his hand around Fisher's leaking cock and squeezed him hard. Fisher gasped and bucked. Justice brushed his thumb against the man's wet tip and pressed the tip of his thumb into the slit before swirling his finger around. Fisher growled into his mouth, pulled back, and yelled. Bucking wildly, Fisher shot ropes of white up his abs. One shot hit his chest. Justice gritted his teeth, riding it out. When Fisher slumped forward, he pistoned up into the man's ass, once and then twice. The room disappeared and he emptied his balls, fisting Fisher's long dark hair, bringing the slender man's lips to his as he rode out his orgasm. "Fuck!" Fisher moaned. Justice groaned and lay unmoving until his cock stopped pulsing. "Well, that was," Fisher said, sounding a bit breathless. Justice chuckled. "Yes, it certainly was." They both settled into silence, as if knowing that words might fuck this up. Justice was good with that, still riding the high, and he was sleepy as fuck. "Rest, big guy," Fisher breathed and nestled his head beneath his chin. They fit perfectly. "Not going to shower?" he murmured when Fisher's breathing evened out. "Nope." He folded his arms around Fisher, content to keep the man lying on top of him. Searching around for the sheet and comforter, he drew them up to cover them both from the cool air-conditioned room. A little bit of sweat and cum wouldn't hurt in the least. Fisher lay still, but he wasn't sleeping. His mind wouldn't shut up enough for him to sleep. In bed, Justice had been amazing. They'd met on an even playing field that Fisher hadn't expected. As controlling as Justice was, he wasn't like that in bed. The guy was possessive, and that came through. But tonight had been incredible. Justice hadn't hesitated one moment as his scars were exposed. In fact, the man had gone out of his way to caress most of them. His heartbeat picked up. What now? Where did this leave them? Were they fuck buddies, or did Justice want more? Were fuck buddies okay? Because it had been good. No, it had been fantastic. The sex had been off the Richter scale, and he was confident Justice felt the same way, but it wouldn't last. Or one would forget. He always forgot. He hated that his mind played tricks on him. He was a killer. He was an assassin. He didn't particularly care about people all that much, except for the Lost Boys, which not only included Echo and Rogue, but other boys who'd gone through the same thing he had. So why Justice? He wasn't one of them. As if sensing his unease, Justice swept rough fingers through his long hair, fanning it out and slowly untangling the mass. The man's touch sent a shiver down his spine he couldn't contain. "Shut your mind off," Justice murmured, pressing his lips to his temple. That was easier said than done. Fisher held back a bitter laugh. Chapter 5. "Damn it, Fish." Fisher tried not to laugh at the annoyance in Justice's voice, but he couldn't stifle the snicker. It felt fucking good to laugh, though. Really good. He'd done more of that over the past few weeks than he'd done in a long fucking time, and he had the hot blonde hunk at his side to thank for that. If someone would have asked him a few months ago if he'd be spending his nights in Justice's bed and his days killing targets with the man at his side, Fisher would have called them fucking nuts. Yet here he was with Justice, taking out a mark by the name of Charles Watson. The guy was one of the FBI's most wanted for being a family annihilator. The last house Watson had hit had been a family of 5. Inside surveillance had captured the fucker, killing 2 adults and 3 children. These were the hits that Fisher enjoyed. "You got those pics?" "Most of them," Justice said, sliding closer. They were wedged between 2 buildings that sat across the street from Watson's new address. The guy thought he could move to Chicago and disappear amongst the masses, but nobody escaped Erebus. Erebus was a network of assassins that did jobs across the country, but mostly worked in the West. They also had Genesis, a newly formed group of military assassins who assisted when they needed information on a job such as this. Stepping up behind him, Justice slipped an arm around his waist and pulled him back against his crotch. "That's gotta wait, big guy," he whispered and wriggled. "You're killing me, Slim." Justice made a low sound and nuzzled into the back of his neck where he'd tied his long hair back. They'd only been this easy with each other for the past few weeks, so everything felt new. His dick surged at the same time the Mark came out of the house and locked the door. "Well, shit. We can't kill him out here." "We can wait for him to come back." Justice ran one of his rough palms beneath the front of his shirt and caressed his abs. "Shouldn't we be inside when he comes back?" Fisher breathed. "I want inside." Justice's hot breath caressed his ear. "Fuck it." Fisher hissed and spun around, yanking Justice further back into the shadows of the alley. He shoved the bigger man against a wall next to a garbage container. Jerking down the assassin's zipper, Fisher yanked up the bottom of his own hooded mask, dropped to his knees, and took the man's cock in his mouth. "Shit." The drawn-out word was hissed quietly, and both of the man's hands caught his head. Fisher smiled around the thick cock and tongued the slit before sliding his mouth down over, slicking Justice up good. Justice was all on board and surged forward, sending his cock farther down his throat. Fisher opened and gripped the back of the man's thighs as his throat was fucked. A door slammed somewhere down the alley, and the distant sounds of cars passing came from the street, even though it was late. Voices shouting from a nearby apartment swept through the alley. Justice groaned low and emptied his balls down his throat, and Fisher swallowed everything the man had to give. Pulling off, Fisher jerked at his own zipper. A few pulls and he'd be blowing his own load, but Justice yanked him around and shoved him against the wall before sinking down to suck him off. It didn't take long with that hot, wet mouth moving over his dick, and Fisher grabbed onto Justice's shoulders and released. Slumping against the wall, he watched while Justice adjusted his own pants and then zipped both of them up. "This is so bad." Justice tipped his head and caressed the side of his face with an open palm. And even though Fisher couldn't feel it through the hooded mask, it still sent warmth swirling through his belly. "Let's get in there and get it done. I want to go home," Justice said huskily. "Agreed." It was 20 minutes later and Justice shifted from where he stood. He'd taken up position inside of Watson's townhouse, leaning against the wall in the dark dining room. He missed his dog, and traveling to Chicago with Axel had been on his mind, but because he now had a human partner, he opted out and left the dog at a boarding place he knew. Fisher was tucked in an equally dark living room, and Justice admired how Fisher could melt out of sight. He didn't have that gift. He was too big to pull it off anyway. They'd fallen into a pattern over the past few weeks that still amazed him. He'd never really worked with a partner before. Sure, he'd done the whole Army Special Forces and had worked as a medic for his unit, but that had been part of the job. This right here with Fisher was a choice. Justice had to admit he was fascinated by Fisher and he wanted to find out everything. It didn't help that Fisher was wary. And even though they spent most nights in bed together, Fisher remained elusive, just out of his reach. When he'd first joined Erebus, it had taken him months of scoping out Fisher just to be in the same vicinity. Fisher was a runner when it came to people, so Justice had to be crafty and take his time. Even after connecting for the past month, Fisher was still cautious. The slender man moved like a jungle cat most of the time, with that dark, untrusting gaze. Fisher never shared much about his past, and while Justice didn't like it, he respected Fisher's choice. It had only been after the past several weeks that Fisher had given him a few genuine smiles. For Justice, it had been a no-brainer choosing Fisher. When Savage had asked if any of the Erebus assassins wanted to pair up for certain jobs, Justice had been all in, but that was only if it was with Fisher. When Fisher said yes to being his partner, Justice finally took a breath. He'd thought for a minute that he'd lost Fisher after the death of the former Erebus leader. But it had been the opposite. Rather than pull them apart, Solomon's death had brought them closer in a strange way. Fisher's relief probably stemmed from knowing that the person who'd fucked up his childhood was dead. Justice didn't know the details, but he'd heard enough bits of conversation that Fisher, Echo, and Rogue had all grown up together under terrifying conditions. He only wished that Fisher would trust him enough to share. Keys in the door sounded, and the front door opened. "Just throw your stuff anywhere," Watson said to someone. Well, shit, the guy wasn't alone. Justice got a quick look at a tall, thin man walking in and closing the front door. This changed things. They didn't kill innocent people. Not that the man entering the house with Watson looked innocent with his nice clothes and clean-shaven face, but he would never judge a book by its cover. He'd paid that price once and rubbed a hand over a scar on his lower side. Justice wanted to pop both men and be done with it, but he held his position. With the lights in the living room flipped on, relief swept through him to find Fisher had disappeared. The man was a fucking master at that. "So when do we hit the next house, man? I can't fucking wait. Last time was a rush." "What was, the parents or the brats?" "Both," the man laughed. So Watson had a partner. The FBI didn't even know about that. Maybe the guy was new. "We'll do it in a few days. I found this sweet family of 3, Watson told the guy. "Where do you want me?" a female voice asked. Somehow a woman had slipped in without his noticing. Crap. This was going to hell quickly. "Naked," Watson ordered. A tall, scantily clad woman sauntered from where she had been leaning by the front door. As she moved, she unzipped her miniskirt. It fell to the floor, leaving her in string panties and thigh-high stockings. Her top was a barely there strapless number. Fisher appeared at his side, and they held gazes for a moment. Lifting his hand, Fisher put up 3 fingers and then did the countdown. Justice knew the drill. Count down to 1 and then launch a full attack. The hooker would be spared. It wasn't her fault she chose a couple of killers. The finger went down and Fisher blew him a kiss before launching out and pulling a pair of short swords. He'd never seen anything like those blades until Fisher showed up wearing them a month ago. The man was pure poetry when using them, and Justice could have watched for hours. The newcomer didn't see Fisher coming, but Watson did. Justice stepped out and fired. Snick. Watson dodged. The bullet hit the fucker in the shoulder. The hooker screamed. Fisher sliced up the newcomer's chest and then across the man's throat. Justice launched after Watson, who dove into the kitchen. Snick, snick. Bullets punched holes in the walls. Entering the kitchen, Justice continued to fire. A bullet hit the counter, spraying formica and wood chips through the room. His second bullet ended in Watson's head. He walked over and tossed the pictures of the victims on Watson's chest. Bang! Fuck. Justice whirled and ran back to the entrance of the dark living room. "Fish!" he hissed. No answer sent a chill up his spine, and he ducked low and rolled into the room to take cover behind the arm of the sofa. The hooker had her gun drawn. Had she shot Fisher? He couldn't tell. Fisher was squatting next to a glass wall unit. Damn it. He'd told Fisher 100 times to bring a backup weapon along with those swords. The hooker took a step closer and aimed the gun at Fisher. Snick. Justice blew off the bitch's head before she could pull the trigger. Racing across the room, he yanked Fisher up to his feet and shoved him toward the back of the house. Reaching their planned exit, they eased out into the noisy darkness, and Justice shut the door before he grabbed Fisher's hand and raced across the backyard and into the neighboring alley. Adrenaline would keep Fisher on his feet until Justice could find a safe place to assess the damage. It was another dark alley before Justice finally stopped and pulled Fisher around. Fisher felt the man's hands shaking as they swept over him, yanking at his clothes and feeling down his arms. Justice crouched in front of him, running his hands down his legs. "Where did she hit you?" Pure panic filled the big former soldier's voice, and Fisher reached down to yank Justice up. He crowded in close. The heart beneath his cheek was racing and Justice was panting. "She missed." "Fuck." The word came out strangled from Justice. Fisher's own heart was pounding. She'd missed him by a fucking hair. He'd been so focused on cutting up the asshole in front of him he'd completely missed when she'd pulled a gun. They stood hugging for a long fucking time, and Fisher was okay with it. They'd eventually call in the cleaners to take care of the site and make their way back west, but for a few more seconds they could take this moment in time. His arm squeezed Justice tighter, and the man cradled him closer as if recharging. Right then, they both needed this. Chapter 6. Justice was still feeling the after effects of the job a few days later. Fisher, on the other hand, didn't seem fazed by it, but then again Fisher hadn't been in his shoes. When the man of his thoughts came into the bedroom, Justice pulled himself up to rest against the headboard. The cleaners hadn't been able to get there before the cops, so that meant Chicago law enforcement was searching for vigilantes. Good damned thing they lived out west, and Real, the Genesis commander, would take care of anything that turned the law in their direction. If Genesis couldn't make that happen, then there was always their boss, the former Secretary of Defense. Fisher flipped the laptop in his hands around and scrolled through the Erebus job boards. Oh, this one looks good. No rest? Old man, I'm 36. You're not that much younger than I am. He smacked Fisher on the ass, and then wrapped his hand around the man's thick dark hair. It was so long it came to Fisher's ass, and Justice fucking loved the way it felt stroking his skin. A year is the difference between middle school and high school, Fisher grinned at him. Brat, where'd you go to school? Leaning closer, Justice popped a kiss on the man's smooth cheek. Fisher spaced out, and Justice watched it happen. After a full minute, he caressed the back of Fisher's neck. Hey, Fisher blinked and shot him a brief glance. I forget. Check out this job. Fisher pointed at the screen. Justice let it go. No way in hell did he want to stress Fisher out. It was enough they were finally getting together this much. You're weak. You always have been. As a child, Fisher had been told those words on repeat, and he still believed them to be true. He had kept up the same mantra in his head growing up. Don't move or it will be worse. The man's words came like a slithering snake of doom through the darkness, and Fisher did what he was told not to do. He fucking moved. He never stayed still. He never just accepted. Even when he'd been sold to Solomon, he'd fought with everything he had inside. Right at that moment, though, he couldn't figure out how to stop the nightmare from sucking his soul into the dredges of hell, or how to stop the thick red oozing from his open mouth. And the fucked up part was he knew the blood he was currently choking on was not real. It wasn't real. Knowing that didn't make a bit of fucking difference because he couldn't get enough air into his lungs. Breathe, Fisher. And that voice was definitely not real. How the fuck had Justice climbed into his dreams? Fish, wake up. Hard hands shook him, and it was the force of that grip that yanked him upright on the bed. Gaping like a dead fish, he tried filling his lungs. It took several terrifying seconds before he wheezed in one agonizing breath. That gulp of air was immediately followed up by another, and he doubled over, sucking and gagging, filling his lungs. His total focus was on the rich, thick carpet beneath his bare feet, and he blinked until the blood, pain, and smell of death dissipated. Justice had already yanked him over to sit on the edge of the bed, and Fisher bent over his thighs, gazing at the floor while Justice rubbed one big hand up and down his back. He was so fucked up. Sorry, he croaked, hoping Justice would let it go. Have you talked to anyone about your nightmares? Of course the man had to go there. Justice thought it was his mission in life to dig up shit. It was pissing him off that Justice felt obligated to interfere in his fucking business. He shrugged off the man's touch, but that didn't stop Justice from moving off the bed and crouching down naked next to him. Warm hands rested on his thighs, and Fisher just knew those all-too-seeing blue eyes were on him. He didn't look for long, though. He was not going to fall into that piercing gaze. If he did, then he'd start feeling all kinds of shit he wasn't ready for. The sex was good, but the probing that came with the connection sucked ass. He'd decided over the past week that he was going to keep things casual between them. Now he just needed to convince Justice. The fucked up part was that they were really good when on the road doing jobs. Things stayed light and easy. Now Justice had started asking questions about his past, all of them innocent. But the more Justice asked, the more Fisher didn't want to answer. Things were quickly going to hell. He wanted to run, but the hand smoothing down his back kept him still. Justice used tactics on him that even now sent shivers down his spine. The bed lay in shambles in the immaculate master bedroom. Justice's home was nicer than anything Fisher had ever been inside in his life except for a few, and he'd certainly never before fucked on every surface inside of one like he had. It's nothing. He wiped at his mouth and kept his eyes averted. Hey, Justice murmured. Fuck. That voice warmed over him like honey pouring over rocks, and his cock twitched. When those rough palms slipped further up his bare thighs, Fisher parted his legs for his surging dick. They had this, at least. If he could get Justice off of the questions and back to business, they'd be golden. Justice eased open his legs and moved between them, and Fisher made a sound in his throat that he wasn't proud of. How the hell had he gotten here? And why this man of all people? What was so special about the former Special Forces medic that had him breaking all his hard-won rules, especially the one that kept saying, "Don't fucking get involved"? He had to draw the line. But wasn't Justice different? A shudder moved up his spine when Justice placed a hand beneath one of his thighs and an arm around his back. In one smooth, powerful motion, he was lifted and settled onto the expensive bedding, and Justice was hovering above him. When Justice aimed his already hard cock at his well-used ass, Fisher moaned and wrapped his arms around the man's thick neck. Their size difference was great. Justice was built like a tank. It made the sex all the hotter. For him, the pain and possession kept him from thinking. That was a big plus. Justice groaned and shoved farther inside, not bothering to lube up because he was already greased. "Fuck!" Fisher pressed his head into the bed, his neck aching, hands grasping over rippling shoulders and bulging biceps. With a hitching breath, Fisher took every inch of the man's long, thick cock. Impaled was a word he was quickly becoming fond of, and when Justice lifted one of his thighs and moved, Fisher held on tight. Pistoned into, over and over, his cock stayed leaking between them. When he reached a hand down, Justice grabbed his wrist and pulled it up along with the other and caged them above his head. Panting, he glared into hunger-filled eyes, and when Justice snapped his hips with smooth, controlled thrusts, Fisher gasped, baring his teeth. Justice caught his mouth in a fiery kiss, and Fisher fought the grip at his hands and bit at the man's lips, needing to touch his engorged cock before he lost his mind. Justice withdrew almost all the way from his ass, and then shoved in with a low, dark chuckle. Fisher bit the man's lips, drawing blood. Justice pulled his head back and licked the crimson from his bottom lip. With a sexy-as-all-fuck smile, the man released his grip and slipped from him before sitting back on his heels. No, that wasn't what he wanted at all. Damn it. A sound ripped from his throat when he was lifted and brought upright to straddle Justice's lap, facing the man. Lifted upward, he was lowered and gravity sent that thick cock back inside his ass. Oh, fuck yeah. His legs were wrapped around Justice's hips with those wide hands cupping each ass cheek. When his dick rubbed against the man's 8-pack abs, Fisher moaned. Needing more, he reached down and yanked at his swollen cock. Justice seemed to realize he was done waiting, and with a power that Fisher admitted he craved, he was fucked until he forgot to breathe. Only this time, he didn't mind the lack of oxygen at all. And when Justice emptied his balls into his ass, Fisher let himself go and spurted all over the man's abs. Justice felt the bed dip and swiveled his head to watch Fisher slip out of the bed and head to the restroom. When the shower went on, Justice followed and eased the door open. Fisher stood waiting for the water to warm. "Need some company?" With a quick suck of air, Fisher snatched a towel from the rack and held it up in front of him like a shield. The whole shielding of his body was surreal. He'd just gotten done exploring every inch of Fisher's form in bed, so the shy act took him by surprise. "No, I don't want any company." "Are you sure?" He kept his voice low and soothing. Fisher's fingers tightened on the towel. The man had that panther look again, not sure whether to let the human pet him or bite his fucking hand off. Justice swept his eyes down the towel. He knew what lay beneath. He'd explored all of the scars that littered the slender man's frame. Blinking at him with wide eyes, Justice felt his cock go from 0 to rock hard in seconds, and being naked, he couldn't hide that fact from Fisher. He took a step closer and Fisher stepped back. The last thing he wanted was to crowd Fisher, so he smiled and ran one knuckle over the man's cheek. Fuck. With all that long black hair, creamy skin, and blue eyes, Fisher was a fucking vision. It took every ounce of willpower Justice had to get the hell out of there. Sometime after Fisher took a shower and dressed, the man quietly slipped out of his house without a word, and Justice was left gazing at the closed front door, wondering what the hell had happened. Had it been the nightmare? Chapter 7. Fisher changed into his dark attire when he got to his apartment, pulled on dark gloves, and tucked a mask into his back pocket before pulling on his custom holster. Sliding on his weapons, 2 short swords, and his gun, he shrugged on a light black jacket that would cover the hardware. He wouldn't make the same mistake of not taking his 9mm with its silencer twisted on. Leaving his apartment, he hit the streets and caught an Uber several blocks away. He normally went out every night searching, but tonight he had something else to do. He glanced at the text from Mouse he'd received just after his shower at Justice's place. He felt guilty that he hadn't said something before he left, but he couldn't, because he knew Justice would insist on coming with him. Right then, he had to do this alone. Mouse was in trouble and needed his help, and when it came to Mouse and Beck, Fisher would do everything in his power to help. He wondered where the pair of teenagers had holed up and what kind of life they had. Had they stayed one step ahead of Blue? He dialed the number Mouse had sent the text from. "Fisher?" the teenager answered on the first ring. "How'd you get my number?" "From Kit," Mouse responded. Fisher snorted at the name, but smiled. Everybody in their circle knew Kit. Something sounded off in the boy's voice, but he chalked that up to nerves. "Where are you?" "I'm hanging at the back door bar." "You're underage. They don't care. Stay put, I'll be right there." The backdoor bar sat in a crime-riddled area of downtown Glendale and not far from Rath's apartment. Fisher briefly thought about dropping in and paying the assassin a visit after he met with Mouse, but he wasn't sure if he'd have time. What he needed to do was get Mouse and Beck away from running and hiding on the streets and into a safe place. His only problem had been that he couldn't locate them. Until now. Shoving open the outer door of the bar, he entered the small inner room and shoved open the door that would take him inside of the dark interior. He fucking hated that it took his eyes a few seconds to adjust, so he stood still until that happened. Spotting Mouse waving from a table near the back of the semi-crowded space, Fisher took in every single face as he made his way to the table. He slid into the chair against the wall so he sat next to Mouse instead of across from him. When Mouse launched closer and hugged him, Fisher gripped the boy tight. "Why don't you sit there?" Mouse gestured at the vacant chair opposite. "It's a habit," Fisher said, drawing back and ordering a beer from the bartender when she came around the bar and walked over to their table. "What about you, honey?" the woman asked Mouse. "Just another 7-Up. When she walked away, Fisher turned again to face Mouse and got his first look at the beautiful boy he'd met a year ago. "You left the house I put you in." "I know," Mouse whispered, ducking his head. He spotted the bruises on the boy's face and swallowed back words demanding to know what the hell Mouse had been up to. Had Blue done that to his face? "How's Beck?" he softly asked. Like him, Mouse wasn't one for sharing, so he had to warm the younger man up. Mouse hurriedly reached for the straw in his empty glass and shoved it up and down into the leftover ice. "He's good." The hesitancy in Mouse's voice silently told him Beck was far from good. Beck and Mouse were a matched pair, and he'd never seen one without the other. Was Beck hiding in the back? Did they have enough to eat? He made a mental note to order some food when the bartender came back. They always had some finger food in this place. "Where have you two been hiding?" "I've been searching for both of you since you left the house." The place hadn't been a prize, but it had been shelter in an otherwise dismal world. Surprise swept through Mouse's baby blue eyes when he glanced over at him. "You have?" Blink, blink. Fisher snorted softly. "Yeah, imagine that. You know I care." That was his downfall with Mouse and Beck. He was determined to rescue them both and any other of Solomon's lost boys. He'd never forget that Blue also needed to be taken down. And Fisher was going to be the one to do it, just for old time's sake. Mouse leaned against him, and Fisher wrapped a firm arm around the teenager's shoulder, silently offering comfort. He realized that this time was a hell of a lot easier than last time, and it was all due to the time he'd spent with Justice. "It's going to be okay," he whispered, trying to keep the sting from his eyes. Crying never did a bit of fucking good. Only cold, methodical thinking got shit done. He smiled slightly and gazed down into Mouse's upturned face. Tears sprang into the boy's eyes so quickly, and Fisher frowned. "I'm sorry, Fish," Mouse's voice wobbled. "What?" "Sorry." The hair on Fisher's neck stood, and time seemed to stop as if in a dream. He heard every creak of the floor, every clink of glasses, the laughter, and the air morphed around him. Dread punched into the pit of his stomach. The next instant was followed by sheer fucking tortured disbelief. Snick, snick. The 2 shots came from the side of the bar. One bullet pierced Mouse's throat, and the other plunged into the boy's chest. Blood spattered, covering Fisher. Instinct had him sliding off the chair and pulling Mouse beneath the table. Another bullet cleaved into the wall where his head had been. He shoved over the table and took cover. He placed his fingers on Mouse's pulse, but found none. The boy was gone. Crawling over Mouse's dead body, Fisher moved on all fours through the back swinging doors and into the hallway beyond. He was up and running to the back exit. If he could get the fucker outside, he'd end him like vapor. He shoved back his anguish and grabbed onto the rage that swelled like a fucking hurricane. It was easy to disappear into the shadows of the alley, and it was there that Fisher waited. Poised to kill, needing to kill, his fists covered with blood. He needed to feel the life drain out of whoever had killed Mouse. But the bar back door stayed closed. Had the gunman left after shooting Mouse? Did that mean the guy got away? Fuck that. Fisher sprinted down the alley and careened around the corner. He raced down the shadows that clung to the building, staying out of the street light glow until he reached the parking lot of the bar. A man hurriedly walked across the parking lot toward a row of parked cars. "Hey!" Fisher yelled, hoping to startle the asshole. The man turned and fired, and Fisher ducked. But that one quick glance had been enough for Fisher to get a look at the fucker's face. He returned fire, blowing out the windshield when the man ducked behind a car. "He wants you home, Fisher. Don't make this difficult." Fisher stayed quiet, hunkered down, waiting for a clean shot. "Don't jeopardize more lives," the voice yelled. Gripping his 9mm, his knuckles turned white. He lifted up to take aim and fired in the direction of the voice. Another bullet punched into the car near his head, and Fisher took cover. Sirens blared from down the street, and he knew he was out of time. It didn't matter. He knew that face and voice like he knew his own fucking hand. Dodging back, he sprinted down the block and away from the bar. He launched up a fire escape of a nearby building and fucking flew over the asphalt roof. He'd jumped the distance between the 2 buildings when he got there. The leap was far, and he made it by a fraction of an inch and kept running. All the while, his mind raced with one question. Why had Blue killed Mouse? And who the fuck wanted him back? His mind raced. Was that information just another bit of his past he temporarily couldn't remember? Was that a part of the past his brain kept neatly tucked away? Chapter 8. Tugging out his cell phone, Real answered the former Secretary of Defense's call. "Sir? Where are you?" Dave's deep sigh sounded tired. "Is something wrong with Azrael?" Real countered instead of answering. No, he's fine," Dave said. Shit. Real grimaced when his mind snapped as if on autopilot to the boy. A 17-year-old boy, one traumatized by Solomon. So many reasons to stay away. He'll be 18 later this month. "What do you need?" He gripped the steering wheel tightly and stared at the Genesis building from the parking lot. Dave hesitated, and Real felt his gut tighten. "What?" "I've heard a rumor that there's a rising power in SoCal." "What kind of power?" "The kind that takes jobs we don't." Real squeezed the steering wheel. That meant another assassin's group. Erebus's leftovers. Jobs where they couldn't validate the hit, so that meant there'd be killers out there who didn't care if they were murdering innocent people, and anyone was fair game. "Who is it?" From what I can gather, it's a man who goes by the name of Blue. Nobody knows where he operates out of, nor where the fuck he came from. What do you suggest? Just stay alert at the moment. I'll call Savage. Copy that. Dave ended the call and Reel dove out of the parking lot, wondering who the fuck would dare encroach on Erebus's territory. Justice stared at Savage and then shot a glance at Echo and Ice. What? He'd been called into the Erebus office a few minutes ago and nobody was talking. Savage finally drew in a breath and let out a deep sigh. It appears that a new group of assassins moved into Southern California, Savage said, and then went on to tell them what he knew, which wasn't much. They answer to a man who goes by the name of Blue. Blue? Echo gaped at Savage. Who the fuck is Blue? Ice snarled, wrapping an arm protectively around Echo's shoulder. He sold boys to Solomon, Echo said with a hurried swallow. The room went quiet. Did he sell Fisher to Solomon? Justice asked, feeling sick to his stomach. No, Echo shook his head with a frown. Relief flooded through Justice, but his palms turned sweaty. Do you know what he looks like? Savage said. From years ago, yeah. But are you sure it's Blue? I thought Solomon killed him. Not from what intel we've gathered. Echo, if you can get with Reel, he has an artist that can make a sketch. Yeah, I can do that. The rest of you, I'm going to have you do some research. Find me information on Blue. Will do, Justice stood. And Justice, Savage said and waited for him to turn around. Why isn't Fisher answering my calls? Savage eyed him, and Justice glanced away. Fisher had been MIA over the past few days, and Justice knew why. It was because he'd pushed Fisher to talk when he hadn't been ready, and it had cost him. He rubbed a hand down his face. He needed to stop doing that shit to Fisher. The man would or wouldn't tell him in his own good time, and nothing he did could change that fact. So here he was in the dark about Fisher's whereabouts and past. Bottom line was that Fisher didn't trust him enough to share, or even tell him where he was going, and that fucking hurt. But he wasn't giving up. If baby steps were what he needed to do, then so be it. Find out what he's been doing, Savage said, yanking his wandering thoughts back to the present. I'll ask him. A half an hour later, Echo called him and Justice answered the phone. He'd just gone to the store and was on his way home. What's up? He took the exit that would take him home. According to the word on the streets, Blue is not dead and he had taken over for Solomon. Okay. So we end him. He squeezed the wheel. What if he has places like Solomon did? What if there are kids in there? Echo asked. Then we do the same thing. We find the locations and kill the son of a bitch. Hang on, Justice. Echo's voice grew muffled as if he were handing over the phone. Where are you? Savage said, coming on the line. At home. Have you found Fisher? The gate to his home slid open and Justice drove through the entrance and pulled into a circular driveway. Why? He stared out the windshield at Fisher on his front steps. The sexy assassin stared back. I want you to ask him if he personally knows Blue. Yeah, okay. And there's one more thing. Justice waited because Savage's voice had turned hard, but he also heard the tiredness. We got a tip on where Blue is located. I'm pulling all resources together, and that means we need to keep Fisher and Rogue out of this. Why? Because it may have ties back to Solomon, and that mess is volatile. What about Echo? He's good, but I have no fucking idea about Fisher or Rogue. He had no response because he truly didn't fucking know. He squeezed the steering wheel in a death grip and held Fisher's gaze through the bug-speckled windshield. I have Wrath handling Rogue. You take care of Fisher, Savage said. Okay, I'll call you later. Justice ended the call, grabbed the bag of groceries, and slid from his truck. As he crossed the distance between them, his chest tightened. Just looking at Fisher made the lump in his throat grow. Fisher stood up from the steps, looking nervous, which was odd for a guy who killed people for a living. Was it because of him? Did he make Fisher nervous? He couldn't say he wasn't happy about it if that was the case, because he was. Instead of speaking, Justice reached out and yanked Fisher into his arms. The feel of the man's slender body sent his heart racing. He wanted, no, he hoped for so much for them. Dipping his head into the crook of the man's neck, Justice drew in a deep breath and hugged Fisher tightly. If they could just stay like this and not have the world fuck with them, then they could make it. Maybe they could run away and live a life where murdering wasn't their normal. A world where he got to wake up with Fisher and they'd eat breakfast in the mornings and talk about normal, everyday things. "I'm sorry," Fisher croaked. It took a moment for it to dawn on him why Fisher was sorry. The man felt guilty because he'd left without a word days ago. But now Fisher was back, and all the hurt melted away. "Don't be," he muttered against Fisher's skin and cupped handfuls of the man's long, gorgeous hair before he drew back to guide Fisher into the house. Closing the door, Justice flipped the lock and walked through the house toward the kitchen to drop off his groceries. The moment all the cold stuff was in the fridge, Fisher caught his hand before he could do any more. Fisher pulled him toward the bedroom. He was more than okay with that. "I need to ask you some questions," he said huskily when the man ran a warm palm beneath his shirt and over his bare abdomen. Fisher snorted. "Later." It was sometime later that next afternoon, after having been up all night exploring each other's bodies, that Fisher came awake through a quiet conversation Justice was having on the phone. "Yes, sir. I understand. Make sure Blue is dead," Justice said flatly. The mention of Blue's name jerked Fisher upright. His eyes flew around the room until they landed on Justice standing naked in the master's suite bathroom doorway with a cell phone to his ear. Everything from that night came flooding back. Mouse was dead. The tiny, adorable teenager would never look at him again with those trusting baby blue eyes. And Fisher wanted vengeance. But how the fuck did Justice know about Blue? Was it a hit? Didn't Erebus realize the guy was even more sick and twisted than Solomon had been, that there were others involved? Like Beck? Blue had killed Mouse, which meant the fucker would surely kill Beck. Beck was missing. That was his first order of business. It was a fucking bad idea to kill Blue right now. Fisher leaped off the bed and started gathering up his discarded clothes. Justice was suddenly behind him, wrapping him in his arms. "Take a shower first. I have some sweats you can cinch the waist and a t-shirt until you can get your own clean clothes," the man murmured. A shower did sound good. He stood, indecisive. "Who was that?" "Ice." "Are you guys going to kill Blue?" Justice sighed and hugged him tightly. "That's the plan." "It's a stupid fucking plan," Fisher snapped. "Take a shower and we'll talk about it." Justice took the clothes from his hands and drew him into the massive washroom. "I can't," he protested. His words petered out when he found himself pulled beneath the hot spray. The walk-in shower could easily accommodate 5 people, and he forgot what he wanted to say at the moment. When Justice ran soapy hands over his warm body, caressing every scar he found, Fisher panted. And when Justice started on his cock, Fisher was protesting, but this time in a different way. Much later, when the water was cooling, Justice pulled him from the shower and left him alone after handing him a towel, a pair of gray sweats, and a black t-shirt with socks. Everything was miles too big. But he tied the drawstring on the pants and made do until he could retrieve his gear from home. Fisher sat on the edge of the bed and ran a towel half-assed over his wet hair. Justice returned and handed him a glass of orange juice, and Fisher chugged it before setting the empty glass aside. Wearing only a pair of ripped, faded blue jeans that rode low on his hips, Justice was a wet fucking dream, and he had to wonder what the hell the guy saw in him. He was a mess. He had problems. Justice had no fucking idea. He should leave. Yet he couldn't help but stay. He'd been attracted to Justice from the moment they'd met, but he'd never thought it would be reciprocated. Until it was. When the grief from Mouse had been too much, Justice had been who he'd gone to see. And here they were. He found it weird that he was starting to trust Justice more than anyone in his life. Maybe even more than Echo and Rogue. And that was saying something, because trust wasn't in his nature. It was something he'd lost a long fucking time ago, and he'd never thought he'd get it back. When Justice took the towel from his hands and started drying his long hair, Fisher closed his eyes and dropped his head back. Fuck, he was so tired. Bones weary all of a sudden. Come on. Lay back and rest. Justice eased him down on the bed. Fisher let out a sigh of relief. The pillow felt nice, and he sank back into it, his muscles relaxing, his arms and legs feeling like lead, like he was sinking into a warm, comfortable embrace. He rolled his head to the side and smiled at Justice, who reached out and brushed his long, damp hair away from his face. He struggled to keep his eyes open, but a heavy weight was dragging him down. Something niggled at the back of his mind, but floated away in the next moment. Chapter 9. What are you looking at? Steele asked, trying to glance over his shoulder. They were the same height, so it was a challenge. Justice closed the app and tucked his phone away before shooting his friend an annoyed glance. His buddy smirked at him. He'd known Steele since the Army Special Forces, and he had been hella surprised to find the guy working for Genesis. From the moment of reconnecting, he and Steele had hung out shooting the shit and made it a point to drink as many beers as possible when they did get together. He had to admit that it had felt really good catching up on old times. Saying that Steele was striking would not do justice to the man. With dark hair and equally dark scruff on a square jaw, Steele had a very sexy vibe. The man was covered with muscles and tattoos. Those, along with eyes the color of blue steel, had heads turning everywhere they went. Come on, Steele said, elbowing him. Tell me. Nunya, Justice said, and ran his eyes over the crowded nightclub that was jumping on a busy Los Angeles Friday night. With enough money, anyone could be found, and finding out where Blue typically hung out had cost them a cool 20 grand. The snitch had taken a bus out of town. Justice hoped the guy made it and stayed gone. Fucking with assassins was like putting a target on your back. Show me that sketch again. We should have brought more people, Steele bitched, discreetly pulling up the artist's drawing on his phone. Justice glanced at Steele's phone and the sketch of Blue that Echo had provided. He shook his head. They didn't need more men. They just needed this fucker dead so he could go home. We can handle this guy, he said, leaning back in his chair and running his eyes over the crowd. Echo had told them Blue had white blonde hair. Finding a blonde in a sea of brunettes shouldn't be all that hard to spot. His friend shrugged. It would be easier with more eyes. Since when have you ever wanted easy? Steele released a puff of air that sounded like a snort and tossed back the shot of whiskey. Justice had opted out of drinking. He wanted a clear head when he did this hit and be able to get back to Fisher. He pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose. There he is, Steele jerked his chin toward the south side of the room. How are we going to get him out? We wait, Justice said, and cracked his neck and flexed, stretching his muscles for a moment, and then continued studying Blue. The man looked like a businessman in his dress slacks and button-down shirt, but the intel they'd gathered told a very different story. The guy was a sexual predator who had supposedly given up that kind of life to become a stone-cold killer. Perhaps Blue still dabbled in the former. Justice didn't know, nor did he care. The sick fuck was dying tonight. Several men were standing near Blue. Justice suspected they were either friends of Blue or his bodyguards. It didn't matter. If they were protecting Blue, then they would die as well. It stood to reason that the sick son of a bitch would take over a place off the radar, and that was fine with Justice. The place had been vacant for years in Los Angeles. Graffiti covered the outside, and a 10-foot chain-link fence surrounded the perimeter. He and Steele crept through the dark, taking out 2 men who got in their way. Neither man had been able to fire off a shot or radio Blue they were coming. The place didn't have cameras, so that wasn't something he needed to bother with. Justice shot out each light as they made their way deeper into the 8-story abandoned building. The city had plans to convert it to a new hotel next year, so it was only right that they were here cleaning house tonight. All in the name of helping society. The guy turned out to be a fucking rabbit. The only one he'd seen come close to how fast Blue was had been Echo. Not only was Blue fast, but he disappeared like Fisher did. One minute Blue was there and the next minute the fucker was gone. Justice launched through the building, taking the stairs upward as Steele jumped downward. They would cut this fucker off and leave him no way out. He stopped just at the door to the 4th level and eased it open. Something moved down the hallway and Justice raced out of the door and after the moving shadow. Almost to the door, he slowed and pulled his 9mm. If that room was a dead end, then he'd bet money a gun was aimed at where his head should be. He crouched. If it was an exit, he didn't have much time. Fuck. He launched upward just as a force hit him and slammed him into the wall. Pain lanced through his head and shoulder, but he hung on to his weapon. The fucker was huge, and he was lifted and slammed to the floor as if he were a doll. Justice rolled and shoved from the wall. Laying on his back, he put a bullet into the big body coming for him. The fucker didn't even wince. He fired again just as the man's hand wrapped around his throat. The bullet went wide. His air was cut off by the brutal grip. Cocking the gun sideways, he pressed it into the man's ribs and fired 6 rounds into the fucker. The hand loosened and the giant toppled forward on top of him. Growling, Justice shoved at the dead weight and pulled himself from beneath the body. He slumped against the wall and rubbed at his neck. His hand came away wet, and he staggered to his feet. It was the perp's blood. Trying to quiet his panting, he moved back to the edge of the door and took a quick peek inside. The room was empty with a few open windows. He found the fire escape that Blue had gone down. "You okay?" Steele asked from the doorway. "Yeah," he croaked and swung his attention to Steele before he gave a quick nod. "You're covered in blood." Steele stalked closer. "It's not mine." After looking him over, Steele moved to the fire escape and glanced out the window. "Bummer." "Yeah. Who the fuck knows when we'll get another chance?" "We will. We just need to be patient." "Time is not something I have." Justice closed his eyes. "What?" "I need to go home." Steele placed a firm hand on his shoulder and gave it a squeeze. "You did the right thing." Those words rang in his head as he left the building, but Justice wasn't sure about anything anymore. Part 2. Chapter 10. 3 weeks later. Owen Gray's fist connected with his face and pain cracked through his jaw. Justice grunted, taking the punch, but he stayed squared off with the guy. Owen Gray was a big son of a bitch, but not as big as some men Justice had come up against. "You fuck!" Owen snarled, rage turning the man's face red. It was clear Owen was pissed, and Justice couldn't fault him for it. He had only himself to blame for Owen's anger. And he was sure he was going to land on his ass when Owen pulled back for another swing, but he wasn't going to dodge this one either. Perhaps the pain would correct his stupidity, or at least let him forget what he'd done. He was saved from the incoming punch when Wrath stepped between them and grabbed Owen's arm in a tight grip, preventing the second blow. "Calm the fuck down," Wrath snarled. Justice gaped at Wrath. It had been years since his big brother had stepped between him and a fight, but it brought back memories of their childhood. Wrath was older than him by several years and had made it his mission to protect him. And even though he was broader and taller than his older brother, nobody wanted to tangle with Wrath. Over Wrath's shoulder, Owen glared at him with loathing. "Fish won't ever come back from this," the man spat, jerking his arm free from Wrath's grip. "Settle down, all of you," Savage growled. They all turned their attention to the big man sitting behind a large oak desk that occupied most of the space in front of a wide window facing the sprawling city of Ventura. With new carpeting and a fresh coat of paint, nobody could tell that there had recently been a murder in there. Solomon Mercy. Good riddance to that fucker. The problem now was that ICE hadn't been able to kill Crow, so they had a loose cannon in their midst, plus fuck knew how many children or people were involved at this point. Another problem was that Fisher was gone. Owen stomped over to the wall near the door where Creed stood. Creed wore a permanent scowl in place, and it had been that way from the moment the two men had entered Savage's office. Creed and Owen were not from Erebus, but rather from a unit called Pegasus, which was a whole other operation. Crossing his arms, Owen glared daggers at him. Wrath returned to his seat next to Real, and Justice stayed on his feet. The throbbing in his jaw was nothing less than what he deserved. Savage sighed and steepled his fingers under his chin. So let me get this straight, Justice. You were asked to keep Fisher away while we tried to take down Blue. Did you do that? I did, Justice gritted his jaw so the words came through his teeth. Asswipe, Creed rasped. And you, Savage shot Wrath a dark look. You were supposed to keep Rogue out of the way. Yes, Savage squinted at Wrath. Exactly how did he get away? That's between me and him, Wrath growled. Watching Savage and Wrath have a stare down was not pretty. I want to know how he's going to make this right with Fisher, Owen interrupted, yelling and pointing a finger at Justice. Savage held up his hand. I understand your worry, Owen. We will find Fisher and Justice will fix this. Owen's laugh was bitter and Creed made a sound low in his throat. Won't you? Savage turned a hard look his way. Yes, Justice nodded. Only he had no clue how to fucking fix this. The note Rogue had left on his kitchen table 3 weeks ago told him that he may never be able to correct the mistake he'd made with Fisher. Watch your back, Rogue. Fuck. Not only had he betrayed Fisher, although for a good reason, he'd also pissed off the man's friend. All he wanted to do was repair what he'd done. But how could he right this wrong when Fisher didn't want to be in the same vicinity as him? How could he make right something that was fucked up beyond imagination? Fisher would kill him the next time they met. Of that, Justice had no doubts. You won't even get close to him, Owen said with a sneer. I have before. He will kill you for what you've done, Creed growled. I know. Silence dropped over the room and both Owen and Creed glared at him for a long time. So that's settled, Savage said and snapped his gaze between Justice and Wrath. Justice will find Fisher. Wrath, I need you to locate Rogue and get a commitment from him. What kind of commitment? Wrath frowned. He's either part of Erebus or he's out. I need an answer so I can wrap this shit up and start handing out jobs to him. I make no promises, Wrath said, and there was another brief stare down between Savage and Wrath. And you two, Savage snapped his gaze to Owen and Creed. You're here only as a courtesy to Seven and Hunter. I know Fisher is your friend, but Owen, I need you to rein in your anger. I think he's been relatively calm, Creed chimed in and cracked his knuckles. Justice was glad Creed hadn't taken a swing at him. He'd be sporting a broken jaw if those ham-sized fists had connected. I can help him with Fisher, Owen insisted with a cold stare. No, Savage shook his head. Stay out of Erebus business. You've got your own shit to deal with at Pegasus. Don't make me contact Ace. The threat of calling the Pegasus commander was a very real threat. Nobody wanted to fuck with Ace, and if they did, they didn't live to talk about it. Owen, if you could tell me about Fisher's past, it would help, Justice said. Fuck you, Owen spat, shooting him a cold glare. It's a little late for that. You want to know about Fisher's past? Ask him your fucking self. Enough, Savage snapped when Owen took a breath as if to continue with his tirade. Justice rubbed at the headache that had been pounding behind his temples for days. The last time he'd been with Fisher, it had gone from heaven to hell. How had something he'd carefully planned out gone so horribly wrong? What are your thoughts? Savage turned to Reel. The commander of Genesis had thus far remained quiet. They all knew Reel ran a newly formed group of military assassins and that there had to be a specific reason why the man was here. I gave the order to have Fisher and Rogue contained the night we went after Blue, so this falls on me, Reel said. I was there, Savage shook his head at Reel, and a whole shit ton of other people made the call on how best to take Blue down. Justice hadn't been at the meeting, but he'd gotten the call to keep Fisher out of the line of fire, so technically he'd been following orders. But that didn't mean shit now. Everything was all fucked up and going sideways. All he wanted was to find Fisher and make things right. We failed to get Blue, Justice pointed out and rubbed a tired hand down his face. It doesn't matter. I was in charge, Reel said, his words clipped out with a flat tone of voice, and the man leveled a hard look at Savage. Their boss leaned back in his chair. The two powerful men stared at each other, neither one backing down. "The call was made. There's no going back. You're all dismissed. Real, can you stay for a minute?" Savage said. Justice quickly left the room. Keeping his eyes forward, he jogged down the stairs and shoved open the warehouse door. Chapter 11. Stepping into the hot September sun, Justice took a moment. He didn't normally have regrets, but now that was all he seemed to have. Placing his fingers to his lips, he let out a shrill whistle, and Axel came crashing from the trees that bordered the rear of the parking lot. "Heel," he said when Axel reached his side. The dog sat slightly against his leg, muzzle open, tongue lolling out, eyes locked on him. Justice ruffled his fingers behind the dog's perked ears and plucked out a few weeds sticking to the top of Axel's head. An SUV pulled into the parking lot, and Ice and Echo got out along with their chocolate-colored Labrador retriever. "Shit!" Echo shouted when Grit charged across the asphalt toward him and Axel. Justice grabbed the handle on the back of Axel's vest and swung the dog up and around his back. He slipped his arms through the backpack straps that would put the animal safely on his back. As the big body of Grit barreled toward them, Justice braced himself for impact. Going on a few months now, they had avoided the two dogs going toe-to-toe. It appeared they were out of time. If this ended in a bloodbath, then he wasn't footing the bill. "Down!" Ice snapped, his voice ringing with authority. The Labrador immediately dropped to his belly in the parking lot about halfway to where Justice stood. Grit was fucking impressive. "Nice," Justice called over. Echo slammed the door to the SUV and jogged over to grab Grit by the collar. The next moment, Echo blasted him with a glare full of anger. He understood why. Fisher and Echo were friends. They went way back, all the way to boyhood. Ice gestured to Grit and then Axel. "Think they'll ever be friends?" Justice turned his head slightly to find Axel laser-focused on Grit. With a protective streak a mile wide, Axel typically didn't take to animals or humans. "Doubt it," he drawled. "I trust Grit. If I tell him to stay still, he will." "Same," Justice agreed, walking forward. "But sometimes shit just pisses Axel off." "Sometimes shit pisses me off, too," Echo snapped at him and stalked around him before disappearing into the building with Grit in tow. Ice didn't follow Echo, but rather approached him instead. "You going after Fisher?" "I'm going to try." "What are you going to do when you find him?" "I'm going to beg for forgiveness. If he doesn't kill me first." "Good plan." Ice slapped him on the shoulder and didn't even wince when Axel snarled and bared his teeth. Owen and Creed stood next to their SUV watching their exchange of words. After a quick wave to the Pegasus operatives, Ice disappeared into the building after Echo. "Owen!" Real yelled, stepping out of the warehouse door and approaching the man at a quick pace. Whatever conversation Real had had with Savage, it hadn't taken long at all. "What?" Owen said, aggression in the one word. "I gave the order." Real faced off with Owen. Justice took a few slow steps closer. "So you fucking said. Are you telling me that you would have killed Fisher and Rogue if they got in your way?" Owen snapped, not even bothering to keep his voice down. It was a good thing the parking lot was deserted. "You're fucking right, I would have. There is a bigger picture at play." Real's voice had turned deadly. "Oh, and nobody crosses you." "That's right. If Fisher and Rogue got in the way of taking down Blue, they wouldn't be breathing air." Real's words were so softly spoken that Justice had almost missed them. From what he knew about Real, plus the man's former military experience before he'd turned assassin extraordinaire, made the man's words even more chilling. He'd heard about Real's war stories and combat rumors, and Justice respected the hell out of him. "Are you justifying his actions?" Owen jerked his chin toward Justice. "Yes." Real crossed his arms. "And how's that working out for you? Blue is still breathing and out there doing fuck knows what, and now Fisher is gone on top of that." Owen spat. "Stand the fuck down," Real ordered. Nobody could miss the danger rolling off of Real. Owen must have felt it too because his face flushed like he was going to hyperventilate. When Creed put a calming hand on Owen's shoulder, Justice was glad. because Real was not one to fuck with. "Let's go," Creed said and pushed Owen toward their SUV. The pair slid inside the vehicle and drove out of the parking lot with Creed behind the wheel. Real turned to him and Justice held the man's gaze across the short distance. "Find Fisher and make it right," Real said. "Are you done keeping him out of this?" Justice asked. It had been a shit plan to begin with. If they had had Fisher with them, then Blue might not have gotten away. "For now. Why are you taking the blame? It's my fault," Justice squinted at Real. "You weren't even in the office the day we planned how to take out Blue," Real reminded him. "No, but I was given orders as part of that mission." Real studied him with a flat gaze, and Justice wondered if the guy ever smiled. If he did, Justice had never seen it. Not once had he heard the man speak softly, unless it was to put the fear of God into someone. "Enough. You did your job. You are not responsible." With those last words, Real slid behind the wheel of a chunky gray Jeep that appeared to be custom-made. After the Genesis commander drove away, Justice continued toward his truck. Removing Axel from his back, he placed the dog in the back seat and readjusted the backpack-type straps in place. "You were a good, patient boy." He caressed Axel's ears and cracked open a water bottle to fill the bowl he kept on the back floorboard for the dog. After Axel drank his fill, Justice slid behind the wheel. "Where are you, Fish?" He gave a heavy sigh and stared out of his bug-peppered windshield. Axel placed his front paws up onto the center console and nuzzled his shoulder. "Yeah, I'm going, boy." He turned the ignition and pulled his truck out of the parking lot. Was Fisher still in California? Or had he bailed to greener pastures, perhaps a new employer? And if so, what the fuck was he going to do with that? Justice drove down the deserted streets, and even though the sun was shining, the world seemed a dismal place. Chapter 12. There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you. Maya Angelou. Freezing rain trickled down the neck of Fisher's shirt, adding to his cold, dead heart. Taking a job out of state had been just the ticket. Now, if he could just remember what the fuck had sent him running in the first place, he'd be golden. Did it matter? Not really. Killing was his goal. Murder was easy. Even crouched in the dense forest of Oregon beneath the onslaught of rain wasn't a hardship. He recalled when Justice had asked him what school he'd gone to, and he hadn't answered. There was a reason for it. He honestly didn't remember. Memories came and went. The doctor had told him once that not remembering stemmed from childhood trauma. As a little boy, he had been a master at blocking out anything related to previous years. He didn't do it consciously. He wanted to remember, only he couldn't until his mind let him. The psychiatrist he'd seen called it trauma avoidance. They titled it CPTSD blackouts. It was his way of coping, a way of escaping when something happened that was too difficult to handle. The technical term was dissociation from reality. He called it insane. He was fucked up, and had been since childhood. Sure, the memories would come back eventually, but he had to wait for clarity. The doctors said when he stayed calm and reduced his stress, everything would fall back into place. Fuck that. He liked that he forgot the bad stuff. It helped him live. A door opened in the distance, and Fisher watched as Murphy Blackwell stepped outside of the small, dark brown cabin. The sexual predator was on the FBI's list. Blackwell wore a heavy waterproof breaker, the color of shit brown, along with a pair of waders. It was a long walk to the kill shack the fucker kept in the wilderness at the edge of the property. Victims were snatched from a distant town or city, and here was where they lived out their last days, terrified, hurting, and alone. Jobs like this always reminded him of what he could remember of his own childhood. But fuck it. He rubbed at the pain in his chest. After he took down Blackwell, the horror of his childhood would return to its neat little box tucked into his brain. Perhaps someday the echoes of his past would fade completely. He could only hope. But he wasn't going to bet on it. Last night he had carved out the trail through the trees that ran parallel to the mud-ridden path Blackwell took, and when Blackwell headed off down the muddy path, Fisher slipped through the undergrowth. With soaked leaves beneath his black hiking boots, he walked with ease, knowing the rain would drown out anything else. Blackwell opened the padlock to the small wooden building that was roughly the size of the cabin down below, small yet big enough to work comfortably. Fisher lifted the sledgehammer he'd placed nearby last night and moved until he was off to the side of the open doorway. He smiled at the bellow Blackwell made. The rage-filled sound echoed from within when the man realized that the girl he'd brought back a few nights ago was not in her chains. The squelching and stomping of the predator's waders grew closer to the door. It was a matter of timing, and Fisher had that in spades. He cocked back the sledgehammer, and when Blackwell stepped out with a hurried stride, Fisher swung. Blackwell grunted beneath the impact and stumbled. Fisher swung again, taking out the man's knee. The howl of pain was music to his ears. Blackwell flipped onto his stomach and crawled back into the kill shack. Fisher calmly walked after the fucker and kicked the door shut. Taking his time, he lit a few of the oil lamps he'd scoped out when he'd freed the girl. The soft glow lit up the room. "Who the fuck are you?" Blackwell cried, rolling to his back and clutching at his knee. "Who I am is not important. Who you are, on the other hand, is." Fisher hefted the heavy hammer over one shoulder and walked over to a large workbench where Blackwell kept his tools. "You've got the wrong guy. I'm innocent." Blackwell managed to pull himself up to sit against the wall. Blood poured from the man's leg. Some dripped from his mouth. Fisher was sure he'd cracked ribs with the first blow, but Blackwell was a trooper and only panted through the pain. Fisher spun, his movements light, and he felt like a dancer of death. He leaped across to the perp in seconds and swung the hammer. He broke Blackwell's arm beyond repair. While the fucker howled, Fisher destroyed both of the man's hands, one right after the other. "You used those to touch them?" Fisher sneered. Blackwell gagged and gasped, breathing hard and unable to stop the screams from ripping out of his throat. They were music to Fisher's ears. They played a tune of endings. The final scene of a sickening movie, the closing of an FBI file, the termination of one more sick fuck in the world. Death was too good for Blackwell. The fucker had to suffer, just like he had suffered through endless agony. "You're weak. You always have been." That fucking voice from his past echoed in his head, and this time, when the blackout hit, Fisher was ready for it. The world grayed out. If asked, he would have said that he became a block of ice, but maybe that wasn't accurate because there was anger and ice and rage, and they all seemed to go together. Sometime later, Fisher came to his senses when his ass hit the cold floor of the kill shack. Blinking away the fog, he wiped his sleeve over his face. The masked hood that he wore shifted and he felt wetness soaking through. Gazing around, he saw a pile of something. It took a moment for it to register. The pile was Blackwell. The fucker was a mushy mess of flesh, bones, and blood. Tossing the sledgehammer away, Fisher rolled to his feet. Stumbling from the building, he made his way to a small creek he'd found the day before, and it was there that he dipped his gloved hands and rinsed them until the water ran clean. He dunked his head, mask and all, into the water to get as much blood and brains out of the material. Tempted to remove his hooded mask, he decided against it, not wanting to risk exposure. There would be time enough for that before he reached his nondescript vehicle. Arriving at the roadside motel he'd rented, Fisher noticed the curtains of the room he'd rented were open. He knew for a fact that he'd closed them before leaving. Could it be housekeeping? Maybe. Doubtful. Good thing he'd buried his bloody clothing in the woods after changing at his vehicle. He still had blood in places that only a shower could remove. Fisher pulled out his 9mm with its silencer twisted on. Approaching the door, he flipped the key reader card against the lock, and when it clicked open, he kicked the door wide before dodging back out of sight. "Fisher, it's me," Rogue called from within the room. Damn it. He shoved his gun away and stepped inside. Making his way to the washroom, he stripped out of his clothes. Untying his long hair, he turned on the water. When the water was hot, he stepped beneath the blast. He'd have time to talk with his best friend after he washed the grime from his body, hair, and mind. "I'm ordering food," Rogue yelled. "Chicken and fries if you don't have a preference." "Get pizza," he yelled back, dumping shampoo in his palm and massaging it into his long, waist-length hair. It was a bitch to dry, but he couldn't go another second without scrubbing the strands clean. By the time he was done with his shower and had his hair damp-dried, the pizza had already been delivered. Wrapping a towel around his waist, he re-entered the room and pulled on clean clothes. "What are you doing here?" Fisher shot Rogue a quick glance. "What are you doing here?" Rogue volleyed back. Fisher snagged a piece of the pepperoni pie and took a bite. "Helping the FBI," he said around a mouthful. "With or without their knowledge? What does that matter? They weren't getting shit done. There's plenty of jobs in California." Fisher shrugged and finished the slice before taking another. He sank onto the opposite queen bed from Rogue and ate. "Do you remember coming here?" "I flew." "Why did you fly?" "Can't remember," he said, taking another big bite. What he did remember was having to check his weapons before boarding the plane. Most of the flight was a blur, so he couldn't explain more than that. Rogue got it. His friend knew about his CPTSD, and that was only because they both suffered from it, although Rogue's manifested in different ways. Consuming his own food, Rogue went quiet for a moment while they both ate. "Do you know?" Fisher eyed his friend. "Do I know what?" Rogue avoided his eyes while munching a large piece of the pie. "Did I have another blackout?" Fisher probed. "I don't know." Rogue rubbed a hand over his face and shook his head before eating. The man's eyes weren't looking at him. That was a sign. Rogue was lying, but the man had done that before, leaving out the truth to protect him. Fisher didn't mind. He would rather remember in his own time, plus his therapist told him it was better not to force the memories and let them come back naturally. "It's not anything important, is it?" He frowned at Rogue's continued silence. His friend shook his head. "No, but we do need to get back to California." That was fine by him. He'd come here to do the job he needed to do. Time to go home. Chapter 13. Justice's sources told him the second Fisher arrived back in Southern California, and it was easy to follow Fisher and Rogue when they left the airport. He thought of all the things he wanted to say, but he kept revising them over and over, trying to find the right thing to say. Apologizing was a priority. Although he'd been given an order, he would own up to whatever mistake Fisher thought he'd made. Of course, he'd remind the assassin that taking orders was something ingrained in his head from the military, so when he'd gotten orders, he followed them. He rubbed a tired hand down his face. His sleep had been shit for weeks. Had Fisher been afraid? Justice knew what that felt like. He'd grown up in fear when he was little, so he knew about the need to run. It warred with the need to be held. It was a feeling where you didn't want anyone to interfere, combined with wanting them close. It put a person in fucking limbo, kind of like he was right now. Did he and Fisher have a chance now? Easing off the gas, he got over several cars behind Rogue's Jeep. He didn't want to spook the guy, knowing Rogue, the assassin, would disappear and take Fisher with him. All he wanted at the moment was to know how Fisher was and if he was safe, not that assassins could ever be safe. Rogue drove until they rode through a shabby part of Glendale and ended up in an apartment building that had seen better days. The sidewalks were cracked and cratered, overgrown trees peppered the block, and weeds filled the parkways. The parking lot was sunken in with the apartment building positioned at the rear. Justice parked down the block, locked his truck, and made his way between parked cars until he slid between a beat-up old pickup truck and an RV that looked to be from the 70s. It was there that he stood indecisive, and it was also there that he was caught. "What are you doing here?" Fisher's voice spun him around. How the fuck had the guy gotten so close without him even hearing? He'd been distracted with his thoughts, that was how. But fuck. It was so damned good to see the sexy dark-haired beauty. Fisher looked thinner. His eyes were blank and held a coldness he hadn't seen in a long time. It broke his heart. "I just wanted to say," "What?" Sorry. Confusion and then anger flashed in Fisher's eyes, and the man charged forward. What are you fucking sorry for? Justice grabbed Fisher and tried to hold him. He carted his fingers into the long black strands at the nape of the man's neck and cradled the back of his head. Wrapping an arm around Fisher's waist, he brought the Slider man's body flush to his. Fisher shoved him. Justice hung on. Fisher punched him in the side, sending a pain shooting through his ribs, and Justice released his grip. When Fisher shoved away, the man threw another punch, but this time at his face. The blow cracked against Justice's cheek, pain splintered. But he welcomed it. Fisher could kill him with his bare hands. Justice knew that without a doubt. He also knew Fisher hadn't, and that was because they had history. Albeit a short one, but they'd been intimate, and they'd had a budding friendship before all this had gone down. It was the only thing that was keeping Fisher from killing him. The murderous rage in the man's gaze wasn't hard to miss. What did you do, Justice, huh? Fisher shoved him in the chest, yelling the odd question. You fucker, what did you do? Fisher launched forward, but Rogue was there, lifting the slender man off of his feet. Fisher turned lethal, but Rogue held on even when Fisher bloodied the man's nose by throwing back his head. Fisher kicked and screamed with a low fury, but Rogue wasn't letting go. A sting burned in Justice's eyes, and he lifted his shocked eyes from Fisher to Rogue. Get the hell out of here. You've done enough, Rogue growled. The sounds ripping from Fisher's throat turned hoarse, and even though there were no discernible words, Justice couldn't mistake the rage. A few people opened their windows in the apartment building, stepping out onto junk-crowded balconies. What's going on down there? Someone shouted. Time was up. He needed to retreat. Take care of him. The words sounded guttural, but he couldn't help that. Fisher stopped struggling and stared at him with anger-filled eyes, all that dark hair wild. Walking backward, Justice held the man's eyes. He wanted to explain, but Fisher wasn't going to hear him right now. Retreat and reassess. Give Fisher time. This battle may have been lost, but he planned on winning the war. So he walked away when everything inside of him wanted to stay. Fisher was shaking. He'd never lost it like that before. Was it Justice who did it? Whatever the fuck it had been. Rogue stayed quiet, but after a long moment, the man finally spoke. Yeah. Fucking shit. Rogue's answer gave him an idea of just how much Justice had probably hurt him. His chest felt heavy, his insides twisted, and he wanted to disappear. Rogue squeezed him firmly. It took him several long minutes before Fisher felt like he could stay upright. I'm good. Let me go, he croaked. After a moment of hesitation, Rogue released him and Fisher landed lightly on his feet. He was pretty close to the side of an old parked RV, and when he grew lightheaded, he pressed his palms to the cool metal and sucked in several slow, deep breaths. Something niggled in his brain, something just out of reach. It was enough to start up a throbbing headache. When Rogue placed a hand on his arm, Fisher dropped his palms and straightened away. He couldn't be touched right now. He didn't like to be touched anyway, but his skin felt like it was on fire. Come on. You need food and sleep, Rogue murmured. I need a fucking drink. Maybe a night of drinking would calm his fucking nerves, because right then he felt raw. And fuck if he knew why. Angry didn't begin to describe the fury he felt. Tell me what he did. He dropped into steps next to Rogue. Not right now. Rogue drew out his keys and opened the apartment door. Why the hell not? Fisher barked. Rogue calmly walked into the kitchen, pulled out a couple of cold beers and passed him one. Later. Fisher cracked open the beer and guzzled half of it. Yeah, okay. Later sounded good. Give me another one. He held out his hand while he finished the can. Rogue reached into the fridge. Chapter 14. Wrath wasn't any help, and Justice wondered why he'd come to his brother's apartment in the first place. Maybe to get a little sympathy? Fat chance of that. Justice didn't go into details because this was between him and Fisher. But he expected a bit of sympathy about the bruise on his cheek. Rath smirked, shook his head, and walked into the minuscule kitchen to make breakfast. It was a bit odd being in Rath's place, and that was in part because there was a strain between them. It was to be expected since they hadn't had much contact since his discharge from the army. That had been roughly a year ago. Growing up, they had been close. His brother had been and always would be his hero, and there was nothing that would ever change that. When Rath had snatched him up and kept him from the gates of hell, his brother had become his superhero. He'd been a teenager at that time, maybe 15, and perhaps his age had played a part in just how grateful he remained. Although they didn't talk about that time, not then and certainly not now, Rath had saved him from a life of abuse. It had all happened during their parents' divorce. When his mom got custody of the three of them, he remembered being happier than he'd ever been to finally be away from their father. It didn't last long, and that was because his deadbeat dad hadn't given a shit about divorce papers or the outlined custody agreement. The man had come to the house even before the ink had dried on the papers and had tried to take him and Rip from their mother. At the age of 19 and on leave back from basic training, Rath had been strong for his age and had tightly grabbed hold of him. With one arm wrapped around his waist, Rath caught Rip's jacket and held on. Their little brother kicked at their father, and Rath managed to wrap his other arm around Rip, trying to keep them all from the monster on the front porch. Justice would be forever grateful that he had not been taken. Rip hadn't been so lucky. Justice still remembered his 13-year-old brother's screams as their father carried him away. He still remembered his mother's sobs and the wounds on her knees when she had fallen in the street while running after the green beat-up truck. "Justice," Rath's murmur jerked him out of the past, and he stared at his brother, holding his gaze across the small kitchen bar. "You okay?" "Yup." Avoidance was natural, and he jerked his eyes away. Neither one of them wanted to rehash the past. "Why do you live like this?" Frowning, he glanced around the shabby living room with its scarred coffee table, sunken-in sofa, and crappy sand-colored carpet. "Because I don't want any roots." Rath slammed the coffee grounds into the maker and flipped the switch on. Justice hoped that the grounds inside the white paper stayed put. He got that. They were opposites as a result of their childhood, and that was because they both handled what had happened in completely different ways. While he wanted a permanent house and home, his brother made an art out of never staying long in one place. Rath had moved 3 times in the span of 1 year, and all within the same damned city. He wanted to ask Rath if he knew about Fisher's past, if Rath knew about Fisher, Rogue, and Echo, and what they'd gone through. He wanted answers. But what he wanted more was for Fisher to be the one to tell him his story. And right now, that sure as fuck wasn't going to happen. Not after the way Fisher had come at him in the parking lot. He rubbed his fingers lightly over the bruise on his cheek. "Tell me about Rogue," he said instead. "Why?" "He's going to shoot me." He'd seen the rage in Rogue's hooded gaze, and he knew without a doubt that if it had only been the two of them, Rogue would have taken him out, or tried to take him out. Rath frowned and then shot him that damned smirk again. His brother shook his shoulder-length blonde hair back and reached up to grab 2 coffee mugs from the cupboard. "I'm serious. He left me a note." He flopped against the back of the sofa, sinking into the broken-down cushions and stretching out his legs. "A note? Yeah. I thought you knew that. It was pretty chaotic that day in Savage's office. Tell me what the note said." "It said to watch my back." Rath filled their cups before the pot stopped brewing, but that was fine with Justice. He liked his coffee dark. "I doubt it was a threat. What other way can I take it?" Justice took the cup his brother handed him when he walked into the small living room. "A warning about something?" "I doubt that. I had just fucked one of his best friends. Fucked over." Justice scowled and took a sip from the scalding liquid in his cup. "Whatever." Fisher's ravaged and confused face came back to him. Why had Fisher screamed those words at him? Fisher didn't want to open his eyes. He knew Rogue was hovering, but he didn't want to see the worry on his friend's face. He didn't want anything. That was the word he was searching for. Never again. Getting and staying drunk since Oregon was helping. Thank fuck for alcohol, otherwise he might have completely lost his mind when Justice appeared out of the blue the other day. "Fisher?" That was Echo's voice. The bed dipped and Fisher grimaced when both Rogue and Echo climbed up on either side of him. He wished they wouldn't, but it was Rogue's bed in the shabby Glendale apartment, so he had no right to complain. Echo dropped one arm around his waist, and Rogue settled his big body firmly up against him and started smoothing out his tangled hair. They'd done this as kids. When shit got really bad, they had huddled together and rode out the storm. Only this storm had come out of nowhere. Flashes were slowly coming back, but he couldn't get a clear fucking picture of what had happened. He'd recalled Justice's face, and all he knew was that the man was somehow involved. And knowing that Justice had a hand in triggering a blackout was sending him into a tailspin. Now each flash of the man's gorgeous face came from a place that destroyed him. And the fucked up part was that he knew better. He fucking knew better than to get involved with anyone. Wiping at his face, he scooted enough so he could roll onto his stomach and bury his head in the pillow. The room whirled. His head swam. Come on, alcohol. Fucking work. He needed something stronger. Shoving up with his arms, he rolled over on Echo and scrambled off the bed. "Fisher?" Echo was up, and so was Rogue. "Fuck off!" he snarled, making his way to the bathroom. He slammed the door and started tearing apart the medicine cabinet. Rogue had to have painkillers, or if he was lucky, sleeping pills. He would take anything to shut his fucking brain off. Don't remember. Something hard kicked the door and he stopped what he was doing to lean his hands on each side of the small sink. With one more bang, the door gave and Rogue was there staring at the mess he'd made. His friend said nothing, but that was the big guy's way. Echo hovered just behind Rogue's side. Fisher snapped on the water and lifted a hand to splash his face. "Got any drugs?" he mumbled. "No," Rogue sighed. Shoving past Rogue, he stumbled down the hall and out the front door. He took the 3 flights of stairs down because this place didn't have an elevator. Outside was a parking lot filled with cars and the sound of the busy street beyond. Finding a spot in the sun, he leaned against the building mainly because he was having trouble staying upright. His matted hair caught on the stucco and he grimaced, yanking at the long strands. He should just cut this shit off. Both Echo and Rogue had followed him, and each one again closed in at his sides, leaning against the wall without a word. "It's going to be okay, Fish," Rogue murmured. "Are you really telling me that this too shall pass?" he spat. It came out slurred. "What he's saying is give it time," Echo cut in. "Yeah, that's what I'll do." His words rang with bitterness. "It's what I always do." He had no choice. Caught in the safety net of his mind, he had to wait. Leaning his head back, he turned his face to the sun, wondering how many more days of sunlight he had left. How much longer could he last? The world tilted and upended, and he felt himself falling. Rogue caught him, of course, and he was lifted. He welcomed the darkness. His only wish was that it offered him a reprieve from the tormenting memories that waited just around the corner. Chapter 15. A week later, Fisher woke up drunk again. It was sometime in the early morning. He knew that much. He had face-planted on Rogue's couch last night and the material pressed into his cheek. He'd have a tweed pattern there when he decided to move. Only he didn't want to move right then, and preferably not for the next 6 fucking months. Staying drunk had not worked. True to form, some of his memories had come back. Snatches of hot sex with Justice, then a darkness that horrified him. It was so black that no matter how much he tried, he couldn't penetrate it. That meant that something very bad had happened, that his mind was trying to protect him. Still unclear on the facts, he knew without a doubt that Justice had somehow betrayed him. Every thought consisted of how he could stay inebriated long enough to lessen the sense of betrayal. If he did that, then he might be able to keep visions of choking the fucking life out of Justice at bay. Above and beyond his rage was the torment of half-fucked-up memories. Flashes of images careened around his tired brain, and he couldn't make sense of a lot of them. The fucked-up part was that prior to this episode, his nightmares had almost become non-existent. with only the occasional one like the night with Justice. Now, however, they'd returned with a vengeance every night and showed no signs of slowing. His eyes stung and it pissed him off. Justice should have been the one to save him, not the one who'd fucked him over. Thank fuck Rogue had come to his rescue. Rescue? He held his breath. The thumping inside his temples had him moaning. Rescue from what? From what he could recall, Rogue's voice called to him as if from far away. "Hang on, Fisher," Rogue had half sobbed. His friend's words had carved a slight path through the darkness. A few moments later, Rogue had lifted him and carried him away. One thing his friend hadn't been able to do was pull him from his black-filled torment. When he had finally come back to his senses, Fisher couldn't ignore his desperate need to escape. That part he remembered, buying the online ticket and taking the flight to Oregon. Now, however, he didn't have the luxury of escaping. Rogue had brought him back, and there was no denying the situation he found himself in. He was spiraling, and even he could see it. His friends were patient, but he wanted fucking answers. Perhaps he should track down Justice and get those answers. Suggesting it to Rogue, his friend had nixed that idea. Of course, that might have been because he'd told Rogue he was going to cut Justice open to find the answers he wanted. Fisher was more grateful to Rogue than he could ever repay. Since Oregon, the man had stayed by his side. Echo also came to the apartment to visit off and on. However, it had been Rogue who stayed with him while he went on one bender after another. Patiently, Rogue stayed by his side even though Fisher knew for a fact his friend had his own fucked up shit to deal with. There wasn't much difference between their pasts. Rogue and Echo were younger than him, but they had all been trained by Solomon. Fucking Solomon Mercy, the sick fuck, had bought young boys or taken them from the streets to train as assassins, all to make money. Out of the three of them, Rogue had been with Solomon the longest. His friend had been so tightly under Solomon's control that Rogue actually believed the fucker had been doing a good thing by taking in young boys. Yet, there had been one thing Rogue had never had to worry about, and that was the fact that Rogue was a big son of a bitch. For the slender, pretty, and quiet ones, it had been very different. A noise pulled him from going down that path of terror, and he flopped one arm off the couch. Slowly, he pushed himself onto his side, and from there he scooted his hips and managed to roll onto his back. Gazing up at the ceiling, he heard Rogue entering the bathroom down the hall. Echo had gone home a few days ago, but promised to be back. Fisher didn't blame the guy. Echo had a life to live with his other half. The lights were still off in the apartment, but the morning sun had started to filter in from the cracked window blinds. Fuck. The pounding inside his head was making a racket, but it kept him from thinking too much. At this point, he wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. An hour later, Fisher managed to sit his ass up on the couch and brace his elbows on his thighs. His cell phone lay on the carpet beneath the low coffee table, and he grabbed it. Several text messages from Savage popped up when he tapped the notifications on the screen. His boss wasn't too happy about him missing a month of work. So the fuck what? Savage could take a flying leap. He was in this state because of Justice, but he couldn't remember why. Jesus, he sounded like a fucking nutcase. "You awake?" Rogue's rough voice came from the hallway, and he shot his friend a bleary-eyed glance. "Barely," he croaked. "I want to ask you something," Rogue said. Fisher gnashed his teeth but nodded. He wasn't able to make an effort to stand right away, so he might as well hear Rogue out. After all, the guy had saved him and had put up with his drunken ass. It was the least he could do. "Does Justice know your backstory?" Rogue asked. Fisher scowled. "He should by now." "How? Did you tell him? Or was he given bits and pieces from other people?" Fuck no, he hadn't shared anything about his past with Justice. But the guy had to know, right? "He knows," Fisher glared insistently at Rogue. "If you didn't personally tell him about the hell we lived through, how would he know?" "Fuck this!" He clenched his fists and turned his attention to the blinds across the room. "I'm not busting your chops. Just think about it, Fish. When the fuck did you become the voice of reason?" he snapped. Rogue rubbed at the cropped beard on his jawline and gazed away. We both have our history. Fisher's eyes prickled, and that pissed him off. Gritting his teeth, his jaw started to ache. After a moment, Rogue shook himself and turned his attention back to him. Feel like doing a job with me? No. Fisher didn't feel like doing anything. Plus, he was still drunk, which was the reason he hadn't tried standing yet. He needed to push through and get his ass up. Rogue's lids narrowed and his lips pressed flat. How long are you going to keep drinking and avoiding this? As long as I fucking want. Why? You going to kick me out now? You can stay as long as you need to. You know that. Rogue walked into the small kitchen and started a pot of coffee before turning around to gaze at him over the open bar. Fisher gave his friend a grimace. I need a shower. With that said, he finally made it to his feet and disappeared down the hallway. He didn't want to talk about anything anymore. He just needed to fucking forget the little he had remembered. Forget that he'd been on the verge of trusting. Forget justice. Forget his fucked up past. And most of all, he had to remember that he wasn't normal. So how could he have ever thought he could have a normal life? Hours later that night, the pulsing beat of the club thrummed through his numbing brain. Fisher stumbled over to snag the drink from a nearby standing table next to the club's dance floor. The man and two women he'd been dancing with crowded in around him and grabbed their own drinks. When their glasses lifted high, Fisher knocked his against theirs and tossed down what was left in the glass. The whiskey had long ago lost its burn. Now he chased it for the effect. One of the women grabbed his arm and pulled, and he willingly followed her gyrating hips encased in a black miniskirt. The tight black mesh top outlined her tits in a push-up bra. She wore black stilettos that put her above his height, and her red hair was a fiery wave tossed about her heavily made-up face. Fisher shook back his long hair. He'd lost his hair tie hours ago. The other woman, a big busted blonde with a charming smile wearing a tight blue dress, danced closer. With a laugh, she tugged at his hair. I love your hair. She had to get close enough to shout the words. He grabbed her around the waist and whirled farther into the crush of dancing bodies, pulling the redhead along with them. They were followed by the other man. Fisher didn't know their names. He didn't want to know who they were. All he wanted was what they offered. With an arm around each woman's waist, he bumped and gyrated to the beat. The man danced forward, coming close enough for Fisher to feel the heat coming from the guy's shirtless chest. There, beneath the spinning lights, the man worked open the buttons on Fisher's shirt. Fisher didn't bother glancing down at his chest. He knew the scars that were there, and had long since given up giving a fuck. This was who he was, scars and all. Rather than push the shirt from his shoulders, the guy gave a sexy smile and left it hanging open. Both girls stroked their hands inside of Fisher's shirt, and also over the other man's bare chest. The crowd roared when the music changed into the grinding beat of Sam Smith's Desire. Fisher dropped his head back and closed his eyes, and escaped for a while. Chapter 16. Justice couldn't take his eyes off Fisher. Long black hair fell to the top of the man's ass when his head fell back. The column of his throat lay exposed, and those bright blue eyes were closed. Somehow, a friend of a friend had found out that Fisher was at this club tonight. It was too much of a coincidence, and Justice suspected that Rogue might have had a hand in him getting the information. That didn't mean he didn't need to stop watching his back. There would be a reckoning day with Rogue. Of that, Justice had no doubt. Whatever the case may be, he didn't give a fuck. All he knew was that he wasn't leaving this club without Fisher, or at the very least, talking with the guy. That Fisher was inebriated might be in his favor. First, it would make physically handling Fisher easier, and second, booze did tend to trigger the truth to words. He thought about tossing back a few drinks before joining Fisher on the dance floor, but he needed a clear head. The crowd was deep, and it took some time to work his way through the throng. When he finally made it to Fisher, the three people dancing with the guy were all over each other. Ellie Goulding's song Miracle switched up the beat slightly, and Justice didn't wait. He came up behind Fisher. Moving his body in time with the assassin's slighter form, Justice stayed close. Fisher sent his head back to rest on his upper chest and then gyrated his ass back into his crotch, clearly unaware of who was behind him. Justice felt his throat grow tight, and all he wanted was to rest his head down on Fisher's shoulder and let the world fall away. The other 3 people moved even closer to them, and soon all 5 of them were in sync. Fisher reached his hands up and closed them at either side of Justice's neck, pressing their bodies together more tightly. God help him, Justice closed his arms around Fisher's waist and held on, locking his hands around the man's front. Dropping his head, Justice nuzzled into the fall of dark hair, and he ghosted his mouth over Fisher's ear. Regret was a bitter thing. The way Fisher danced back against him clearly showed Fisher didn't know it was him. Playing a trick on Fisher had never been his intention, and he wasn't going to start by lying now. "Hello, Slim," he growled against the shell of the man's ear. Fisher tensed and after a long moment relaxed. Justice knew without a doubt he wasn't forgiven, but at least he was still breathing. It must have been the alcohol that made the man compliant. He knew that Fisher had consumed enough for 2 grown men. It was a wonder the slender man was still on his feet. Justice jerked his head back slightly when Fisher spun around in his arms, their gazes locked and held. Unable to resist, Justice bent his head down when Fisher pulled at the back of his neck to bring his face closer. The man went up on his tiptoes, and through the loud noise and music, Fisher shouted next to his ear, "I fucking hate you!" Justice closed his eyes and tightened his arms. Fisher groaned and rolled over. The bed beneath him was soft and the sheets cool. He couldn't remember jack shit about last night, and the pounding of his head told him why. The hangover was going to be a bitch, but at least he wasn't still drunk. Now if he could only figure out where the fuck he was. Nothing bad had happened. Of that he was sure because he could remember being at the club last night. He remembered. He rolled his head to the side. Son of a bitch. He recognized that head of dirty blonde hair and that rippling muscled back. Lifting the sheet, he gazed down at himself. Fuck. He wore only briefs. Scenes from the night before rolled through his head. Justice giving his dance companions death glares until they finally disappeared. A punch to Justice's face, delivered by him. Well, that at least made him feel better. But remembering the lip lock that followed out in the parking lot turned his jaw to granite. Because he'd been 3 sheets to the wind, there was zero recollection of the drive to Justice's house, nor did he remember how he had become almost naked in the man's bed. Had they fucked last night? Easing out of the bed, he assessed his body. No, they hadn't fucked, he was sure. Fisher spotted his clothes hanging over a chair. The thought of pulling on the smelly clothing wrinkled his nose. Instead, he stalked into the washroom and stepped beneath the water before it was even warm. Soaping up quickly, he rinsed and started on his hair. 10 minutes later, he dried off and re-entered the bedroom wearing a towel around his hair and his waist. He found Justice awake, sitting up and resting against the headboard with the sheet pulled up to his waist. Fisher pasted on a glare and marched to the closet with those hooded blue eyes following him. He yanked a gray t-shirt from the man's closet and grabbed a freshly laundered pair of black sweatpants. Everything was miles too big, but he cinched the drawstring tight. Jerking on the t-shirt, he returned to the bedroom and stalked over to the chair to sit down and put on his shoes. "Fisher," Justice murmured. "Don't." "I'm sorry, I don't want to hear it," Fisher growled, cutting off the stumbling apology. Hell, at this point, he didn't even know what the fuck Justice was sorry about. "I just needed you safe." "Safe?" He sounded incredibly outraged, but couldn't help it. "Yeah. I needed you to stay out of it." Stay out of what? He wanted to shout. Angry all over again and not knowing why made fury rush through his body. "You know what, Justice? Fuck you." He gave the man a scathing look and walked out of the room. He fully expected Justice to follow him, but he was able to leave the house on his own. Outside, he walked to the closed gate. He waited, but it didn't open. Fuck this. Anger lent him speed. There wasn't much on earth he couldn't scale, and nothing could contain him. Except for a cage. Other than that, he was a master at getting out of a jam. Glancing back toward the house, Fisher spotted Justice at the front door wearing only a pair of unbuttoned jeans around his hips. The man held a clicker in his hand. The gate started to roll open, but it was slow as fuck. The wheels beneath the gate moved painstakingly slow, grinding over the concrete. Their gazes locked and held across the distance. He was still too angry. He wanted to strangle Justice with his bare hands. Fuck the gate. Spinning around, he sprinted toward the cement wall that butted against the left side of the exit. When he reached it, he ran halfway up before he pulled himself up and perched easily at the top. Normally, he'd stop there and glance back. But fuck that. He disappeared over the wall and dropped onto the grassy bank below. Justice watched Fisher go with a lump in his throat. For some reason, he thought they'd get a chance to talk before the gloves came off. He'd been so wrong. Fisher was still not ready to talk to him. The man's anger was off the Richter scale, and that right there told him he was missing something. He was missing something big. And he wasn't going to get answers from Fisher or the man's friends. He thought briefly about calling Echo, or hell, trying Owen again, but he knew that was a lost cause. There was no way in hell they'd tell him a fucking thing. He needed to find answers, and perhaps that would lead him to forgiveness. He dialed Rath's number, and his brother picked up on the first ring. "What's wrong?" "I need an answer." "About what?" Rath said after a long moment. "What did he do to them?" The words came out rough and raspy. "Who?" "Solomon." "What did he do to those boys?" "The scene is still there. You should see for yourself," Rath said with a heavy sigh and gave him an address in San Bernardino. "Is that the place?" "It's the place where Solomon kept Cash, Apollo, and Azrael. According to Echo, it's similar." "Just tell me. You need to see it to believe it, baby bro." "The key is beneath the right front fender of the rusty old Ford parked at the left of the door," Rath said, and quietly ended the call. "Fuck!" He punched the arm of the couch before he put the address into his phone. According to the map, it would take 3 hours in traffic to drive from Ventura to San Bernardino, but that was a small price to pay. Whistling for Axel, he and his dog jumped in his truck. He needed answers. Perhaps he'd find the truth at that facility, because one thing was for certain. Fisher wasn't going to tell him shit. Chapter 17. Reaching the next street over from Justice's house, Fisher caught an Uber and had it drop him near Rogue's place in downtown Ventura. He walked slowly for a few blocks. He had shit he needed to take care of, and going on a month-long bender hadn't helped him keep his promise. The next order of business was to pay Mikey and Ryan a visit. He shot a text to Rogue. "Fisher, where are you?" "Rogue, on a job, why?" "Fisher, I need wheels." "Rogue, I have a loaner. My car is at headquarters." "Fisher, okay, I'll figure something out." Damn it, just his luck. Next on his list to try was Savage. He probably wouldn't get help there, but it was worth a try. "Fisher, can I get a loaner car?" "Savage, yes." Fisher blinked at the one-word response. No additional questions, no asking where the fuck he'd been. What was that about? He didn't question it, though, and called for another ride that dropped him off a mile from Erebus. From there, he worked his way through the blocks with a back-and-forth pattern until he reached the back of the building next to the Erebus parking lot. The headache was instant, and he leaned on the side of the neighboring warehouse. His vision swam, and blue eyes swept up in a young face, thin arms hugging him tightly in a crowded bar. Then the blood. Fuck. He sank to his knees on the asphalt, gravel cut into his knees, but he didn't feel the pain. Mouse was dead. Blue had killed Mouse, and the night it all happened came back to him. Running, then hunting, exchanging fire in the parking lot, but needing to disappear before the cops came. He'd gone to Justice that night after being gone for a few days. He'd needed someone he could trust. They'd spent the night together, but the next morning he'd passed out that morning, which he never did. Damn it. The memory receded. Rubbing his hands down his face, his eyes burned. A young teenage boy was dead, a boy he'd tried to help. Blue was dead as soon as he located the fucker. What he needed to do now was find Beck. The teenager was going to be devastated when he found out Mouse was gone. Beck would probably not want to live, but Fisher was going to be there and hang on to the boy until he could go on without Mouse. He shoved to his feet and headed around the building and across the Erebus building's parking lot. The guard on duty stepped aside when he approached, and Fisher pressed his thumb to the keypad on the wall. The door sprung open, and he stepped into the cool interior. The guard closed the door after he entered, and Fisher took the stairs leading to the upper floor in Savage's office. "No, this one is better," someone said just as Fisher stepped into the open doorway. Savage sat behind the desk with an exasperated look on his face. A slender and rather beautiful blonde man was hanging over Savage's shoulder looking at the man's phone. When Fisher rapped his knuckles on the open door, the blonde glanced up with a pair of gorgeous blue eyes and a very cute face. The man instantly smiled. It was such a contrast to the big brooding Erebus leader that it made Fisher smirk. "Hello, you must be Fisher. I don't think we've officially met yet, but I'm Thane. This here is Savage." The blonde gave Savage a pat on the shoulder. "He knows who I am." Savage squinted up at Thane, who laughed. "Okay, I'll get out of your hair." Thane's movements were as quick as his manner of speaking, and Fisher guessed that the guy was probably a handful. "Bye, Fish," Thane said with a pat on his arm and disappeared out the door, leaving Fisher dumbfounded. Most people didn't talk to him because he didn't give off an approachable vibe, and people never touched him because they feared death. Thane hadn't been intimidated at all, and Fisher found himself admiring the openness and of how approachable Thane had been, the exact opposite of Savage. He shot his boss a quick glance. He didn't know his boss at all. All he did know was that Savage had replaced Solomon, and he would answer to Savage if he decided to stay with Erebus. The jury was out on that because he wasn't sure if he could stay after everything that had happened. "Have a seat, Fisher." "I just need a car." He stayed where he was. He knew his gaze was distrusting, but he didn't give a shit. There weren't many he could trust in this world. "Please," Savage said, keeping his voice even and calm. He wanted Fisher to trust him. Of course, that wouldn't happen right away, but it would over time if he could just start with the little things. Through the fall of incredibly long black hair, Fisher's blue eyes were full of wariness. "Just for a moment," Savage encouraged. With slow, hesitant steps, Fisher approached one of the 3 thick leather chairs and sat down facing him. "I'm not going to ask what you need the car for, but I'm going to trust that it won't come back on us," Savage said, picking up an iPad and scrolling through it before flipping it toward him and gently laying it on the desk. "It won't." Fisher reached out and lifted the iPad. Seeing it was a contract to check out a vehicle, he had no problem signing his name with his finger. He placed the pad back down and gazed at Savage. "That's good. We have to protect the order," Savage said. His boss didn't smile, and Fisher figured the other guy, Thane, was so full of laughter that it had probably deflated Savage's smile. He didn't know for sure what was between the two men, but the pair had reeked of closeness. "I heard you had a run-in with Justice." A muscle ticked in Fisher's jaw, and that blue gaze turned from untrusting to pissed off. Echo had probably told their boss. "I know," Savage held up his hand. "It's not my business." "That's right." "He cares about you," Savage said softly. The wall snapped up so high that Savage feared it would never come down if he continued pressing. So he switched to something else. "Would you like a job while you're here?" "Can I have another week?" Fisher's eyes flicked to the man's face, and he only saw calm authority. He needed to get some shit done before he could take on work. Mouse's bloodied body flashed up. "I have something I need to do." "Of course. You know where I am." Fisher got up and walked out. Why was Blue in play? What the fuck had his endgame been to kill Mouse? And who the fuck wanted him home? Was that another part of his lost memories? He didn't think so, but he couldn't be 100% sure. Fucking hell. Savage watched the assassin's slender form disappear out his door, and he released the sigh he'd been holding. He hadn't been let in on what exactly Solomon had done to the boys he'd captured, but he could take a fucking guess. He still didn't know where Blue factored in on all this. He figured the answers lay with Fisher and Rogue because Echo had thought Blue was dead and didn't know what was going on. However, getting answers from Fisher and Rogue was like trying to capture the wind. This was all kinds of fucked up. He rubbed at his face. "All good?" Thane poked his head in the back door. "Yeah," Savage scowled. "Go to work." Thane poked out his bottom lip, and Savage steeled himself. After a moment, Thane snapped a half-assed salute in his direction and sauntered off. "Smartass," Savage murmured. "I heard that," Thane's voice drifted back. Savage rubbed at the bridge of his nose. This job just might be the death of him. Wrangling a bunch of assassins wasn't anything to sneeze at. He really did not love this job. At least not yet. But taking on this task had been a favor for Dave. It was the least he could do since the former SecDef had saved his ass several times in the past. Chapter 18. The place was airtight. Not even the cops had been privy to what had gone down inside. Justice found the key in the old Ford fender just like Rath had said. He opened the door and stepped inside. The smell punched him in the gut. He pressed his hand over his nose and mouth, trying to overcome the smell of feces and mold that almost had him throwing up. It was a good damned thing he'd skipped breakfast. Axel whined at him and Justice sympathized. "Come on, we'll get used to it," he told his dog. He left the door open and snapped on the light from the switch on the wall to his right. The fluorescent lights flickered on and hummed, illuminating the inside of the cluttered warehouse. Axel stayed glued to his side until Justice gave a silent command to search the place, and the dog shot off like a rocket. Gazing around, Justice was faced with boxes, crates, and numerous pallets holding shit stacked to the ceiling. It looked like an old electronics warehouse, but the pictures on the side of the boxes looked like it dated back to the 80s. One pile of boxes held photos of old-fashioned computer screens with their protruding backs, looking like grotesque monstrosities. Those suckers definitely worked on dial-up internet. What he couldn't fathom was why all the crap. It could have been left over from when Solomon had bought the place. Had Solomon wanted to take a crack at the computer business but then saw a more lucrative opportunity of kidnapping boys from the streets for profit? That question may never be answered because the fucker was dead. Walking along the stacked pallets, Justice came to an opening at the end. He stepped out, and for a split second he couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. Bile coated his tongue at his first glimpse of the open space. He stared in horror as his mind raced. Here the smell grew even more sickening, and Justice dropped his hand from covering his nose. He deserved to breathe in every fucking bit of this stench. Kit's house was dark except for the one yellow front porch light, and Fisher spotted movement behind the blinds that covered the dirty front windows. Music pumped through the house, and the sound escaped the walls, but not too loud to alert the neighbors. Not that it would matter, because the neighbors were just as sketchy as Kit. Everyone who knew Kit came in through the back door. Those stopping by for drugs usually called ahead, and Kit would send a runner out to meet the cars. It was a sign of drug trafficking to the cops if they had bothered to look, but law enforcement had steered clear of this neighborhood. A couple of guys were sitting on the back porch beneath a yellow bulb and gave him an up nod when he came around the side. "Fisher, my man!" A guy he'd met a few times and knew only as Scotty held out his fist. Fisher gave Scotty a fist bump and let himself in through the back door. The laundry room was piled high with clothes that carried the smell of grime and body odor, and he walked through the small path someone had carved. "Hey, Fish!" Another guy he'd met a few times but didn't recall his name called out, drawing the attention of most of the people in the dingy living room. Kit, who was sitting on the couch along with 4 other people, smiled and waved him over. In front of the couch was a low coffee table filled with beer bottles and cans, along with 2 broken pieces of a mirror. A rolled-up dollar bill sat resting on white residue. Fisher's foot hit an empty beer can, sending it rolling across the dirty carpet. Reaching the broken-down couch, Kit shoved and pushed people until there was a small spot for him. "Boston! Get Fisher a beer!" Kit yelled, and a beautiful young man unfolded from the carpet in front of the television and disappeared into the kitchen. Fisher dropped down and took the joint Kit handed to him. He sucked in a lungful to hold and held the bud back out. Kit took the joint to his lips and pulled on it. Boston came back into the room and handed him a can of beer before shooting him a shy smile and going back to the television. "One of Solomon's?" Fisher asked Kit, jerking his chin at Boston. "No." Fisher's gut tightened with a sick feeling. Something niggled at the back of his mind. "What brings you here?" Kit asked with a release of white smoke. "I'm looking for some of the guys. Beck, specifically." Kit's hand froze for a split second before his eyes landed on Boston and then back to him. Their conversation was pretty much swallowed up by the music, television, and conversations going on. "Thought you gave up rescuing everyone," Kit whispered, and passed the joint to the person on his right. "Nope." Fisher leaned his head against the back of the couch and stared up at the yellow-stained ceiling. He wasn't sure when he'd taken on the task of locating young assassins after Solomon's death, but the idea had taken root and he couldn't shake it. He wanted to find as many of them as possible. They needed to have a fucking chance, a choice about life, and he aimed to give them that, starting with Beck. "A few of the guys have come around. Mouse was asking for you," Kit whispered, rubbing at his mouth and then picking at a red mark on his cheek. Fisher nodded but didn't tell Kit about Mouse. He didn't want Beck to find out about what had happened from anyone other than him. Kit's face was torn and he worried about the guy. He wondered if Kit would ever get clean. This had been his own life for years after the service. Fisher was sure he would have ended up becoming a drug dealer like Kit if he hadn't gone into the Navy. It had been his military years that had kept him from a life of crime. After the Navy, the nightmares had returned, and he'd tried to escape them by using any drug out there along with alcohol. It had worked for a while, but then it didn't. Instead of going down the substance abuse rabbit hole to a quick death, Fisher had decided to come back to Erebus and report to Solomon. It sure as hell didn't surprise him that Solomon had been into the same fucking shit as before, but being with Rogue and Echo kept him somewhat sober. "Drink up, my man," Kit said, tapping his beer can against his. "I know you're broke." Fisher gulped hastily at his beer. "There's only one fly remaining in the ointment," Kit murmured. "Who?" "Tanis." "What?" Fisher stopped breathing, shaking his head. "Tanis is dead." "No, he's not." His mouth was so dry he couldn't even swallow. That changed everything. He rubbed at his forehead and then the pounding that had started behind his temples. "Fucking tell me you're lying." "I'm not. A few months ago, I found out that Tanis is still in play." "And you're just telling me this now?" "You haven't been around." Kit shrugged as if it were no big deal that the man who'd molested him was still alive. "Do you know if Tanis was still partnering with Solomon?" "I don't know." Fuck. Fisher couldn't seem to swallow past the sick feeling in his stomach. He'd bet his fucking life that Solomon had had Tanis as his partner all these years. He glanced wildly around the room. Across the short space, his eyes landed on Boston. The teenager was engrossed in the TV. "Boston?" When the boy glanced over, Fisher crooked his finger. He took a few moments to regulate his breathing. His mind raced. His past came up, but he shoved it down. Boston crawled across the floor instead of standing, and when the boy came close enough, Fisher caught him by the back of the neck in a firm grip. Boston froze, and Fisher leaned in next to the kid's ear. "Who's your handler?" Fisher whispered. Boston drew back with a confused look and darted a glance at Kit. "Answer the man," Kit said, even though he had no idea of the question. Boston bit his bottom lip and then squeezed his hands together and whispered something so quietly Fisher had to lean forward to hear. "Tanis, Boston whispered again. The room upended, so it was a good thing Fisher was sitting. Tanis was back in play. It was hard not to miss the terror lingering in Boston's big eyes, and Fisher got why. Tanis was one sick motherfucker. Fisher released Boston, and the teenager scooted back to watch the television. "You're not going to save them all," Kit murmured with his eyes on Boston. The vision of Mouse's crumpled body swam up. "I can fucking try," Fisher mumbled, and chugged more of the beer. Now that he knew Tanis wasn't dead, his plan to kill Blue changed. He began to create a cold, methodical plan to follow Blue until he led him to Tanis. He would kill Tanis after he peeled the skin from the fucker's flesh. What he needed to do right then was talk to Rogue. Kit snorted at him, and Fisher glanced over at his friend. The man was a stark reminder of what waited for him if he didn't get his shit together. And he would. Eventually he would. Fisher waved a declining hand when the weed was passed his way again and leaned closer to whisper to Kit. "Have you seen Beck? Is anyone other than Boston here right now?" "Not right now, but Mouse and Beck usually show up around the weekend." Fisher swallowed. Beck would show up alone, if at all. He would bet money Tanis was back running them. Both Mouse and Beck had been boys of Tanis. Each had been shipped to Solomon to work off the books, and like him, they'd been denied full pay. Something kept bugging him about the whole thing, and Justice's face kept flickering through his dazed mind before flashing back to Tanis. Was Tanis now dabbling in the assassin side of things? If so, the fucker would need more help than just Blue to do the job. "You seen Blue?" "Once a few months back. He was with Crow," Kit said. Crow and Blue were Tanis's right-hand men, and the three of them might be able to pull off taking over where Solomon had left off. "Stay and hang out until they show up," Kit suggested after a minute and puffed on the joint. Fisher gulped half the can of beer and then wiped at his mouth with the back of his hand. Yeah, maybe he would stay. Alcohol wasn't doing the job, so maybe something stronger would work, and then he'd look for Beck. Several hours later, he was flying high on weed and beer, and most of the people had gone from the small house. Kit was crashed out on the couch, so Fisher stumbled his way down the hall and into the back bedroom. 3 half-dressed men were on the bed, and Boston was sleeping, curled up in the corner on the floor. "Fuckers!" Fisher didn't even think twice. He walked over to the bed and kicked the first guy in the head. The man rolled off the bed with a yell. The next one Fisher kicked in the junk, and the guy howled, waking up the third one. "What the fuck, man? You fucking asshole!" The yelling came loudly from all the men except the one still holding his balls and rolling around. Fisher pulled his weapon and pointed it at the loudest one. "Get the fuck out!" They stumbled away from the bed, yanking up unbuttoned pants. One grabbed a shirt from the ground, and then the arm of the man still reeling from the blow to his balls. The door slammed, and Fisher dropped to the side of the bed. After a long moment, he moved his eyes to the corner. Boston looked like a deer caught in headlights. The boy was just the age that Tanis liked. How the hell had Boston gotten away from him? He'd get the answer tomorrow, because right now he couldn't even think straight. "You can stay there in that corner or crash on the bed, I don't give a shit. But nobody is going to touch you again." The words lost some of their impact when he slurred like a bitch, but fuck it. He'd blow their fucking brains out if anyone touched the kid. There were 2 types of animals in this world, fight or flight. Boston was a flight animal, and he stayed frozen in his corner. A long time ago, Fisher had been one of those flight animals. Once upon a time. Now, he was a fucking fighter. But he still had doubts. Right at that moment, he felt like a fucking flight animal, and he hated that Justice had done that to him. He hated that Justice had fucked him over. His eyes prickled. It must have been the weed and booze, and he flopped back on the bed and tossed his arm over his eyes. He couldn't stop the lump from growing in his throat when he finally recalled what he'd thought was a beautiful morning. No, not beautiful. Something inside of him fought the mush of his brain. He didn't want to remember. Because on the heels of anything good in his life were the memories of horror. The fog in his brain parted like the Red Sea, and he was faced with memories that he didn't want, and as much as he tried, he couldn't stop the sudden influx of what had happened from slamming through. Caught and held, His mind trapped him, and he was sent spiraling into the past. Back to that time. Chapter 19. On that ominous day, Fisher had been driven awake by the same nightmare. Only that time, it had been his reality. A nasty-tasting film coated his tongue for one, and for another he was no longer lying snug in Justice's bed. A different ceiling lay above him, and a cot beneath. Jerking upright, his eyes flew around the enclosure. Bars were on 3 sides with a wall at his back. He was caged. This had to be a mistake. Bile coated his tongue, and he scrambled off the bed and threw up orange juice on the concrete floor. "Take it easy, Fisher. You're okay." At the quietly murmured words, he whirled around and spotted Justice on the other side of the bars sitting on a chair. Staggering over to the cage door, he gripped the bars and violently shook them. "It's not funny. Open the door." He glared, the words coming through a throat that felt raw, and he slammed his palm against the metal. "I can't." Justice slowly shook his head. His mouth pulled into a sad frown, and worry filled the man's eyes. Panting, Fisher squeezed the metal, and his whole body shook. Memories slammed into him, and he gulped them back. "You fucking drugged me!" Shock cracked his voice. "I'm sorry." Regret filled the man's eyes. "I don't care if you're fucking sorry, Justice. Open this fucking door." His voice didn't even sound like his own any longer. "I can't. I need you here for the next few hours until we take care of Blue." "I don't care about that right now." He grew lightheaded. His lungs weren't working right. "Just let me out of here. I can't be in here." "I'm sorry." Justice stood and walked farther away from the cage, and that was when Fisher realized he was in what was more than likely a basement. "Axel, come." "Guard." At Justice's command, the big dog trotted over and lay near the vacant chair. Axel was one of those police-type dogs Fisher had seen climb walls in videos, but the name of the breed escaped his panicked brain at the moment. Fuck this. He flew into motion, grabbing a bucket he spotted and threw it with all his strength at the bars. It hit with a bang before rolling loudly on the floor. Next was the cot, blankets and all. It cracked against the bars. Justice had reached the door by that time and had one hand on the knob. "Let me out! Let me out!" Fisher screamed, hating the pleading sound, hating that his whole body shook. Justice didn't understand. Fisher had to make the man understand. "I can't be in here." "I'm sorry. I'll be back." With one last long look, Justice left the room and closed the door. The world closed in. It grew darker by the minute, and Fisher couldn't see himself coming back from this. Stumbling over the bedding and cot, he slipped in his own puke. Staggering, he made it to the bars in one corner and fell on his ass. No, this couldn't be happening again. His vision narrowed and his mind tried to soothe him, but he knew the horror of his reality was going to send him straight to hell. Pulling his knees to his chest, he rocked back and forth. Lifting one arm, he bit into the skin, drawing blood. The pain was distant, but enough to keep the room in focus. But for how long? Truthfully, he didn't have long to wait before the blackout hit. The next thing he remembered was Rogue pulling him out of there. When the bed dipped beside him, Kit's bedroom came spinning back into focus when Fisher flicked his eyes open. He stared up at the dirty ceiling. As wary as a wildcat, Boston crawled up onto the bed to ease down beside him. Fisher was glad for the interruption because remaining calm took considerable effort. His heart pounded from the recollection and alcohol and weed still thrumming through his veins. And as much as he wanted to, he couldn't stop his traitorous brain from thinking about the tall, muscular blonde with the soul-searching blue eyes. This was what he got for letting his dick do the talking. Damn it. "Are you okay? You were making choking sounds in your sleep," Boston whispered. "Sorry," Fisher croaked and rolled to his side, offering his back to the boy. His soul burned. His thoughts were spiraling out of control, and all he knew at this very moment were two things. He would eventually, and without a doubt, go insane. And he was never going to forgive Justice. San Bernardino warehouse. It was dark outside, but beneath the flickering lights inside the stuffy building, everything was visible, and Justice struggled to comprehend what he saw. What the fuck? His voice echoed, breaking the eerie silence that hovered over the putrid-smelling enclosure. 3 6x8 cages sat in a vacant area. A few feet separated the cages from each other. Inside were blankets, a bucket, and nothing else. Unable to stop himself, he walked to the first cage, stepped inside, and pulled the door almost all the way shut. The impact of the moment hit him hard. His breath caught, and he grabbed the bar to keep himself upright. Gasping for air only caused him to grow more lightheaded, and he hung on to keep himself upright. Axel came trotting over and pawed at the cage door, sending the bars rattling. Pacing back and forth restlessly, the dog whined. Several minutes passed. These enclosures were sickening. To keep young boys locked up for fuck knew how long had been diabolical. And he had done the same thing to Fisher. He had taken the man's freedom. Granted, it had been brief, because Rogue had rescued Fisher, but that didn't mean shit. He had locked Fisher inside a fucking cage, and he would answer for his crimes. His recklessness had brought up Fisher's past. His actions had taken Fisher to a place he should have never had to be. Solomon had been a demonic madman. It didn't take a degree in rocket science for Justice to understand that for years that monster had tortured Fisher, plus other young boys, by locking them up and turning them into killers. If Justice could have resurrected that motherfucker and ripped out his throat, he would have. The rational part of his brain reminded him of the fact that he hadn't known about the cages. But was that any excuse? He knew Solomon had been a sick fuck. Fisher had begged him to release him that day, and he hadn't listened. Instead, he'd walked away. Didn't that make him Fisher's abuser? He wanted to rage at the injustice of it all and his own stupidity. One thing he knew for certain was Fisher would never forgive him. And he would never forgive himself. "Justice, don't shoot," Steele's voice came from the entrance, near the aisle of boxes. "I won't," he croaked. Axel went ballistic with his hair raised, barking and snarling. "Down," Justice said, and the dog dropped to his haunches. Steele's boots crunched on the junk-riddled concrete floor and something cracked beneath his footsteps. The former soldier cursed, the sound muffled. Glancing that way, Justice found Steele holding a hand over his mouth and nose. Axel snarled, and Steele gave the dog a wary look. "He won't kill me, will he?" As much time as he had spent with Steele, the guy still had a healthy respect for his dog. "I told him we're friends." "Yeah? That's why Cujo acted like he wanted to eat me just now?" Justice would have smirked if he could have mustered the energy. But faced with this fucked-up place and his own burgeoning guilt, he found only bleakness. After a moment, Steele spoke nasally from behind his hand. "Can we talk outside?" Rather than answer, Justice walked out of the cage past Steele and out the door of the warehouse with Axel at his side. He stood in the afternoon sun and gulped in huge breaths of air. Steele joined him and did the same. "How did you know I was here?" "Wrath called real." Justice gazed at his friend. All the horror and pain returned and crushed him as he imagined Fisher subjected to a place like that. What he was feeling must have shown on his face because Steele gripped his shoulder hard. "What is it?" "Solomon caged them like animals. And I did the same thing." "Look, you didn't know," his friend said, giving him a firm shake. "I should have," Justice snapped. Shaking off Steele's hand, he walked to the end of the narrow parking lot and gazed through the chain-link fence at the junkyard beyond. Steele followed him. "How could you have known? Nobody knew shit. You kept Fisher from the hit going down on Blue. There was no time to explain fuck about anyone's history." "History?" He frowned and glanced at Steele. "Do you know their history?" "No, I don't. I imagine the only person who does know is Ice, because Echo would have told him," Steele said. "From what I gather, Rogue and Fisher are not talking." That made sense. Ice and Echo were in love, so it stood to reason that they'd know about each other's pasts. He, on the other hand, hadn't been a big part of Fisher's life, so he didn't know shit. Wait. There are others. Justice hunched his shoulders and tucked his hands into the pockets of his blue jeans. The recent boys that were rescued. They could shed some light on what Fisher went through. I imagine Cash or Apollo might share with you if you sat down with them, Steele agreed. What about Azrael? I don't think Real will let you get close enough to talk with Az. That made sense. Justice figured all the boys were having trouble adjusting, and the last thing they needed was him digging for answers because he'd fucked up. I tried to talk with Fisher, but he's too angry. Give it time. It's only been a little over a month. It had been 5 weeks, but to him it felt like fucking years. Savage is backed up on jobs. You good to come along, or are you sitting a few out? Steele asked. What does that have to do with Genesis? He frowned. I guess Real is having us help you guys out. Justice rubbed at his face. A hit. A job. Suddenly that was all he wanted, to lose himself in his profession. Perhaps killing a few sick individuals would keep him occupied. I'll come, he said roughly. He would not handle the jobs to forget what he'd done, but rather each job would serve as a reminder that he did have the power to end people just as sick as Solomon. And perhaps only then could he gain a bit of gratification. Chapter 20. When Fisher woke up in Kit's spare bedroom, Boston's warm body lay next to him. He glanced over. The boy had curled closer as if seeking protection, and it sent something painful into his chest. The boy reminded him so much of Mouse. Fisher had a soft spot for these lost and abused children. The teenager's lids lifted and dark eyes held his. Did Solomon train you? Or were you always with Tanis? Boston answered after a moment of hesitation. Tanis. And then Solomon. When Solomon died, I was taken back by Tanis. Fisher swallowed through his suddenly tight throat. How old are you? 16. Those fuckers. Solomon had Boston out there killing people, and Tanis had done unspeakable. Fisher clenched his teeth, fighting off the memories. How long were you with Tanis? Boston's eyes went wide, and he rolled off the bed before Fisher could blink and raced to the door. You don't have to run anymore. Reaching for the knob, the teenager stopped, chest heaving, breath rasping. I'm not here to take you back to Tanis. And I sure the fuck will put a bullet in his head when I find him. Boston slowly turned around and Fisher sat up on the side of the bed. He checked his weapon before sliding it back into the custom-made back holster. What about Blue? Will you kill him too? The wobble in Boston's voice was telling when he spoke of the other sexual predator. Blue was as good as dead. Yes. When Boston ducked his head, Fisher stood from the bed. You want to get out of here? You want to get and stay clean? I don't use drugs. Boston's hands fisted. You're braver than I am, kid. He rubbed his hands quickly down his face and shook off the cobwebs. Drugs don't make anything better. Fisher smirked. Wise words. It was dark by the time Fisher drove down a cracked and cratered street and parked his loaner car against the curb. We're here, he told Boston softly and got out. Leaving his vehicle, he pulled up the hood of his black sweatshirt, and Boston did the same before they made their way over to the rocky sidewalk. Roots had pushed up between the seams, and the city hadn't bothered to fix them. That wasn't the only thing the city didn't care about in this neighborhood. Most of the yards were overgrown, and several had junk cars and torn-apart motorcycle parts stacked up against paint-peeled garage doors. With Boston at his side, Fisher turned down the next block over and walked down the alley where backyards sat behind brick walls and chain-link fences. Reaching a concrete wall, he took a running jump and pulled himself up to the top. Glancing down at Boston, he waited. The youth leaped upward. Boston was agile and quick and balanced at the top of the wall with zero effort. From there, Fisher jumped down into the backyard and Boston followed. Landing lightly in the tall grass, he made his way through the overgrowth and onto the back porch. They might be a bit scared at first, Fisher warned and lifted his hand. But before he could knock, the door was thrown open and 55 pounds of giggling boy crashed into him. I knew you would make it! Where's Rogue? Mikey gazed up at him through bright blue eyes, and dark curly hair fell over his forehead. Fisher couldn't help but reach down and hug the little munchkin before gesturing to Boston. "He's busy. This is Boston. He's a friend." "Hi," Mikey said. "Where's Ryan?" Fisher said. "Eating. Come on." Mikey tugged his hand, pulling him through the back door. "We found a can of spaghetti." Fisher entered the room and Boston came inside but hovered by the door. Ryan sat at the small rickety table in the equally small kitchen and smiled when he stepped inside. The man was thin, his face all angles, and he spotted a scraggly-looking beard on his youthful face. Noise from the living room swept into the tiny kitchen from the television. Canned spaghetti filled the air. Ryan's smile died when he spotted Boston. "You shouldn't let Mikey run outside like that," Fisher told Ryan, taking a seat at the table. The chair beneath him wobbled. When Fisher pointed to another chair for Boston, the young man stayed where he was, leaning against the closed back door. Mikey climbed up onto a stool that sat between the table and the wall and picked up his spoon. At 9 years old, the boy was small for his age, but super fucking smart. "He has a mind of his own," Ryan complained. "And I didn't sign up to be a babysitter." "It's just until I can figure something else out," Fisher said and ruffled Mikey's dark, curly hair before he pulled out an envelope and slid it across the table to Ryan. "Who's he?" Ryan stared at Boston. Boston tipped his head, and the fall of dark hair swept forward, shielding his face from the prying look. "Boston. He's the same," Fisher said. "From?" Ryan said, and Fisher knew what the young man was asking. "Tanis." "What? I thought he was dead." Ryan blanched, his knuckles turning white when he gripped his fork. "He's not." Ryan looked Boston over from head to toe. He and Ryan both knew the hell that Tanis could inflict. "How long do you think we can stay hidden from him?" Ryan mumbled, turning his attention from Boston to him. "As long as it takes. I'm going to kill Tanis and Blue." "I thought Blue left town after Tanis died." "Tanis never died. They just slunk into their rat holes and waited. They probably been feeding Solomon's boys without us knowing. I need to talk to Rogue," Fisher said, holding Ryan's troubled gaze. "Crow found me at the rec center a few days ago," Ryan said, twirling his fork in the noodles. Fisher frowned. "That's not good. I heard that Crow is just as bad as Blue. Tell me you didn't lead him back to this place." "I didn't," Ryan sounded defensive. "Don't lie to me. I was careful," Ryan snapped, with a frustrated-sounding sigh. "Okay. But if Tanis finds this place, then it's—" "What are you guys talking about?" Mikey interrupted. "Nothing, buddy," Fisher said. The last thing he needed was to freak Mikey out. He pointed to the boy's uneaten bowl of food. "You going to eat that or am I?" he teased, trying to take the bowl, but Mikey was all over it. Mikey laughed as they tussled for a few moments over the few bites left in the bowl before Fisher relented. "Did Crow say anything else?" "Just that he was looking for Mouse. I told him to check Kit's place." "You shouldn't mention Kit." "Crow already knew about Kit," Ryan pointed out. "I talked to Kit last night. He didn't mention anything about Crow's visit," Fisher said. "Maybe he lied or forgot." Fisher clenched his jaw. Fucking Kit. The guy hadn't said a word about Crow showing up at his place. Had Kit fucking turned? There was no telling with a drug addict. They'd sell their kidney to get enough money for a fix. "Boston?" The youth straightened up. "Did you see Crow at the house?" "Yes," Boston whispered. "Okay." Fisher stood up from his chair. "Thanks for the money," Ryan said, tucking the envelope into the pocket of his jeans. "I'll move you guys soon. Just keep a low profile for now." "Okay. What about the others?" "I'm trying to do this all at once." Fisher rubbed at his mouth. After he gathered everybody up, he would find his nerve and reach out to talk with. "Oh, I have something for you." Mikey's voice snagged his attention. The boy's eyes lit up and he jumped from the stool to grab at Fisher's hand. Dutifully, Fisher stood and let Mikey pull him out of the kitchen and down the small hallway. Boston followed, as if afraid to let him out of his sight. Entering the only bedroom, Fisher was presented with a colorful stick figure drawing. "Who's that?" Fisher pointed to the shorter figure in the middle. "It's me." Mikey smiled up at him and then pointed to the other two figures. "And that's you and that's Ryan." "And that?" He pointed to the building behind them that didn't look exactly like a house because it was bigger with a huge door. "Oh, that's a store where we can eat for free." His eyes prickled and he laughed to cover it up and handed the paper back to Mikey. The boy put his hands behind his back and shook his head. "It's for you. I made it for you." Fisher carefully folded the paper and tucked it into the inner pocket of his lightweight jacket. "I'll keep it safe." "Do you want one?" Mikey's eyes were hopeful, looking at Boston. And for the first time, Boston smiled. It was slight, but it was there. "Next time," Boston promised. Mikey threw his arms around Fisher's waist and hugged him tight. Fisher returned the hug. A slight noise drew Fisher's gaze toward the door, and he found Ryan leaning against the door jamb with a slight smile. When Fisher came closer, Ryan yanked him into a quick hug. "Thank you," the young man whispered. "Of course." He patted Ryan's back. Their circumstances were dire, and Fisher knew he needed to make more money and fast. When he did go back to work, he'd have to double up on the jobs for a few weeks. That way he could, at the very least, take these three out of here, plus have a safe place for Beck. Why this fell on his shoulders he wasn't sure, but if he didn't do it, then who the hell would? Striding through the small house, he stepped out onto the back porch. Boston, who was right on his ass, bumped into him. "No," he said gently, turning around. "You need to stay here." "I'm not staying here." Fisher placed both hands on Boston's shoulders and gazed into the teenager's eyes. "You need to stay safe until I can figure something out. This is the best place, I promise." "I won't stay here." Boston's voice turned hoarse. Damn it. If Boston took off, he'd be tasked with finding the boy again. He couldn't have that. "Okay, but you gotta stay right on my ass," Fisher growled low so only the two of them could hear. A few minutes later, he and Boston leaped onto the top of the concrete wall. Fisher gazed back at the small house. Mikey smiled and waved emphatically at them from the porch. With a hand lifted and a smile that Mikey couldn't see, Fisher dipped over the other side and disappeared with Boston down the alley. Next on his list was to find Beck, but the bitch of that was he had no clue of the teenager's location, and that was going to take time. And time was something he may not have a lot of. Now, though, he had to find somewhere to stash Boston. No way could he let a 16-year-old come with him when he ended Tanis and Blue. Chapter 21. It was late afternoon a few days later when Justice stalked into the room of his home that housed his surveillance videos. Doing a job had helped, but it hadn't taken his mind from what Fisher had suffered. From what he'd put Fisher through, he reminded himself. He quickly pulled up the footage on the computer that sat on the counter that stretched the length of the room. After seeing firsthand the warehouse where they'd kept Cash, Apollo, and Azrael, watching the scene unfold in his own basement was very fucking different. Even though some of Fisher's questions were on the odd side, the man's anger and hate now made perfect sense. The screen flickered and the video started rolling. He'd watched the footage over and over for what seemed to be the 100th time, but he looked at it now with new eyes. After tossing the cot and bucket in the first initial burst of anger, Fisher had stumbled to the corner of the cage and sat with his knees pulled to his chest. The man's lips were moving, but Justice couldn't decipher the words. After staring into space for over an hour, Fisher dropped his forehead to his knees and didn't move. Axel had grown restless or worried because the dog started pacing back and forth in front of the bars. Fisher never lifted his head. 2 hours after that, Axel barreled toward the basement door and disappeared. How Rogue got his guard dog into the closet outside of the basement was anyone's guess. After several moments, Rogue came into the basement, grabbed the key on the wall near the door, and hurried over to open the cage. Fisher didn't move. Rogue rushed across the enclosure and crouched down in front of Fisher. Rogue was saying something, but Fisher still didn't move. In the next instance, Rogue scooped Fisher up from the floor and carried him out of the cage. Justice turned off the video feed. He'd built the 6x6 cage to train Axel with search and rescue, and it had stood empty for months. Placing the cot and bucket had been done the night before by him. The cage should have stayed empty. It should not have been used as a prison cell. It didn't matter that he hadn't realized the hell it represented to Fisher. Not stopping to think, Justice walked out of the computer room and into the basement. He snatched up a sledgehammer from the bench. Swinging it with all his might, he smashed and ripped the cage apart. It was too late, way too late. After tearing down the cage, Justice took the rest of the afternoon to drink. He didn't normally do that, but he wanted to go numb, if only for a few hours. He paid for it the next morning when he rolled from bed with a pounding headache. "Fuck," he groaned, sitting on the edge of the bed, holding his head. He'd given up looking for Fisher, but everything inside of him was telling him not to. He didn't deserve forgiveness, but he needed a chance to say he was sorry. Now that he knew what he'd done, now that he realized he'd caged Fisher just like he'd been caged as a little boy, he wanted to get on his knees and apologize. If Fisher would let him. And even if Fisher threw his apology in his face, Justice was still going to say the words to the man's face. He just needed to find him. "I swear, Tanis, I don't know where he is." The floor beneath Kit's knees felt cold, and he couldn't stop shaking, making the plastic he knelt on crackle. The man who had ignored him over the past 10 minutes while looking over a set of trophies on a shelf finally turned around. In his hand was a bat, and Kit was certain it was one of those collectibles. "You know, Kit, I pretty much leave you alone to dig your own grave." "I know, Tanis. Thank you." His brain couldn't seem to catch up from when he'd been yanked sleeping from his couch by Tanis's men and dumped here. "A little birdie told me that Boston was at your house. Yet when my men went there, he was gone." "Yeah, I don't know where he is. He was there when I went to sleep." "What I want to know is, how did he get to you?" Kit stared into the man's cold, dead brown eyes. There was no way he was telling Tanis about the man who'd delivered Boston to him. With Tanis, he had a better chance of surviving rather than that guy. "He just appeared on the back porch. It's not hard for them. Guys to find me." "Them?" The man's face was a blank, cold mask, and Kit felt the tears trail down his cheeks. "The boys," he whispered. "They are my boys." Tanis smacked the bat against one palm. "I know. And when any of my boys come to you, what are you supposed to do, Kit?" "Call you, that's right." Tanis walked closer. The plastic beneath the man's shiny dress shoes crackled. When Tanis crouched down, he placed the end of the bat beneath his chin, and Kit had his face forced up. "And did you call me?" "I'm sorry." Kit kept his hands on his knees, but squeezed them into fists. He knew if he moved, it would be worse. He'd been taught young not to fight back, not to make a sound. Just say you're sorry and hope to whatever power was out there that Tanis believed him. Kit closed his eyes. He was only 25 years old, way too young to die, but really how much longer could he live in his drug-induced haze anyway? Wasn't this for the best? He could go out and never have to feel anything again. "Look at me," Tanis said, and the plastic crinkled. Kit felt the man standing up. Kit opened his eyes, and when the bat came for his head, he welcomed the relief. He was finally free. Tanis jerked his chin toward the body, and 2 of his men leaped to and started wrapping Kit up in plastic. Rolling his neck, he relieved the tension and shot Blue a dark glance. "Where's Mouse? And where the fuck is Fisher?" he snarled. Blue touched his fingers to the bandage on his forehead. Beneath the white gauze was a scar that had required 8 stitches. That was courtesy of Fisher shooting at him. One of the bullets had cleaved into a car, sending something flying through the air. He owed that motherfucker. If it was the last thing he ever did, he would avenge Solomon by killing Fisher and every single one of Erebus. His brother had not deserved to die like that. "Bring the other one in," Tanis ordered Garrett, who stood just inside the door. A few minutes later, Garrett carried Scotty in with his feet and hands bound, duct tape slapped over his mouth, just as Kit was carted out, rolled in plastic. Bright blonde hair fell into Scotty's eyes. The young man had truly been a beautiful boy once upon a time, and Tanis did regret that Scotty hadn't aged out. Fear now darkened those light blue eyes, and the blonde's skin was sickly from drug abuse. He walked over and yanked the tape from Scotty's mouth, leaving the man gasping. "That was Kit," Tanis pointed after the men carrying the plastic roll. Scotty was lifted off his feet by Blue, and 2 men jumped to roll out more plastic. Blue dropped Scotty down on the fresh sheet. Tanis picked up the bat and showed it to Scotty. Blood ran down the wood, and Tanis tilted it so it smattered the plastic. "Where is Boston?" "I don't know. I swear." "Do you know who does?" Scotty froze, staring at him with wide eyes. There was that look again. The same one Kit had given him, as if they were afraid of someone more than him. That was where they were wrong. He was the one to fear here. He was the biggest monster. "Kit died because he kept secrets from me. How did Boston find Kit's house?" "I don't know," Scotty cried, his voice tight with fear. That same terror kept the young man mute. Tanis lifted the bat. "Wait! I know someone who might know." Tanis squinted and eased the bat lower. Holding Scotty's gaze, he waited. "Fisher." Just the sound of Fisher's name sent his pulse thrumming. Tanis felt his heart pounding in his chest. His mouth went dry and he squeezed the bat. "Where is he?" he snarled. "He was at Kit's the other night." "Why didn't you know that?" he hissed at Blue. "He wasn't there when I looked." Tanis turned away. Fisher. Beautiful Fisher. That long midnight hair, sleek body, and fierce attitude. He'd been missing him since he'd sold him to Solomon. It was one of his biggest regrets. Oh, how he mourned when that transaction had been completed. If he could just get his hands on both Fisher and Boston, he would make Fisher his right hand by using Boston as leverage. Then they could rule all assassins together. His excitement grew. "You're going to help me." He pointed the bloody end of the bat at Scotty. "I'll do anything," Scotty said. No way did he want to end up like Kit. He was sorry for ratting out Fisher, but he wanted to live. It had taken him years to reconnect with his family after Tanis had tired of him. Now he had a little sister to help his mom take care of. "Just tell me what to do." "Oh, I will," Tanis whispered, and the evil smile that curled the man's lips brought bile rising to Scotty's throat and sent a cold chill of dread up his spine. Chapter 22. 1 week later. Speeding down the interstate, Reel took the incoming call from Dave and flipped on his blinker. "Where are you?" "On my way to Genesis headquarters. Why?" He took the exit and stopped his Jeep at the red light. "I just want to know if you got a feel for Justice that day in Savage's office." "Why?" "He's been radio silent for a while." Reel didn't comment. Justice wasn't his problem. He had only spoken to Justice in the parking lot that day because Dave had asked him to. He made a left turn when the light changed. Dave sighed. "Do you think your words made a difference?" "No. Justice feels too much guilt right now to see clearly. I would have to talk with Fisher to make a dent." "What do you think of Justice?" "He's solid, super fucking smart, and very careful, along with his skill set, and from what I've heard from Steele, he's one of the best." Reel had made it his mission to find out about every single Erebus assassin. Having that knowledge would serve him well when they went after Blue. During his investigation, several Erebus assassins had stood out, and Justice had been one of them. "You like him for Genesis?" Reel didn't want to get his hopes up, but hell yeah, he would. "Justice? Yeah, why?" If things go south between Fisher and Justice, more than they already are, he cut in. Like I was saying, if things can't work out after all is said and done, I'll offer Justice a place in Genesis. Why not Fisher? He's got military training too. Fisher is a wild card, and he'd never take orders from you. Fair point. Did Savage talk to you about collaborating permanently? Yes. What do you think? I'm thinking no, Real admitted. Well, give it some more thought and let me know next week. I will. So this wasn't a social call. I've been receiving information on Blue and his gang, Dave said. How many? 3 from what I gathered. Blue, Crow, and a guy named Tanis. How'd you get that info? There's an informant name I want to give you. It might be a good place to start. Do we know where this informant is? That's the tricky part, and I'm hoping you can take care of that by putting Genesis on it. Real took the exit and came to a stop at the light. He had several contacts with different law enforcement agencies, so it shouldn't be hard to get the informant's whereabouts. I'll find the informant. I'll send Steele and Justice to talk with the guy. Good. And Real? This is important. Keep me posted every step of the way, Dave said, and ended the call. Real frowned. Here he was doing something he swore he wouldn't do, work in tandem with Erebus. Dave wanted to blend Erebus and Genesis when needed. Real didn't want his team involved that much with Erebus. Those assassins were too fucking unpredictable. An influx of text messages pinged Real's phone, and he pulled over to check it. Savage, I got a lead on where the informant might be. Who are you sending? Real, did you talk to Dave? Savage, do you need Dave's permission for me to text you? Real squinted at the small screen, tossed the phone, and pulled back onto the freeway. For the next 15 minutes, his phone blew up with missed calls and text messages. Pulling into the Genesis parking lot, he shut off his Jeep and checked his phone. Savage, call me back, asshole. With an annoyed sigh, he punched in Savage's number. What is it? I've got a lead on that informant. You said that over text. Real pinched the bridge of his nose. Yeah, I know. Busting my chops? No, Savage snorted. Just making sure you're awake on this. You sending Steele? Tomorrow. I'll put Justice on this to go with him. You do know that I have fewer people than you do, he growled. Savage sighed. Yeah, I know. But there's something off about this guy. What guy? Blue. It's like smoke and mirrors, plus, fuck if I can find out how many people are involved with him. Dave already found out the guy has 2 others helping him, someone named Crow and another goes by Tanis. Okay, well, that helps. If Justice and Steele can locate the informant, we just might get all these sons of bitches. Okay, I'll give you Steele to help for a few days. If I have to, I'll pull in Memphis. Thank you, Savage said, and hung up. The abrupt end of the call didn't bother Real. They never exchanged pleasantries. He tucked the phone inside his pocket and stepped out of his Jeep just as it buzzed again. He yanked it out and gazed at the screen. Azrael, are you coming home for dinner? Real stared at the message. Where the fuck was home? He had no place to call his own. Azrael. Smiley tongue sticking out emoji, heart emoji. He scowled at the silly emojis. That right there, that was not happening. Justice woke to the beeping of his alarm, rolled over, and slapped at his phone until it stopped chirping. He flopped onto his back and blinked, staring at the ceiling. Roughly an hour later, showered, dressed, and sipping on his first cup of coffee, he felt like normal when he answered the incoming call from Savage. What's up? Justice answered with a frown. I need you to check into an informant about Blue and his 2 cohorts, Crow and Tanis. Investigating isn't my strong suit. Make it your suit today. I'm looking for Fisher, he said. Fisher borrowed a car from me. He said he had some things to take care of and needed more time. So do this and give him that. Justice gritted his teeth. How much more could he take? If this festered any longer, Fisher may never forgive him. Fisher isn't ever going to forgive you anyway. Fuck it. He could multitask. look for Fisher and interview an informant. He gripped the phone tighter. "What do you need?" "I spoke with Real and he'll send Steele over today to assist you." "Why?" "2 pairs of eyes are better than 1. You need to find that informant and get us some answers." "Got it. Wait for Steele, find the informant, get answers," Justice responded robotically. "Keep me in the loop," Savage ordered before ending the call. Walking out of the kitchen, he tugged out his phone and scrolled through the names. Finding Steele's number, he shot the man a text. "Justice, think you can handle coming over to the dark side again?" "Steele, I can handle anything you've got." "Justice, that will be the day," crying laughing emoji. "Steele, middle finger emoji." Justice laughed, and they made arrangements to meet up later. He shoved his phone away. Waiting for Steele gave him time to kill, so he planned on doing a drive-by at a few of Fisher's old hangouts. He'd made it his mission to know where most of those places were. At some point, he might get lucky. Justice pulled into the parking lot of the third place of business during his search for Fisher. After this one, he was calling it quits for now. He shoved open the single glass door of the cannabis store and the bell dinged overhead. He'd been here several times, and the guy recognized him and gave him an up nod before pointing to the back. Justice got his hopes up. His palms grew damp. Here was his chance to make it right with Fisher. He suddenly struggled to recall the words he wanted to say. Slipping between the back curtains, he made his way down the dimly lit hallway and through another curtain. The smoky back room was dark, with only a few dim tabletop lamps. Along with card games and board games, a few people had their phones out watching sports. "Hey, Justice!" Memphis waved and pointed to an empty chair at one of the card tables. Justice raked his gaze around the room. Bummer, Fisher wasn't there. Hiding his crushing disappointment, he made his way over to Memphis and took a seat. He was immediately dealt a hand in the game, and he placed some money on the table. "What are you doing here?" He slid a glance at Memphis before looking down at his cards. "Slummin'." Memphis snorted and took a drink of dark amber liquid in a half-full glass. Justice smirked at the Genesis assassin. Slumming was another word for a hit. Glancing around the place, it wasn't surprising that someone in here needed to be dead. This place was a cesspool for the sick and ugly. "Need some help?" Justice glanced up from his cards. "Nah, I got it," Memphis said, leaning back casually in his chair. 2 men were arguing in low voices before one of them got up and headed toward the back room. In the rear of the building, there was an exit, plus a few rooms for watching porn. The other man got up and followed the first one. "I'm out." Memphis slapped his cards on the table face down and stood. The man was tall, ripped, and oozed a combination of authority and danger. Most men steered clear of Memphis. Good thing the guy was a friend of Steele's, so Justice had an in. That, and they all 3 had similar military backgrounds. The rest of the 5 people at the table looked at him, and Justice shook his head, dropping his cards face down. "Fold," he said, and shoved his money to the middle of the table before he stood and followed after Memphis. Reaching the next set of black curtains, he pulled them apart and stepped into the hallway beyond. What he saw punched the air from his lungs. Stunned didn't begin to describe the feeling of when he came face to face with Fisher. Chapter 23. Fisher looked just as surprised as he was until fury swept over the man's gorgeous face. That long, dark hair was loose around Fisher's shoulders, and the dark clothes he wore made him appear even smaller. Looks were deceiving, though. Justice knew that all too well. He fully expected Fisher to lay into him, but the man spun around and ran. Justice launched after the darting figure. If he didn't catch Fisher inside the building, he would have no chance in hell of catching him once he was outside. Fisher was fast, but Justice had the arm reach in his favor, plus a box sitting against the hallway wall blocked Fisher's path. Justice caught a hold of the man's flying hair and fisted it. The grip yanked Fisher back. "Ow, fucker!" Fisher snarled. With his other hand, Justice fisted the man's sweatshirt and released his grip on Fisher's hair. Fisher swung around and punched him in the face. Justice grunted and took the hit. He tightened his grip. When Fisher made to slip out of the sweatshirt, Justice wrapped his free arm around the man's waist. "Let go of him!" a young voice shouted just before a slender youth came flying down the hallway toward them. "Boston, no!" Fisher yelled. Ahead of them, Memphis came out of a side door. The big assassin took one look and snagged the kid around the waist. The kid went ballistic, and Memphis grimaced when the boy's elbow hit his ribs. "You got him?" Justice called. "Go," Memphis said with a grimacing nod. Kicking open the nearest porn viewing room, Justice stepped inside. "Get the fuck out," he growled at the two occupants. They scrambled out, tugging clothing back into place, and Justice shoved Fisher into the room before closing the door and planting himself in front of it. Groans and moans came from the small screen on the wall. Fisher pulled his gun. Slowly, Justice crossed his arms against his chest, careful not to make any sudden movements. "Move!" Fisher glared, pointing the gun at his chest. "No. If your friend hurts Boston out, Memphis won't hurt him." Fisher pointed the gun at his chest and hissed, "Fucking move!" "Shoot me, Fisher. It's what I deserve, but I'm not moving until we talk." "I don't want to talk to you." "I'm aware of that." Fisher was breathing hard, and Justice could tell the man was stressed and anxious. He'd give anything to change that. "I'm sorry for what I did. I'm sorrier than you'll ever know." "Save your fucking sorry for someone who gives a fuck," Fisher snarled. "Now move out of my way." Justice shook his head and walked forward in the small space. Fisher's eyes widened before the glare was back. "I went to Solomon's warehouse where he kept Apollo, Azrael, and Cash." "So fucking what?" "I can't imagine living in a space like that." Justice rubbed at his mouth, smoothing down his cropped beard as he stumbled over his words. "You call that living?" Fisher sneered. "My bad choice of words," he murmured. "I can't imagine what you went through." Fisher looked indecisive. "Other guys were in there longer than me," the man said woodenly. "It doesn't matter. You shouldn't have been in there for one fucking second." Fisher glanced away and the gun lowered. The noise from the porn seemed to have caught the man's attention, but Justice doubted Fisher was seeing anything at the moment. "I didn't know, Fisher," his voice cracked. "I didn't fucking know." At his words, Fisher briefly closed his eyes and tipped his head down. The waist-length hair spilled forward like a dark cloud, and as much as he loved that long fall of silk, he hated that it now obscured Fisher's face. "Can we start over?" he whispered. Fisher shook back his hair before glaring at him. "I don't know if we can." The man's voice sounded rough. "Can we try?" Justice tried to keep the pain from his words. "I need to go. There's somewhere I need to be." "Where?" Silence met his question, so he tried another tactic. "Who's the boy with you?" Justice gestured to the hall beyond the closed door. "Someone as fucked up as I am?" "If he's an assassin, you should take him to Dave." Fisher glared at him, and Justice hoped he had at least planted a seed. Right now, the safest place for all of the young assassins was at Dave's estate. How many more of them were out there, Justice wondered. And on the heels of that thought came another. When his sixth sense kicked in, Justice suddenly suspected that something greater was at stake here. "Tell me where you need to go," he said softly. "You guys are so fucking stupid," Fisher snapped, as if totally out of patience, and pain swept into the depths of those beautiful eyes. "What? I'm not following." Tucking his gun away as if exasperated, a half-laugh, half-snort full of agony bubbled out of Fisher. "Do you honestly think that you all made a fucking difference?" Fisher waved his hand and glared at him. "Difference?" Fisher gave a disbelieving sob and sent his fingers raking through his hair before yanking out a hair tie from his pocket. Slender arms lifted as he gathered up the long strands to secure at his nape. The brief move exposed the long, jagged scar that ran along Fisher's forehead, almost hidden in the hairline. Justice had seen it and the others that riddled the slender man's body. "Difference about what, Fisher?" he probed. "You guys rode in on your fucking white horses and saved 9 victims from Solomon. But did you ever stop to think of how many more of us are out there?" Fucking Solomon. Justice's stomach clenched. "I heard that Cash gave Real and Dave all of Solomon's locations." "So what?" "I know for a fact that Real and Dave have been searching for previous victims that still remain on the streets." "And you seriously think that Solomon didn't have help? It's fucking naive." Justice's breath caught. Did he? Fisher glared, and Justice spotted the sheen that suddenly hit those beautiful eyes. His mind raced at the implication. Solomon had a partner. Or was it partners? Like Blue Crow and Tanis. Were these new players in town old ones rearing their ugly heads? So you're saying that Solomon had partners? Yes. Is it Blue? I know he runs with Crow and Tanis, Justice said, trying to get Fisher to open up. The man looked away, but Justice saw the truth briefly flash in Fisher's eyes. What are they doing out there, Fish? He whispered, taking a slow step closer. He needed clarification. Fisher's tormented eyes lifted to his. You don't want to know. After the whispered response, several long moments of silence swept between them. A myriad of emotions moved over Fisher's face. Each one gutted him. Please forgive me, Fisher. Talk to me. Tell me so I understand everything. No. I can't. The man's voice broke, and along with it, Justice's heart. The raw, whispered word punched a hole into his chest, and he stumbled back when Fisher pushed past him and reached the door. Justice let him go. There wasn't any way he could keep Fisher with him if he didn't want to be. And the last thing he wanted was to cause Fisher any further pain. He'd already inflicted enough. When the door didn't open immediately, Justice slowly turned around. He found Fisher watching him. For several long moments, their gazes locked and held. Justice drank in every single thing about the beautiful assassin and locked it tightly away in his memories. He didn't know if he'd ever get this chance again. Opening his mouth, he planned on apologizing again. But how did one say sorry about something that had been fucked up beyond all recognition? Take care of yourself, he murmured instead, the words raspy in his tight throat. Fisher squinted at him as if unsure, and Justice didn't blame the guy for being hesitant. With a quick nod, Fisher opened the door, slipped through the crack, and was gone. The room felt void of life, even with the panting and groaning coming from the TV. Cracking his neck to relieve the building tension, he flipped off the low overhead light and stepped out into the hallway. Memphis was still there, minus the teenager he'd been holding. His last glimpse of Fisher was of the assassin, along with Boston, walking out the back exit door. Justice had never been one for relationships. He and Fisher had never fully gotten off the ground past the sex, so what they had couldn't technically be called a relationship. Could it? Was it more of a long hookup, or maybe friends with benefits, not even good friends yet, because everything felt so new? Whatever fragile thing they'd had, he had even fucked that up. That right there only went to show him that he wasn't cut out for anything remotely resembling a relationship. People were better off steering clear of him. Chapter 24. One day later. The motel sat well off of Highway 5 in the back of a cracked and cratered parking lot. This job should be easy. Mr. Leonard Gibson was a sexual predator who preyed on young girls anywhere between the ages of 1 to 8, and tonight, he was going to die. Everything looked quiet when Justice drove by the motel and he parked his nondescript four-door sedan a few blocks away. He missed his dog, but Axel was chilling at home because he wasn't sure what he was walking into. Locking the car door, he walked through the dark, sticking close to buildings as he made his way to the motel. At just after midnight, the place was as empty as it possibly could be. Dressed in all black along with gloves and a hooded mask, Justice took the pathway that threaded below the stairs and along the front of the motel rooms. Thankfully, the doors had locks and not key cards, otherwise he would have had to come up with Plan B. Reaching room 101, he picked the lock, eased open the door, and closed it. The room was empty, but he'd known that before making his move. The Mark was currently walking back from eating at the roadside diner down the street. A laptop sat open on the small desk and he hit the spacebar. It was password protected, but Justice didn't need to see it to know what it contained. The fucker had avoided doing hard time due to a technicality. The DA had mishandled files or some shit like that. One of the victim's fathers had put out the request. Savage had investigated and determined that indeed Gibson needed to pay for his crimes one way or another. Don't shoot me. Disbelief held Justice for a split second, and then he rounded on the voice that came from the shadows near the bathroom door. A bathroom he'd fucking checked. How the fuck had he missed a victim? He stared into the eyes of the young teenager who looked to be about 16, if that. Was this kid an accomplice? Justice lifted his gun and the boy's hands raised. Justice! When the kid spoke his name, recognition dawned. Azrael? What the fuck are you doing here? Justice growled, keeping his weapon on the kid. I work for Erebus. Justice had briefly met Azrael at Dave's place when the former SecDef had taken in 3 of Solomon's boys and given them a home. What Dave had not done was let Erebus employ any of them. Wrong, you don't work for Erebus. So the fuck what? I didn't work for Erebus when Solomon forced me to kill. The boy's beautiful dark eyes snapped with anger, and the long, straight, equally dark hair was tossed wildly from his anger-filled face. The kid should be in fucking high school, not here doing this shit. How'd you find out about this? Solomon used to let me look through the jobs. I know what this guy did. So the kid had access to Erebus jobs, photos and statements of horrific crimes made by people who, in his own opinion, weren't even human. Great. What a shit show. A noise snagged his attention and Justice put a finger to his lips. The scuff of shoes and then the rattling of keys sounded near the door. Stay hidden, he hissed, and Azrael melted into whatever shadow he'd been in. The kid was that fucking good. Justice sat in the office chair at the small desk, then quickly rolled until his back was to the wall, and placed his silencer on his lap. A key sounded in the door and Gibson coughed when he entered the room. The man shut the door and flipped the deadbolt before yanking off his jacket. Hitting the lights, some sixth sense must have alerted the predator of his or Azrael's existence, because Gibson pulled a gun. Justice stood and fired his silencer, sending a bullet into the fucker's head. A hole appeared in the middle of the man's forehead. Gibson's surprised expression turned blank and he fell forward, half on and half off one of the queen beds. Justice would have liked to confront the fucker and let him know why he was at death's door, but this time he didn't have that luxury. Tucking away his weapon, he picked up the shell casing and walked toward the body. Azrael stood from the shadows and kicked Gibson off the bed. The dead body toppled over and landed on the floor. Leaning over the guy, Azrael gazed at the blood pouring from Gibson's head. Rot in hell, you sick fuck, the boy whispered to the dead predator. Come on, Justice murmured and pulled at Azrael's arm to get him moving. That was a nice shot. It was point blank, so no biggie. Does Dave know you're here? He frowned. He's not my dad. So what? You going rogue? I could. That fearless chin tipped up, and Justice found himself actually liking the kid. You're too young. I'm 18 and I've probably killed more people than you could dream of. At the kid's flat tone of voice, Justice heard the bitterness and a hollow-sounding void that was a bit concerning. You're good, kid. I'll give you that. I didn't even know you were in the damned room. That's the way I was trained. If I was seen, I was punished. I didn't like getting punished. Having seen the cages where Azrael had been kept, Justice clenched his jaw. He had heard of how Echo suspected that Solomon had molested the boy. Azrael wasn't talking about his life with anyone, so all that remained was a fucked-up mystery, but it wasn't hard to guess. Had Solomon molested Fisher? The thought sent his stomach roiling. Let's go, Justice croaked, stalking to the door. Where to? My car first, and then we'll figure it out. He shot a quick glance out the door and found the area clear. He drew Azrael out of the room, and they made it to his car several minutes later. Where's your brother? Justice asked, remembering that Azrael had a twin. College. Can you believe that shit? Yeah, I can. Justice tucked the boy into his car and slid behind the wheel. He flipped on the overhead light and studied Azrael in the dim light. How do you sign into the Erebus website? The boy's eyes darted away, lips pressed flat, and again that chin tipped up. Justice knew for a fact that Solomon's login had been deleted by now, so he figured Azrael had probably stolen someone else's access. Whose account login did you steal? The pretty boy's lips twisted and his arms crossed. Justice gave a pained sigh and started the car. Pulling out onto the road, he drove for several miles in silence. It was going to take roughly 2 hours to get from Los Angeles to Santa Barbara, so he figured he might as well stop for food. The least he could do was feed Azrael before the boy got his ass chewed out. Dave's place was lit up like a baseball stadium when he arrived at the front gate. "Name?" the guard on duty asked, looking at a clipboard. "Justice. I have Azrael with me." The guard stooped over and took a look at Azrael before hurriedly pressing the button for the gate to roll open. "Oh, goody," Justice said, rolling up his window. "They're expecting you." Azrael huffed a half-laugh and twisted his hands together in his lap, a sure sign of nerves. When Justice parked the car, he noticed Dave coming down the front walkway. Behind Dave came Stone, and in the background stood Real, along with several of Dave's bodyguards. Justice felt for the kid. "Let's get this over with," he said with a sigh and opened the car door. Chapter 25. "You damn well know better. You're not my dad." The exchange had been going on for the past several minutes, and Justice was trying to find the right time to get the hell out of there. Stone and Azrael faced off in the entryway. Real stood just off to the side and kind of tucked into an adjacent hallway. Justice had taken up a position next to Dave. "Damn right I'm not," Stone growled back and advanced toward Azrael. Real stepped between Stone and Azrael, and Stone drew up short. Real's block was powerful, kind of like a tank suddenly plunking down in the middle of afternoon traffic. It was also so unexpected that everyone, including Stone, froze. Oh shit. Justice held his breath. Were the two men going to throw down? He had no clue what the outcome would be if that happened, nor if the furniture in Dave's entryway would survive. "Move," Stone growled. "I'll handle it," the Genesis commander growled right back. They stood nose to nose until Dave stepped up and placed a hand on Stone's arm. Stone went rigid and scowled at Dave. "That little punk put you through hell," Stone snarled. Dave half smiled at Stone and gently shook his head. Justice volleyed his gaze back to Real and the kid. A muscle ticked in Real's jaw, and Azrael took a step backward. With a slight thunk, the boy's boot hit the bottom step of the stairs leading to the upper levels. Real advanced on Azrael. The boy's chin tipped up and he spat fire. It appeared that Real might be at the end of his rope. The big soldier's hands clenched, and Justice fully expected Azrael to run. What he hadn't expected was opposition. Clearly, he had underestimated Azrael. Instead of running, the teenager poked Real in his muscled chest and glared up at the big, intimidating man. The boy's long black hair spilled down his slender back. "Don't you start bossing me around. You don't get to ignore me and then show up here and—" The rest of Azrael's words were cut off with a squeak when Real tossed the slender boy over one shoulder and stomped up the stairs. Azrael shouted a spew of curse words that blistered the stairwell. A few moments later, an upstairs door slammed. A minute after that, Real came back down the stairs. "Let him calm down and then you can talk with him," Real said, and walked out the front door. It closed quietly behind him. "I thought for a minute there Real was going to hit him," Justice told Dave. Stone made a sound under his breath and walked out of the entryway. "No, Real wouldn't lay a hand on Azrael," Dave said, walking to the door that led to his study. "The kid's having a rough time," Justice said, following Dave into the room. "Yeah, his whole world has been upended. Now his brother and Cash are living at the dorms and Azrael is lost," Dave sighed. "I take it that he doesn't want to go to school?" "No. I guess it was too much to hope that all of them would pick another way of life." "You rescued how many? 9? Justice said, following Dave farther into his study. "And one refuses to change? I'd say you beat the odds." "Maybe." Dave settled into one of 2 leather chairs that sat in front of the wide window. Beyond the glass lay a garden with wandering paths and blooming summer flowers. "I don't have time tonight," Dave said. "But I want to go over with you what I have on Blue, Crow, and Tanis. Can you stop by tomorrow night? Say around 2000? "Can you just text me the info?" Justice had stayed standing. "I'd rather not," Dave said. "Come for dinner." Dinner? That was odd. Were they having a meeting he didn't know about? The soldier in him wouldn't allow him to decline the former Secretary of Defense's offer. "I'll be back tomorrow. I might not be able to stay for dinner, but I'll try." Dave smirked and nodded. "I won't keep you," Justice said, turning slightly toward the door. "Have you spoken to Fisher?" Dave asked, preventing him from leaving. The man lifted a pair of reading glasses from the table before picking up a thick book. "Yes, but nothing has been resolved." "Don't give up," the man murmured. He wanted to assure Dave that he wouldn't, but he couldn't do that. The only thing he could give Fisher was space, and a lot of it. Justice gave a slight nod before leaving the room. It was better all the way around if he just kept busy and didn't think about the fucked up shit he'd done. Pulling his cell phone out, he shot Savage a text for another job. Chapter 26. The next afternoon. Fisher left Boston waiting at the top of the brick wall surrounding Dave's estate. It was better the boy was out of harm's way in case he came up against resistance. Not that he thought this would end badly, but he wasn't one for trusting. Once Boston was lying flat on top of the wall, Fisher put a finger to his lips. Boston saw the gesture and gave a quick nod. He liked that about the kid. Boston was quiet when needed. The teenager acted so much like him that it was uncanny. Guards made the rounds every 10 minutes, and he waited for an opening. Jumping from the top of the wall, Fisher landed lightly in the grass before he sprinted over to crouch down near the hedges that lined the luxurious 3-story home. The inside was even more stunning, with soaring ceilings and high-class modern amenities, all while maintaining the feel of a real home. At least it had felt that way to him the few times he'd been inside. He hovered behind the hedge, lingering in the shadows. This was going to be the tricky part, not getting shot by Dave's bodyguards. Maybe he should have called ahead. Nah, that wasn't his style. He was more of a shock and awe type of guy. "What are you doing?" a young voice asked him from above. Craning his head back, Fisher gazed up at a dark-haired teenage boy sitting on the roof, legs dangling over the side. The boy had to be one of the young assassins from Solomon's facilities, but fuck if he knew what the kid's name was. "I'm here to see Dave," he said quietly, darting a glance toward the circular driveway and the guards standing there. "To kill him?" No, I want to see if my friend can hang here for a few days." It was clear the boy didn't trust him, but Fisher smiled anyway. "And you are?" he asked. The youth snorted a tad haughtily, which was very cute. "I'm Azrael." Okay, I've heard of you. Where's your friend?" Fisher pointed toward the wall and Azrael glanced over. Boston waved. "Boston!" Azrael hissed and scrambled to his feet. Running across the roof, Azrael leaped the distance to the wall. Like a fucking cat, the teenager raced along the top of the wall until he reached Boston. The boys grabbed each other and hung on tight. "Don't fucking move," a voice snarled, and something hard pressed against the back of Fisher's head. Well, shit. "I haven't seen you since the streets," Azrael said on the verge of tears. "I'm fine." Boston wiped at his own nose with his long sleeve. The two boys hugged each other tightly. Dave turned toward him when the boys were led out of the room by the butler. Fisher gave a small shrug. It was one of those moves that denied knowing anything, but he didn't think for 1 minute that Dave bought into his bullshit. "You're just the man I wanted to see," Dave said. "Oh?" Surprise widened his eyes. "Yes. Stay for dinner tonight." "I'm pretty busy," Fisher said, tucking his hands into the front pockets of his pants. "Spare some time. Now sit down, Fisher, and talk to me," the sec-def ordered. On the verge of telling the man to fuck off, Fisher rethought that idea. He didn't want to piss him off. Fisher shot a look at Stone. The big hulk of a man stood nearby and gave him the stink eye. Stone Michelson needed no introduction because they'd met before. Stone's reputation of being a badass, take-zero-shit type of guy preceded him. Fisher sank into one of the chairs in Dave's library that also served as the man's office. The view from his chair faced a lavish garden, and he tapped his fingers restlessly on his thighs. He was hungry, so he'd take up Dave's offer and stay just long enough to eat. "So, what do you want to know?" Fisher asked. The sec-def's phone buzzed, and Dave held up a finger to answer. "Yes?" I will. Thanks. Dave hung up the phone and tapped on the screen for a few seconds and then placed it on a nearby table. Now where were we? We weren't. Right. Dave drew a breath. I know what happened between you and Justice. It was bad. But I want you to know that he was given an order and he took action. The problem is that anyone called in to detain you might have done the same thing. You think? Lock me in a cage? Fisher glanced at the tranquil scene out the window. Maybe not exactly. Perhaps they would have just cuffed you to the water heater and left you. While Justice, on the other hand, placed you in a safe enclosure. Fisher squeezed the arms of the chair. Safe enclosure. Was that what they were calling it nowadays? The fucker had locked him up like an animal. Granted, the place was a far cry from Solomon's warehouse, but still. Justice didn't know, Fisher. Dave broke into his thoughts. He honest to God didn't know about your past. He knew that. Out of all the fucked up shit that had gone down, that was the only thing that had kept him sane. Justice had innocently done what he'd done, and it hadn't been to purposely torture him. He was smart enough to think about the circumstances. It didn't mean he wasn't still pissed. So I hope in time you can forgive him. If not, I'll move him. What? That caught him off guard and he frowned, shooting Dave a squinted look. Move him? Like Justice was a fucking object? I can't have discord in Erebus. It's too volatile as it is. He glared at Dave. Nobody was fucking moving Justice any fucking where. You don't need to move him. I'll see to it, he snapped, then took a breath and tried to calm the fuck down. He'd been in the military and this man was the former SecDef. Sorry, sir. I'll give you this one time to get it all out. But in the future, I hope your attitude changes. I can't promise that. But I can promise I won't take it out on you, Fisher said honestly. Fair enough. Let's talk about something else for a minute, Dave said. Fisher squinted. What do you want to know? Why did Solomon tell Azrael that Boston was dead? Fisher rubbed at his face with both hands. Fuck, he was tired. He dropped his hands into his lap and simply told the truth. Because of Tanis. Don't you mean Blue? The lines on Dave's forehead crinkled with confusion. No. A couple of hours later, Dave's large dining room table sat filled with enough food to feed an army, but with the number of hungry people gathered around the large vats of enchiladas, tacos, rice, and beans, it might not be enough. Fisher had corrected Dave's assumption that Blue was in charge. He told Dave that Tanis was an up-and-coming player in their world. The discussion about Tanis's lucrative business had lasted more than an hour. Dave had called in the boys and Boston had stumbled over his words about Tanis, not giving much, but it was something. Azrael had stood mute, refusing to say a word. It was clear to Fisher that Azrael had been owned by Tanis. That motherfucker. When Dave turned to him, Fisher shook his head. Now was not the time to tell Dave about his own history with Tanis. Mainly because he wasn't ready to talk about it, so all that shit would have to come on another day. And maybe not even then. There were parts of that past even he didn't remember. Forks clattered against dishes, bringing his attention back to his plate of food. The men gathered around consumed the meal with gusto, and the low murmur of conversation filled the room. A familiar voice swept in from the hallway, and Fisher froze with a half-eaten taco in his hand. Excuse me, Dave said, scooting his chair back and leaving the room. The voice sure as hell sounded like Justice, of that Fisher had no doubts. He sat on pins and needles, eyeing the doorway, holding his breath, waiting to see the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man appear in the doorway. What would he say to him? Should he just keep quiet? Or should he leave before Justice came into the room? Screw that. He was done running. On the heels of that decision came another. It was time that he talked this shit out. The way things were right now was going to make working together fucking suck. Oh, he was still pissed. But he also didn't want his anger to affect his performance. Yeah, it was his performance he was worried about. And nothing else. No one else. Keep telling yourself that. He took a savage bite of taco and pasted a glare on his face. And as pissed as he was with Justice, he didn't want the guy going to work somewhere else. Right then, he didn't look too closely as to why. After 15 minutes that felt like fucking hours, Dave finally returned to the room. The SecDef resumed his seat and cut a bite of the enchilada on his plate. Fisher gazed down at his food and then darted his eyes to the door. The doorway stayed empty. He took a few more bites, but Justice didn't appear. What the fuck? Justice couldn't even be bothered to come inside the fucking dining room. Fisher clenched his teeth so hard that his jaw ached. Dropping what was left of his taco onto his plate, he sipped at the water in his glass. He'd lost his appetite. That asshole. Chapter 27. The informant they were supposed to find went by the name of Chester and had avoided drug charges by working for the cops. Justice still had reservations about how valid the guy's info would be, but they might find a lead. "Heel," he told Axel, and the dog camped at his side as he and Steele headed down the sidewalk. 3rd Street Santa Monica Promenade had once been a thriving place, but now several businesses had closed due to retail criminal activity. It contained nowhere near the consumerism it once had, but the area was still alive. Even after dark, there were plenty of people milling about the main thoroughfare. Justice walked around the corner and into the access alley that was used for garbage truck pickups every Sunday. A drunk stumbled away from the wall and Steele skirted around the guy. A few people sat on the concrete ground, leaning against the building. The smell of weed drifted in the air. A helicopter swept overhead, its blades beating with a loud thumping. One person had fashioned a small enclosure with a tarp draped over a pole. They wouldn't be there long, since patrol made a point of coming through there to clear out those lingering. Right now, though, he and Steele were meeting an informant who supposedly had information on Blue Crow and possibly Tanis. He'd found out via Dave that Tanis was the ringleader of the assassins and the motherfucker had sold boys to Solomon when they got too old. He squeezed his fists, needing to kill something. "I'm looking for Chester?" he asked when he and Steele came upon a group of young adults. The ones who bothered to answer shook their heads. Moving on to another group of people, Justice stopped when a female voice called out. "Hey, handsome." "Have you seen Chester?" Justice asked, turning to the big-breasted redhead wearing a tight shirt and skinny jeans. Her stilettos put her at around 6 feet, which was about 5 inches shorter than him and Steele. She rubbed her fingers together and eyed him up and down. Justice shot Steele a look. "What?" Steele blinked. "Pay the lady." "Why me?" "I don't carry cash." Steele released an annoyed breath and pulled a 20 from his wallet. The woman snatched it and then pointed down the block. "The one in the light blue ball cap wearing the checkered shirt," she said and sashayed her way in the opposite direction. "Chester," Justice said when he was close enough. Of course the guy took off like a rocket. "Heel," he told Axel instead of sending the dog after the guy. Axel's bite when he locked on could very well take the man's arm or hand off. He needed Chester breathing and talking. Sprinting after the guy, Justice careened around the corner. "I'll cut him off," Steele called out and ran down a small walkway. Justice gained on the guy enough to call out. "Chester, stop! You don't want the dog on you," he yelled. The informant's steps wobbled as if to stop, but then Chester must have changed his mind and sprinted harder. Steele came out ahead of Chester and kicked a trash can into the alleyway. The informant toppled over with a crash and lay winded on the pavement. "Watch him," Justice told Axel, and the dog sprinted closer, planted himself at Chester's feet, and barked. "Call him off! Call him off!" Chester rolled over onto his back and covered his face with his arms. "Quiet." At his command, Axel stopped barking. But his dog didn't much like the guy and lowered his muzzle to snarl with a flash of teeth. Steele jerked the punk up to his feet and shoved him against the nearest wall. "Why you running?" Justice snapped and moved over in front of the sniveling guy. "Thought you were the cops, man." Chester sniffled, and he could see the ravages of drugs on the man's face. "You work for the cops," Justice reminded the guy. "Yeah, but I can't be seen, man." The guy scratched at one arm through the long-sleeved checkered shirt. "Well, we aren't cops, so just answer our questions and you're free to go." The guy hesitated, and Steele fisted the front of Chester's shirt and pinned him hard to the wall with a forearm. Chester flinched and then nodded emphatically. I heard that you were the guy who could give me information on a man who goes by the name of Blue. Blue? Man, you don't want to mess with him. You know where he sleeps? Nah, man. He doesn't come around much. But that other guy does, and I'll tell you, man, he's fucking scary. Other man? Justice squinted, and Steele tightened his grip on Chester's shirt. Chester shook his head. Answer him, Steele warned. He goes by the name of Crow, man. Crow? Yeah, and he'll kill me or anyone who rats him out. You gotta swear you won't tell him I told you. Sweat dripped down Chester's forehead and gathered in his throat. Tell me about Crow, he said. I don't know much, man. All I know is if you need something done, he's the guy to see. For drugs? No, man, he doesn't do that stuff. Trafficking? I don't know. All I know is if you need someone gone, Crow makes it happen. So another assassin, Justice figured. If they could get their hands on Crow, they might be able to find Tanis and Blue. What about Tanis? Word on the street says he's a sexual predator. Chester stared at him, eyes wide, fear in their depths. I heard that too. What do Blue and Crow exactly do for Tanis? I don't know, man. I honestly don't know. But like I said, if you need someone gone, then see Crow. Steele released Chester and stepped away, wiping his hand on his jeans. Where does Crow hang out? I heard he hangs at the Row. Row? Row, yeah, Row, Chester repeated, wiping at his face. Skid Row? Los Angeles? Steele asked. Yeah, man, yeah. There's a house that Crow was seen coming out of. Whose house? I don't know, a guy and a kid lived there. The guy wiped at his nose. What's the address? Chester darted his eyes around and mumbled off an address. Are we good? Can you spot me a redback? Justice gestured to Steele. His friend rolled his eyes and pulled out his wallet with an annoyed sound. Tugging out a 20, Steele handed it to Chester, but didn't let go when the man tried to take it. If you're lying, we'll be back, and this time, you'll be dog food. Steele gestured to Axel. Chester finally tugged the 20 free and shoved it away. Nodding quickly, the guy hurried away. What do you think? Steele asked. Justice pulled the hair on his chin and scratched his fingers at his unshaven jaw. I think Skid Row is worth checking out since we're close, and then we can swing by that house. Sounds good, Steele agreed. I wonder if Boston or Azrael know about this Crow guy. Chester seems pretty scared. You thinking Crow might be in charge instead of Tanis? Steele asked. I don't know. Let's head to L.A. 40 minutes later, because of fighting traffic, they arrived near the Row. He hated leaving his truck close, so he parked it several blocks away in paid parking. Heel, Justice told Axel. Skid Row hadn't changed since the last time Justice had come through there a year ago looking for Rip. Rath had told him that their father had died, and there was no sign of Rip in the house. That conversation had been painful. Why the fuck didn't you tell me you knew where Dad was? He couldn't keep the hurt from his voice. Because he was a sick fuck and you were in the service when he passed, Rath said, and shrugged. I'm going to find him, he snarled, glaring at Rath. I hope you do. Rath's expression turned sad. From then on, he'd started searching in earnest, and he'd heard through the grapevine that Rip was an assassin. However, a few months later, he also heard that the information on his brother might be bogus. The misinformation had led him to search for Ripley in a lot of other areas. As was his habit, he began looking at the faces of men who might be around his brother's age. You looking for someone? Steele asked when he stopped to check out another man on the streets. Why would you say that? Because I doubt this Crow guy is going to be covered in grime smelling of booze. Justice sighed and moved on. Yeah. I'm looking for my little brother. I didn't know you had a brother other than Rath. I don't talk about him much. Jay. We've known each other for years, and you've never mentioned you had another brother. Steele gazed at him with a concerned frown. Why are you searching Skid Row? Because Fuck, I don't know. I'm exhausting every scenario possible. Why isn't he with you guys? Justice briefly closed his eyes. It's hard for me to talk about. What's his name? Rip. He's our little brother. Rip is short for Ripley. Ah, okay. He was taken. By who? Steele stopped walking and gave him his full attention. By my father. With as few words as possible, he told Steele about his abusive alcoholic father and about the day the man had taken Rip. He left out the part about his brother's screams filling his nightmares because it was too painful to talk about, and he didn't mention his mother's passing. She had died 4 years after Rip was taken. So that's the gist of it, he murmured. That fucking sucks. Justice nodded and jerked his chin, and they got walking again. One day, he silently vowed, he'd find his brother. Unless Rip was dead. The thought sat like lead in his chest. They caught a break 2 hours after it got dark, and a hooker was willing to point out Crow, who stood with another man. Crow wore black clothes and the other guy wore regular street clothes. When he and Steele were spotted, the two men split up and ran. Justice sent Axel after the darkly dressed fucker. But Crow was fucking fast, faster than lightning, and Justice could only gape when the man literally ran up the side of a building, caught the end of a fire escape ladder, and easily leaped over the railing. Axel planted his paws on the wall and barked up at Crow. Quiet! At Justice's command, Axel sat on his haunches, tongue lolling out. The access between the two buildings was well lit, so it surprised the fuck out of him when Crow stopped and glanced down at him and Steele. Dressed in all black, there were a pair of handles crisscrossed on the assassin's back. While a person couldn't see the swords, Justice knew they were there. He suspected Crow's were just like the ones Fisher carried. In that brief moment, Justice could see that Crow was absolutely gorgeous. There was no other way to put it. Beside him, Steele gasped, and a quick glance at his friend found his eyes wide and mouth hanging slightly open. Justice snorted and flicked his gaze back to find Crow with a mocking expression on his face. A smirk quirked the sexy fucker's lips. I just want to talk, Justice said. Stay out of my way, Crow answered, the warning clear. Way of what? Justice said. But Crow was already climbing up the ladder. It was a running type of climb that spoke of how fit the fucker was. When Crow disappeared over the edge of the roof, Justice turned to Steele. He elbowed his friend to get his attention. Huh, Steele grimaced and pulled his eyes from the ledge. What do you think? Not at all what I was expecting. Me neither. Chapter 28. They got lucky. Steele caught the man who'd been with Crow before the assassin had played Houdini on them. Where's Crow going? Justice eyed the perp. I don't know. Nobody ever knows, the perp said. Justice squinted and Steele fingered the butt of his weapon. I swear, the guy's voice wobbled. What about Blue? Blue? He has a place in Lancaster that he hangs around a lot. The guy was shifty as shit, but Justice felt the need to check the info out. It was only an hour and 20-minute drive, and as late as it was, traffic would be at a minimum. Let's check Lancaster out before the other address, he said as they returned to his truck. Steele agreed. The boarded-up building sat in a bad part of the city. It was one in a long line of abandoned buildings that covered several blocks. Stay, he told Axel, and left the dog in a small notched area that sat just to the right of the outer door. Pulling his pen light, he quietly opened the door and stepped inside to let his eyes adjust before he flipped on the light. People scrambled up and away, running further into the building. The room Justice stepped into looked like a fucking war zone. Empty gas cans, rags, and trash littered the floor. The smell was horrendous, like a combination of death and decay. Metal tables lined the walls, their surfaces stained with something that didn't register at first until the sickening sight of guts on the floor brought him to his senses. He drew his 9mm and Steele did the same. Blood covered the metal tabletops and darkened saws, wrenches, and an electric drill with something goopy and wet dripping from the drill bit. A darkly dressed figure opened fire, the unmistakable sound of a silencer, hard to miss. Snick, snick. Stucco near his head peppered white into the air, and Justice dove for cover one way and Steele dodged the other. Hopefully one of these fuckers was Blue, Crow, or Tanis. Maybe they'd get lucky and get all three. Then he'd have a reason to call Fisher. He returned fire and the shooter ran out a far door. Justice was up and following. Bullets peppered the floor and he felt the burn on his arm. He opened fire at two perps who were gunning for him. They both went down. People ran screaming, scrambling, and stumbling away through the mess. One even crashed into the wall on his way to the door. What was with all the people? Were they the killer's fucking audience? He launched across the kill room because it sure the fuck was one, and caught one fleeing figure by the hair. He slammed the fucker's head into the wall. The man went down and stayed there. Steele returned fire in the other room, but Justice kept going. His eyes were on the prize of that blackly dressed killer. The guy was dressed like Crow had been earlier, and Justice would bet money it was Crow. Justice was also sure the guy had been just about to operate the saw before they had come bursting through the door. Leaping over the two men he'd shot, he made it to the doorway and turned down the hall. Gunfire followed, and he dodged low. Justice fired, sprinted, and then fired again. Ducking into an open doorway, he swung his arm out and fired down the hall. Crow fired back. Justice stepped out, aimed, and fired. The man stumbled and ran, firing behind him as he went. Several more rounds hit the hallway. Justice dodged back. Once the snicks died down, he lunged out and ran after the guy. Around the next corner, he found a short hallway with two open doors. The first room was empty. The second one, he found Crow sitting on his ass, back leaning against the wall. The silencer was slack in the man's hand. Justice stepped forward and kicked the gun away. Crow didn't move. Good riddance, motherfucker. Justice yanked the guy's hood off. The man was not Crow. It was Blue. Justice felt for a pulse but found none. He stood and carefully and quickly made his way back to Steele. Entering the room, he found his buddy with two perps sitting on the ground, backs to the wall. One had hate-filled eyes, and the other had fear. They both stared at Steele. The belligerent one with the hate-filled eyes was wearing a plastic workshop apron stained with blood and long plastic work gloves that went halfway up his arms. "You get off on chopping people up?" Justice growled at the fucker. He stalked over and crouched at eye level with the guy. The man curled his lip and smirked like what he was doing was no big deal. "I need answers about Tanis and Crow, and you're going to give them to me," he said. "Fuck you, pig. I ain't giving you shit." "See, that's where you're wrong. We aren't the cops." Justice placed the barrel of his silencer beneath the guy's chin and pulled the trigger. Blood sprayed the man sitting nearby, who started screaming. Still squatting, Justice aimed his gun at the guy. "I don't have much time," Justice snarled, pressing the gun beneath the trembling man's chin. "Justice," Steele murmured. He'd never seen the cold rage in his friend's cool blue eyes, nor the murderous controlled focus. Something was eating at Justice, and Steele figured it was because of Fisher. "We need him alive. I'll leave him alive. Barely." The perp shuddered and darted Steele a pleading look. "What is this place?" Steele asked the guy. It's where they bring people to..." "Kill?" Justice pressed the gun harder and the man's neck strained. "Practice." "What kind of people do you practice on?" Steele said. "Blue brings them." "Does Blue run this place?" Justice eased the gun a bit. "Yes." "What about Tanis?" Justice asked. "Tanis? No, this is Blue's place." "What is the deal between Tanis and Blue?" Steele asked this time. "They work together," the guy said. "What about Crow?" Justice asked. Just the mention of Crow's name had the guy shaking. I don't know." Justice pressed his gun again, but the guy shook his head emphatically with eyes wide with fear. "Axel, come," Justice called his dog. When the Belgian Malinois barreled into the room, the man gasped and tried to scoot as far away as possible. "He eats perps for dinner, so fucking start talking," Justice said. "I swear I don't know. But I can tell you that Blue works for Tanis." "Blue is dead," Justice said flatly. Relief swept through the young man's eyes. "Tell us about Crow," Steele said. "Crow hasn't been around long, that I know of, but for some reason Tanis trusts him." The perp's brow wrinkled as if he wasn't sure about their relationship. Justice stared at the perp until he started trembling. "You give Tanis a message for me. Tell him that I'm coming for him." The man stared at him in shock, mouth slightly opened. "And you tell Crow he should clear out, because if he gets in my way, he's a dead man." The perp's lips trembled. "You hear me?" Justice asked, very, very quietly. Axel growled low in his throat. "Yes, I hear you." It wasn't until they were back in his truck that Steele spoke. "You were like a war machine back there, bud. I left the last one alive, didn't I? That's not what I'm talking about. You shot 2 of them before getting identification. What if they were victims? With guns? Hardly." Justice punched the button for the radio and music filled the cab. "I'm only saying," Justice tapped and the volume blared, cutting off Steele's words. "What? I can't hear you." Steele shot him the middle finger. Justice laughed and gunned it, taking the on-ramp that would take them back toward home. He felt better after killing those fuckers, and a quick call to Savage had the cleaning crew coming in. Every trace of that shit would be wiped out and cleaned up. Justice wouldn't be surprised if they burned it after getting rid of the bodies. No more kill room. Next on the list was no more Tanis and Crow. Chapter 29. From its vantage point on a neighboring roof, Crow watched until the Erebus and Genesis assassins left the building. He didn't need to linger or wonder where they were headed. He'd memorized their license plate. Clenching his teeth, his mind raced. It had taken him months to find Blue's warehouse, but Erebus and Genesis had found it in a matter of hours. That Blue didn't come out was a sure sign the guy was dead, and that fucked with his plans. Without Blue, it was going to be harder but not impossible to complete his mission. Reaching the access door of the building, he grabbed the door handle just before a force slammed into him. The hit took him off his feet. Painfully, Crow hit the asphalt roof and small pieces of gravel dug into his arm. Rolling, Crow launched sideways, trying to get his feet beneath him, but the weight of the man took him down again. The fucker was big. Crow sent his elbow into the man's face and went for his eyes through the hooded mask. Rolling away, the big guy was up and circling him. The fucker moved fast. Faster than Crow had ever seen for someone his size. Dressed in all dark clothing and a black trench coat, the guy had to be an assassin. Crow would bet money on it. Slowly, the guy slid the long coat from his shoulders and dropped it to the ground. 2 short swords crossed at the assassin's back. Crow honestly didn't have time to dick around with this shit. He reached for his own short swords and pulled them free. The man did the same. Rather than circling, Crow swept in, slicing and slashing. He cut the fucker's black shirt open, leaving a wide gap in the material. He had hit skin. The man's exposed chest showed blood welling from the cut. With a hiss, the assassin attacked overhead with one blade, thrusting straight at him with the other. It was an experienced move, and it was all Crow could do to defend for a moment. Knocking the blades away, Crow gained the advantage and sent his boot into the man's stomach, putting the guy on his ass. With one cross slice, he could take off the guy's head and leave him up here for bird food. He moved in. Snick. Instinct had Crow diving for cover. The burn of a bullet nicked his calf. "Rogue!" a darkly dressed figure shouted and leaped onto the roof, running and shooting at him. Snick, snick, snick. It was time to retreat. Racing to where Rogue had fallen on his ass and then sprawled to his back, Wrath yanked the big man up into a sitting position. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "You shouldn't have interfered," Rogue croaked. "The fuck you say?" Wrath growled. Crouching down, he yanked off Rogue's hood. He cupped the man's face in his hands and ran his eyes over Rogue's face. Then his hands down the man's neck, shoulders, and arms until he spotted the sliced open shirt. "He fucking cut you." "That guy was good," Rogue mumbled, sounding confused. "Hey," Wrath patted the man's cheek hard, and Rogue jerked away. "What do you want?" Rogue snarled at him, shoving him away. Wrath stumbled beneath the impact, but he was nimble enough to stay balanced on the balls of his feet. "We need to go." Wrath kept his voice even and scooted closer to hold Rogue's gaze. The man reached out and gripped his shoulders with hard hands. The angry light in Rogue's gray eyes was like an unspoken fuck off. "I told you to stay away from me." Wrath shook his head at the gravelly whispered words. "I can't. Now let's fucking go." He yanked Rogue to his feet and retrieved the man's jacket. After jerking it around Rogue's shoulders, Wrath shoved the assassin toward the access door that led to the stairs. Wrath. He kept his eyes on Rogue at all times, so he was looking at the assassin when his name was called. It was a good thing, because he might have missed the pain replacing the rage in those gray depths. "Don't believe in me." Rogue disappeared through the door. "Why not?" Rogue's answer drifted back to him as the assassin jogged down the stairs. "I'm not a good man." Crow's heart was pumping when he leaped over the side of the building and landed in an open industrial trash can. Rogue. The assassin he'd almost killed was a member of Erebus. Fuck. He gained distance and pulled out his cell phone, wincing as he walked. The blood from the bullet wound had soaked his sock and the inside of his boot. His boss answered on the first ring. "Did you find him?" "No, sir. There's no sign of Steven. He may have had his name changed." "You sound winded. I had a run-in." "How bad is it?" The man sighed. "The situation is bad. I want to kill that son of a bitch so badly." Crow stepped into a crevice between two neighboring buildings to keep himself from being seen. "I know, but you can't. Not yet." He knew that. At least his boss realized how fucked up this was. Plus, there was a problem with killing the fucker, and it was a big one. If he choked the life out of Tanis, then he would not be able to find Steven, and Steven was his mission. "What do you need from me?" "Honestly, I don't know. I have the former SecDef's assassin team after me, and Genesis will probably be barking up my ass here soon. Why don't you call Dave?" "That's not a good idea." "I don't understand why the president didn't take this to Dave in the first place," Crow said. "Dave wants to retire." "I thought he was retired." "Not from the specialty teams." Crow tiredly leaned his head against the wall behind him, and sweat dripped from his soaked hair. His calf was throbbing. "See what you can do, and I'll run some things past POTUS," his boss said into the silence. "Okay, I'll check in tomorrow." Ending the call, Crow left his hiding place, got into his car, and drove to his temporary home in Ventura. He had shit there to take care of the bullet wound. Going to a hospital was not an option for him. Chapter 30. 2 days later. "Can we talk?" Fisher turned at the sound of Echo's voice and found the man standing at the bottom of Dave's staircase. He hadn't even known Echo was in the house. "Sure," Fisher said, coming down the stairs after freshening up. He'd stayed a couple of days at Dave's because Boston had begged him to. Plus, he'd hoped that justice would come back, but so far the assassin had been MIA and was not even answering his calls. "Not here, though. Let's go get some coffee," Echo said. "Okay, but you're driving." He smirked, and Echo gave a reluctant smile. Leaving Dave's estate, Echo drove a few miles down the road and then pulled over. A few minutes later, Rogue opened the back door and slowly got inside. "The gang's all here," Echo said lightly and pulled back onto the road. "Hey," Rogue said, touching his shoulder briefly. "You're moving slowly," Fisher said. "Yeah," Rogue said, but didn't explain. It was rare that they all three hung out, so he was feeling a bit surreal. Echo found a popular coffee house, and instead of sitting at one of the vacant tables, they returned to the SUV. Everyone settled back in their seats, and Echo turned sideways in the driver's seat, and Fisher did the same. They were skinny enough to do that, while Rogue, who was a lot bigger, took up the back seat. "I have some questions," Echo said, looking at him. "Okay." Fisher took a swallow of his sweet, creamy coffee. "Why didn't you talk to Dave about Solomon a long time ago?" "Why didn't you?" he countered. "You already know why I didn't." "Tell me again," Fisher said. "I was stupid," Echo rubbed a hand down his face. "I came back so Solomon would let Rogue go. I thought—" Echo's voice trailed off, and the silence hung between them. "Echo thought Solomon wasn't caging kids any longer. He thought we were the only three until Cash came clean. Rogue said into the silence. Like I said, I was stupid, Echo said. And you? Fisher turned his eyes on Rogue. Why didn't you end Solomon? Rogue briefly closed his eyes. He was taking kids off the streets. But what he was doing was worse than living on the streets. I didn't see it that way, Rogue murmured. That's because you were brainwashed, Echo told Rogue. You were 6 or 7 when Solomon found you. That's called Stockholm Syndrome, bro. Rogue rubbed his fingers on his mouth and then dropped his hand. I'm glad he's dead, Echo sighed, gazing out the window as if lost in thought. Echo? Fisher said. Yeah. The man swung back around toward him. This isn't your fault. Solomon was a master at manipulation. I think, a muscle ticked in Echo's jaw and his voice sounded raw. Solomon molested Azrael. Fisher processed that information for a moment and shot a glance at Rogue, who looked as if he didn't have a clue. Have either of you ever heard of a man they call Tanis? Echo's brow furrowed. Not until Dave said he was involved. Fisher glanced at Rogue when the big assassin stayed quiet. The flicker of recognition in Rogue's face had been very brief, but Fisher had seen it. You know him, he said flatly. I know of him. But he's dead, Rogue said. That's what I thought too. Fisher thought he had overheard Solomon telling Rogue that Tanis was dead. He'd been 12 at the time, so he couldn't be sure that he had remembered correctly. Rogue gazed out the window, his jaw bunched. Is that what Solomon told you? Maybe Rogue remembered his own conversation with Solomon. Fisher sipped his cooling coffee while he waited. Rogue closed his eyes as if in pain. No. The word was rasped, and Fisher heard the ungodly suffering, and that was when it dawned on him. You knew what Tanis was doing. I didn't. Rogue's voice sounded tight with strain. Fuck that noise, Fisher snapped. You kept your head in the sand to avoid the truth. Shut up, Rogue said thickly, but Fisher wasn't done, not by a long shot. Tanis used you like he used me and then sold us to Solomon. No. It was different, Rogue murmured. How so? Don't tell me you loved that fucker. I killed Tanis. When? How? Fisher asked quietly. He needed information, and if Rogue could give him something to go on, he'd take it. So for now, Fisher kept to himself that Tanis was indeed not dead, and the fact that the bastard was still running boys. Rogue finally turned from gazing out the window, his eyes filled with so much despair. Fisher swallowed hard. Fuck. Solomon and Tanis had done so much damage to them that Fisher wondered if they would ever recover. It was winter. I remember it was so cold in the warehouse. Rogue's voice was low, and the man's eyes held a far-off glaze to them. Solomon had brought you in a few weeks earlier. You were a few years older than I was, but I tried to get you warm. But you were terrified of me. Of everything. It took me a few weeks to finally figure out why, but that was only after Solomon stripped you down. Fisher squeezed his hands into fists. He'd blocked out a lot of the humiliation he'd gone through back then, but Rogue's words brought some of it up. I started paying attention when Solomon let me out of the cage. I overheard what they talked about. What was it? Echo whispered when Rogue seemed to be caught in his own hell. Tanis was raping boys, and when he was done or they grew too old, he'd sell them to Solomon. Rogue's voice held a dead tone. Echo gasped, staring at both of them as if trying to grapple with the sudden information. I followed Solomon on the next run, and I shot Tanis with his own gun. Solomon got me out of there. Rogue's words petered out, and Fisher suspected that there was a lot more to it. Finish it, he growled. He didn't remember about Tanis being dead until he'd escaped from Solomon. He needed answers that he suspected Rogue could give him. Rogue's eyes went from tormented to cold, flat, and hard. Solomon told me that Tanis was dead. After that, there were no more boys sent over or picked up. Rogue's gaze burned into his. I told you that Tanis was dead, and you finally started crying. Rogue's voice broke. Fisher didn't remember, but when Rogue reached out a hand, Fisher gripped it tightly. Why did you ask me about Tanis? Rogue asked. Tanis didn't die. He just went to ground, Fisher rasped. He's been doing the same fucking thing. I'll bet you money he raped Azrael. Why didn't I ever meet Tanis? Echo interjected, confused. Because the sick fuck was out of the picture, or so we thought by the time Solomon found you, Fisher said. Echo gripped the paper coffee cup tightly, holding his eyes for a long moment. Did you? Were you? Fisher turned away from Echo's searching gaze for a moment, but now was not the time to keep this to himself. He needed Echo and Rogue's help to find Tanis. Yes. I lived with Tanis from the age of 6 until I turned 12. He considered me too old. After that, I was sold to Solomon. Or gifted to him, I'm not sure how it all worked. And was this Tanis guy an assassin? No, far from it. He was into other things. Fisher took a hasty gulp of coffee to wash down the bile threatening to come up at the memories. I'm so sorry, Echo whispered. Yeah, me too. Rather than speak, Echo gripped his forearm in silent comfort. Are you sure Tanis is alive? Rogue asked Fisher quietly. I'd bet my life on it. Then we can't let him live. They looked at one another, and there in the confines of the SUV they made a silent pact. Tanis was going to die, and the fucker was going to suffer before he took his last breath. Chapter 31. Fisher was pissed, and he couldn't seem to get a handle on his anger. Not only as a result of his discussion with Echo and Rogue, but also angry about one missing assassin. Justice had ghosted him. Yanking his cell phone from his pocket, he dialed Justice's number for what seemed like the 20th time. He wasn't sure about what he was going to say, but he would be sure to give the asshole a piece of his mind. When it rang on the other end, he impatiently tapped his finger on the windowsill. Justice didn't get to be pissed at him. He was the one that was supposed to be angry. He was the one that was supposed to avoid justice. And he sure as hell was the one who was in the right here, so what was the man's problem? The call went to voicemail. You've reached Justice. Leave a message. Prick. He ended the call and tossed his phone onto his worn couch before he followed it down. Kicking his feet up, he draped them over the arm of the couch and yanked the small pillow beneath his head. The day was growing late, but he felt too restless to try and sleep. When his phone buzzed, he dug for it and pulled it from beneath his right ass cheek. It was a text from Savage. Rather than respond, Fisher punched in the guy's number. Ready for a job? Savage said by way of answering the phone. Yeah. I have a question, though. What's that? Aren't we supposed to be working in pairs? Yes. Well, Justice isn't. Fisher crossed his ankles and stared out the window beyond his feet. He felt like a fucking snitch, and that pissed him off even more. You want me to tell him to get his head out of his ass? Yes. If Savage gave Justice an order, then he wouldn't need to come up with a reason to seek out the man. If he gave Justice a piece of his mind in the process, then so be it. It was the least the guy deserved. I also have Bones or Falcon available. What? Who are they? Part of Erebus. Either one of them would be a good partner for you. He'd never heard of either man, but he knew one thing. He wasn't partnering with anyone he didn't know. He'd be with Justice or nobody. Did you text Justice? He asked suspiciously. Yeah, his boss sighed. He said he was busy. Fisher hung up the phone before Savage could say another word. That fucker, he muttered, and launched off the couch. It was the middle of the night, but he knew where Justice slept, so there wouldn't be a chance in hell that the assassin could avoid him forever. 3 o'clock in the morning was probably not the best time to pay a visit, but so the fuck what? He'd lost plenty of nights' sleep because of Justice, so payback was a bitch. Asshole. Tossing his backpack up and over the wall, he took a few steps back and ran halfway up before leaping to the top. Jumping down, he slid on his pack and walked through the hedges, along the flower bed, and to the front door. This might be the tricky part. Somehow he needed to get Justice to open the door. He sighed, placed his hands on his hips, and studied the keypad near the front entrance. "The door's open." Justice's deep voice came from the box and startled him, but he covered it by testing the knob. Sure enough, it was open. So much for being stealthy. Stepping inside, he softly closed the door and the lock engaged automatically. The entryway was lowly lit and he cautiously walked with silent steps to where the wall ended and opened up into the living room. Easing off his backpack, he swept his eyes around the area and dropped the pack at his feet. Had Justice opened the door from his bedroom? The lock did look high-tech and was probably operated from an app. What should he do? And why the hell was he so indecisive? Maybe because the last time he'd been here, he'd been locked in a fucking cage? Oh, right. He'd been drugged first and then locked up. Fucker. Justice's big body suddenly caged him from behind, and as much as he wanted to nut-punch the asshole, he wanted to fuck him more. When Justice nuzzled into his neck, Fisher's dick stirred. "You don't get to be mad at me," Fisher breathed, his forehead pressing against the wall. Justice ground against his ass and kissed his nape. "And you don't get to avoid me." This time Fisher moaned the words. "Okay," Justice agreed. When the man's teeth closed at the back of his neck, Fisher's cock tightened painfully. Justice caught both of Fisher's hands in his and pressed his palms flat to the wall, and Fisher arched his back, pushing his ass against the man's crotch. He thought about all the reasons he should not do what he was about to do, and the main one was he needed to tell Justice about his past. That was the only way to see if this thing between them worked. He'd need to open up, and he wasn't talking about his ass. "Justice, we need to talk." His voice was higher pitched than usual, and Justice finally leaned away from him. "I know." The words were grumbled and gravelly sounding, and when he turned, he spotted the grimace crossing the man's rugged face. They carried mugs of coffee from a freshly brewed pot out onto the back patio where the massive swimming pool's surface sat like glass, its lights shimmering beneath the blue water. The whole thing was outlined with flowers, bushes, and even a few trees. Justice had a gardener who came and took care of the garden. Fisher always thought the yard and house were like something he had once seen in a magazine. Axel trotted out and headed around the yard. Fisher figured the dog was trained to do perimeter checks. Justice settled into one of two comfortable patio chairs, and Fisher sat in the other. Cradling the mug, he sipped the coffee. The brew was black, and he didn't drink it often, but tonight it hit the spot. "I'm sorry." Fisher gazed at the edges of distant sand dunes he could see just past the wrought iron fencing. The sound of waves from the beach drifted on the air. He knew Justice was sorry, of that he had no doubts. He took a deep breath. It was time to tell his story. Of what he could remember of it, anyway. "I was 6 when Tanis stole me from the orphanage. A lot of my years after that I don't remember," he murmured. Justice turned his head to gaze at him, and Fisher gave a nod, not meeting the man's eyes. "I have what they call CPTSD that makes me forget. The technical term is disassociation from reality. My psychiatrist called it trauma avoidance." He took another sip of his coffee, waiting for Justice to digest what he'd said. "Is that why you said..." "What did I do?" Fisher nodded. "Yeah. I honestly didn't remember, but I had a feeling that you had done something." "Do you remember now?" Justice's voice shook. "Yes, I do now. My memories come back with time, and if I don't stress myself, I don't know how else to explain it. I'll forget it first, and then something will trigger me to remember, or my brain will tell me I'm safe, and then I'll recall." "I fucked up." Justice placed his mug aside on a nearby glass table and rubbed both hands over his face, bending his head down. "We've got to work on our communication. If I had told you what happened and you would have told me about what you guys had planned, then we wouldn't be having this conversation." "True," Justice agreed. "I should have discussed the orders I received, regardless of what Savage said. I'll never keep something like that from you again." "Thank you." Justice gave him a sad pull of his mouth, and then gazed at the swimming pool. "When I was 12, Tanis sold me to Solomon. Justice's big hands fisted as the man absorbed just how many years he'd been subjected to Tanis. He sold the boys who grew too old for him. Tanis is the ringleader, Justice said flatly. Yes. And all these years I thought he was dead. Why did you think that? Because Rogue told me he was. After leaving Echo and Rogue, the memory of how he'd found out that Tanis was dead had come back. He had flashes of Rogue holding him while he cried with relief that the monster was no longer breathing. His mind had safeguarded him by slipping away the memories of Tanis until he could accept them without going insane. His sudden need for vengeance thrummed through him, but he swallowed it down. I was with Solomon until the age of 18 when I escaped. I tried to take Rogue and Echo with me, but Rogue was too brainwashed by Solomon and I couldn't get Echo's cage open. Justice reached over and took his hand and linked their fingers. Fisher took a breath and continued, getting it all said and done. I reported the warehouse to the cops, but by the time they got there, it was cleaned out. I kicked around for a while trying to find Echo and Rogue, but I was almost recaptured by Solomon. That's when I joined the Navy. I figured the military would keep the fucker away. How did you meet Owen and Creed? Fisher smiled slightly. Both men were Army Special Forces. On a joint task force. They gave me shit for being Navy. I bet, Justice murmured. There was a long moment of silence, and then Justice squinted at him. What? You came back, Justice frowned. Yeah. I was older. I missed Echo and Rogue. They were my brothers, even though we don't share blood. I knew Tanis was dead, and it appeared that Solomon had gone legit. He took a sip of his cooling coffee. Of course, when I found out it was a lie, I began searching for any lost boys. I detained you the night we killed Solomon. Yeah. That was a hell of a road trip up the coast to San Luis Obispo. Justice gave a silent and apologetic grimace. Sorry about that. I liked that way more than the cage, he joked. Justice lifted their linked fingers to his mouth and kissed his knuckles. That time I wasn't needed. This time, I was ordered to help. But you failed to kill Blue, that time. He's dead now. Seriously? Fisher shot Justice a questioning look. Steele and I killed him 2 days back. Dave got the call, but I supposed word hadn't traveled yet. Speak of the devil, Fisher glanced at his cell that was resting on the glass table. One-handed, because their fingers were still linked, Justice tugged out his buzzing phone. Mine too. Answer it on yours, Fisher said, and Justice hit the speaker button. I'm here with Fisher, Justice said by way of a greeting. All good? Dave asked. So far? Justice tightened his hand around his. Fisher? Dave said, as if getting his okay. Yeah, we're working it out. That's good. Listen, I got a call about a crime scene that I need you both to check out. Why? Crime scenes aren't our thing, Fisher said. Your name was found there. What? Surprise filled his voice. I'll give you the address. Cold fear punched his gut. What is it? Justice urged. We gotta go. Now. Chapter 32. San Bernardino, California. So tell me how you know this place, he said, heading down the freeway just past the San Bernardino County line. I've been trying to find the boys, well, some of them are men now, and help them survive. That's what you were talking about at the smoke shop when you said we were naive to think Solomon didn't have help. I only found out about Tanis just before I ran into you there. Fisher rubbed a hand over his face. I was still in shock. I don't have all the facts. I don't know if Solomon continued doing business with Tanis after Rogue killed him. What? Killed who? Rogue shot Tanis. Thought the guy was dead, and Solomon confirmed it. He lied, Justice murmured. Solomon was a master of lies. He's dead, and will kill all of his partners. He took Fisher's hand to bring his attention to him. The look that came over Fisher's face when he talked about Tanis wasn't one he wanted to see. What he wanted was to see the look on Fisher's face when they finally ended Tanis. A sudden thought occurred. Does Tanis have other partners besides Blue and Crow? I found out from a guy, a teenager actually, that Blue was running boys. That's how Blue ended up on my radar." "Where's this teenager?" "At the address we're going to see." Shit. Justice pressed the gas, and his truck raced down the freeway. Crime scene tape surrounded the scene when Justice rolled up on it 15 minutes later. He kept going and parked his truck around the block. The place sat in a rundown area on the outskirts of the city. Their visibility was a problem, so Justice took care of that by shooting the street light out in the front, and then again in the alleyway behind the tall concrete wall that butted up against the backyard fence. Fisher walked silently at his side. The man hadn't said a word after their conversation, and Justice wondered if he was in shock. He missed his dog, but he'd left Axel at home because he wasn't sure what he and Fisher were walking into. Per the orders he'd received via text from Dave, he and Fisher were to keep their surveillance under the radar. Dave did not want law enforcement to know they were at this scene. Reaching the back porch, Justice sliced down the evidence tape that sealed the back door shut and popped the lock. The door clicked open along with a slight groan. He paused. Nothing but silence came from within. A dog barked a few houses over, but other than that, all was silent at 5 o'clock in the morning. Fisher pulled his silencer from his hip holster. Easing out his B&T VP9 pistol, Justice slowly pushed the door wider and aimed the silencer within as he stepped inside. They were both dressed in all black, and the darkness within swallowed them. The small kitchen smelt like day-old trash and pine sol. Fisher moved ahead of him, and Justice was reminded that his partner had been here before. He knew the layout of the house. Making his way out of the dismal room, he carefully followed Fisher through the living room and down a short hallway. When the assassin reached an open bedroom door and froze, Justice pulled his small penlight. He swept the light around the room and over the hardwood floors as he went. The chalk outline of one body was a stark contrast on the dark wood. Fisher stood with his chest heaving, and Justice hurriedly placed a hand on the man's arm. He followed Fisher's eyes back to the chalk. The outline was of a young adult, maybe a teenager, could be seen curled on his side. Blood had sprayed the floor. He gazed at the bare mattress. CSI had taken the bedding for evidence. On the floor near the bed lay a blood-sprayed teddy bear. Had a child been involved? There was no second chalk outline, but the child could have been on the bed. Fucking animals. The teenager was an unknown. All he knew from the text police report from Dave was that he was male and roughly 19. What was his name? Ryan. Fisher launched into the room and started searching beneath the bed and yanking out clothes in the closet before he left the room and went into the bathroom. Justice followed just in time to see Fisher open the cupboards beneath the sink and yank back the shower curtain. "What are you looking for?" "Mikey." "Who's Mikey?" "He's 9. Ryan took him from Blue when he escaped." "So did Blue have his own operation going?" Justice asked to clarify. "I don't know, maybe. He's dead, so we can't ask." "How did Ryan escape from Blue?" "That part is unclear, and Ryan never was a talker. What I do recall was that he was talking to some guy named Crow, so maybe that's who did this?" Fisher ran a hand down his face. "Maybe," Justice murmured. When the living room floorboard creaked, Justice shut off his penlight and put a finger to his lips. He lifted his silencer in his cupped hands and brought it to eye level and stepped out into the hallway with Fisher at his 6. Whoever had entered was hella quiet. Maybe another assassin? Damn it. "Justice!" "Shit," he breathed when Steele called his name. "It's Steele," he told Fisher and lowered his gun. His friend stepped into the hallway. "Next time, text me," Justice growled. "Oops." Steele reached him and Fisher. "I'm Steele." "Fisher." With the pleasantries over, Justice gestured to the bedroom and Steele stopped at the doorway, giving a heavy sigh. The man shook his head and then crouched down next to the chalk outline. "How'd you find out about this?" Justice asked. "Dave called real," Steele said, standing and checking the contents of the dresser. "So this was a hit," Fisher said, his voice tight as he walked back into the room. "Hell if I know," Steele said. "But Real did say there's some outliers roaming around." Fisher squinted at Steele. "What kind of outliers are you talking about?" The ones that did this? Apparently. What aren't you telling us? Justice narrowed his lids to slits, trying to decipher his friend's expression. This was probably done by one of Solomon's boys. Steele pointed at the chalk marks. No fucking way, Fisher snapped. Yes, fucking way, Steele murmured. The boys trained by Solomon fucking Mercy? No, Justice added and placed a hand on Fisher's arm before he could clock Steele. Same signature, Steele pointed out. The man moved over to crouch next to the chalk mark. I read the police report. 1 bullet, center of the forehead, point blank. This was a hit. It figured Steele would have those kinds of connections. The man was former CIA after the military. But why blame those boys? Genesis uses the same signature, center of the forehead, Justice pointed out. Steele snorted. From the police report, it was a 9mm. We don't use those, but some of Solomon's boys do. Fisher crossed his arms and scowled. That's bullshit. I don't use that type of weapon, and neither does Echo or Rogue. What about Cash, Apollo, or Azrael? Steele said. They didn't fucking do this. Fisher's glare could peel paint from the side of a building. So, what are you thinking? Steele walked from the dresser over to the closet to search. This has Tanis written all over it, Fisher said. Justice spotted several crayons scattered, along with paper drawings on top of a small desk with the name Mikey scrawled on them. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he turned away from the colorful pictures. I'm just saying, we need to think of all possibilities, Steele said, standing from his crouch. He didn't believe it. There was no way that any of the boys they had saved from Solomon's locations would do this. Hell, most of those young adults had been captured as children and forced to become killers by that fucking asshole. The son of a bitch had gotten poetic justice, though. One of his own had killed him. I'm telling you those boys wouldn't do this, Justice shook his head. I agree, Fisher said. If we're done here, I need to find Mikey. On those words, Fisher stepped down the hallway and Justice followed with Steele in the rear. When Fisher stopped moving, Justice bumped against the man's back. Don't fucking move, a deep voice said. The next second, Justice realized their conversation had muted the sounds of the house being entered. It wasn't a lone gunman either. They were faced with darkly dressed men with military gear and automatic weapons. Chapter 33. Early morning. Placing the book aside on the small table near his chair, Dave pushed to his feet and walked to his desk. He answered the video call coming in from his laptop and took a seat in the dark leather office chair. William Caldwell, also known as Will, came on screen. The Secretary of Defense crest covered the wall behind the man's desk located in the Pentagon. How's it going, Will? Dave eased back in his chair. I can't complain, Dave said with a slight smile. I tried to keep you out of this one, but that's not going to be possible. What's the problem? Dave squinted. I've been ordered to recover Senator Child's stepson, Stephen. He's 10 years old and went missing 6 months ago. Movement at his study door caught his attention, and he found Stone with 2 mugs of hot coffee. Dave motioned the man over and gratefully took the cup. Go on, Dave told Will. Need to clear the room? No. Dave shook his head and Stone took a seat just out of view of the video. Okay, so I put my team on it and my commander found out that a man named Tanis took Stephen. The only problem is that he's got the boy locked in a bunker that has 1 door, in and out. Where's it located? In the basement of the guy's fortress. We'll get Tanis and make him open it. That's the thing. My man was getting close to a guy by the name of Blue. Blue told him that Tanis has measures in place. How so? If Tanis puts in the wrong code in that door, the thing is set to blow and kill everyone, including any kids down there and my team. Blue is dead, Dave murmured. I know. The only other way we have into that bunker is through Fisher, Will said. I'll bring Fisher in, he said and glanced at Stone. That's the thing. My men took Fisher and Justice plus some member of Genesis. What the fuck? Stone growled and Dave held up a hand. You should have come to me first. He locked his eyes with Will's. "I was told to keep you out of it as much as possible. You're set to retire from the teams, and POTUS doesn't want that affected." "Where is Fisher?" Dave clenched his jaw. "I'll send you the address." "Who's your man?" "Crow." Irritation flooded Dave. Damn it. What the hell had Will been thinking? His men had almost ended Crow on the streets of Los Angeles. "Listen," Will said. "If I had a choice, I would have brought you in at the very beginning. You know that." He did know that. Will was a straight shooter, and although 15 years his junior, he had known the man for years. "Next time he tells you to keep me out, give me a call," Dave told the SecDef. "Yeah," Will smirked. "I'll think about it." With that, Dave ended the call and turned to hold Stone's gaze. "I have an address. I need you to go get Fisher Justice and, I suspect, Steele." Stone stood, holding his mug of half-finished coffee. "Stone? I'm tired." Stone stepped closer and carted his fingers through his hair, and Dave closed his eyes. "I know," the man murmured, his voice low, deep, and soothing. "You need to figure out a plan to get Tanis to open that bunker. Otherwise, a lot of people are going to get hurt or worse." "I will," Stone promised, then dropped his hand and stepped away. "Don't get dead," he whispered, and received a sexy smirk in return. When the big former soldier left his office, it seemed too quiet. Slowly, he shoved to his feet, lifted his mug, and made his way back to his chair that faced his garden. And he dreamed about the day where he could buy a house in the country and live out his days. "Are you okay?" The young voice of Azrael filled the silence, and the boy crept closer and into the second leather chair next to his. Thin and small, Azrael pulled his legs into the chair and wrapped his arms around them. "How much did you hear?" Dave said. The boy had a knack for getting into places he shouldn't be, and this wasn't the first conversation Azrael had overheard. "Most of it. I was napping." The teenager pointed to the corner in the large room where bookshelves reached the ceiling, and he'd created a nook for reading. Azrael had a habit of parking there during the day, and he should have checked before speaking. Dave ran a tired hand over his chin and took a swallow of his cold coffee. "I need you to put aside what you heard and stay here." "I can help," Azrael insisted. "I don't doubt your skills," he placated, knowing that the boy was not ready for a mission of this magnitude. "These are black ops, military assassins, and they report to the current Secretary of Defense. I got that part." Dave smiled and patted Azrael's arm before he went back to gazing out at the garden. The boy huffed and sat back in the chair. Pulling out his cell phone from the breast pocket of his blazer, Dave shot a text to Reel. He may need an intervention if Azrael didn't stay put. Chapter 34. A hood had been pulled over Fisher's head, and he, along with Justice and Steele, were hauled into the back of a van-type vehicle. Justice sat next to him with his arm lodged tightly against his. He'd known it was Justice because the man had pressed his thigh against his and left it there. Putting down his weapon had been one of the hardest things he'd done, but Fisher hadn't wanted Justice to be hit by gunfire. If he'd been alone, he would have already been out of the back window, but both Justice and Steele were in his way, and there was no way he was leaving Justice to take a bullet. Their captors didn't speak, and he didn't know how many there were, maybe 5. When the vehicle stopped some 10 minutes later, they were taken inside a building. The air felt cooler there. A metal door clanged shut, and he suspected they were inside a warehouse. Something sticky squelched beneath the soles of his boots, and he wondered if this was the end. He was shoved into a room and pushed down into a hard metal chair. Next to him, a chair scraped, and then he heard Justice clear his throat. At least they were there together. An hour ticked by before someone new entered the room. The man's boots were a slow thud on the floor. When his hood was yanked off, Fisher blinked against the overhead bright lights. "What the hell?" Justice said, and Fisher jerked his gaze to his partner. Other than ruffled hair, Justice was no worse for wear. Fisher swept his gaze around the room and spotted 2 cameras in the ceiling corners, and he wondered who else was watching the show. "We meet again," the man said to Justice. "Who is he?" Fisher murmured. "Crow." "You work for Tanis," Fisher said between his clenched teeth. "That is a misconception." Crow looked them over before pointing a finger at him. "You're Fisher." "So?" Fisher narrowed his gaze. "Take the zip ties off," Crow ordered, and one of the several men in the room stepped forward and snipped all 3 of them free. All guards had automatic weapons pointed at them, so they weren't out of here by any means. Fisher rubbed his wrists, welcoming back the circulation. "What the hell do you want?" he said. "I need your help to take down Tanis," Crow said, and pulled a metal chair over to sit in front of all 3. "We've got it handled," Justice said, and Crow shot the man a disbelieving look. "Why?" Fisher said before Justice could do something stupid like try and take on all these guys. He'd been wrong. There weren't 5. There were 7, and that was not including Crow and any others outside. They were geared, and he suspected they were military and probably active, but he couldn't be sure. "I'm looking for a boy who was taken by Tanis roughly 6 months ago. Have you checked the basement? The fucker always has one," Fisher said, crossing his arms. "No, I didn't. I needed Blue to get me down there," Crow responded, aiming a dark look at Justice and Steele. "But Blue is dead. If you had been more forthcoming, we could have worked something out instead of you skulking in the shadows," Justice growled. Steele remained quiet, as if assessing the room and how best to take out the enemy. However, Fisher suspected that this group may not be their opposition. "Why me?" Fisher was dying to know. "Because one of the last orders Blue and I received from Tanis was to bring you back." "Did Tanis kill Ryan?" "He sent Garrett," Crow said. "My team and I were on our way to that house to help." "You were hours too late," Fisher snapped. "With Blue dead, my inside information dried up," Crow growled. "Do you know if Garrett took Mikey?" Fisher said. "Mikey?" Crow frowned. "Yeah, he's 9, and he was in that house with Ryan." "So now we have another boy to save, don't we?" Crow responded. "Who do you guys work for?" Steele spoke up for the first time. "That's on a need-to-know basis." The room door slammed open, cutting off Crow's words. Fisher jumped in his chair at the noise and gaped when the familiar figure of a man came in hot. It was Stone. He'd expected real or savage, but David sent in the big guns. Crow snapped to his feet, and the other guards in the room lifted their weapons, all pointed at Stone. Not that that intimidated a man whom Fisher knew couldn't be. "I ought to knock you on your ass," Stone growled, walking up to Crow and fisting the front of the man's black vest. "Stand down," a smooth, authoritative voice said, and Stone released Crow and swung around to face the newest threat. "Major," Crow said, and saluted with a snap. It was hard not to miss the newest arrival's effect on the people in the room. The Major oozed power, and everyone, including Justice, Steele, and Stone, snapped to attention except for him. With dark hair, a chiseled jaw, and gray eyes, the man giving the orders was stunning. With added muscle and a tall physique, the Major cut an imposing figure. "Who are you?" Fisher asked, because why not? "Address him as Sir," Crow snapped with a glare. "You can call me Viper," the man said, and then directed his next words at Crow. "Will called Dave." "And?" Crow frowned. "We're working together to figure this shit out," Viper said. Stone gave Viper an abrupt nod. "Then let's take this to a conference room instead of an interrogation," Stone rasped. Several minutes later, he, Justice, and Steele were encased in comfortable chairs, given food and water, and the whole lot of them were devising a plan to get Tanis to open that bunker. "You have a history with Tanis?" Viper inquired. Justice tensed beside him and shot Viper a death glare, and Fisher placed his palm on the man's thigh beneath the table. "I do," he said, and then continued when Viper stayed quiet. "I can get Tanis to open that door. But it's going to be because he's going to put me inside that room," he said. Justice linked their fingers beneath the table and squeezed his hand. "When he opens the door and puts me inside, he will follow me in. If it's anything like when I was growing up, then he'll have cages." Fisher tensed. He couldn't help it, and Justice rubbed a thumb over his hand. "Can you get the upper hand?" Crow asked. "I can try. He'll have another guard and himself, and they will both be armed. He won't trust me." "No," Justice finally growled, and Fisher knew it was coming. He could tell by the tension in the man's grip. Viper shot Justice a quelling look, but Fisher knew that wouldn't stop Justice when he got his head into something. "If we had another option to take the focus solely off me, it would help," Fisher said. "But I don't see anyone—" His words were cut off by the opening of the conference room door, and another darkly dressed soldier popped his head inside. "Sir?" "What is it?" Viper snapped with annoyance. "We have a situation," the man said. "Let me go!" a young voice shouted. Fuck. Fisher briefly closed his eyes when Boston was pushed into the room. "Why are you here?" Viper snapped at the teenager. "I'm not alone," Boston hissed, all youth and angry bravado. "Who did you bring?" Fisher asked Boston, but the boy pressed his lips tightly together and shook his head. "Talk, kid," Viper growled. "Screw you!" Boston kicked at the man, holding him by the scruff of his neck. The big soldier grunted but held firm. "Boston," Fisher said, getting the attention of the struggling boy. "These guys are working with us. Who came with you?" "Azrael," Boston whimpered, biting his lip. "Great," Justice muttered. "This might just work in our favor," Fisher said when an idea started forming. "How so?" Crow was the first to jump in. "I go in and take Boston with me. He might give me the distraction I need to take out Tanis." "He's fucking 16, Steele pointed out. "So?" Boston sounded belligerent and scared. Fisher thought quickly. "Then how about Azrael?" The youth had a slender build that Tanis liked, and Azrael looked young enough to pull off being younger than he was. "Another kid?" Viper asked. "He just turned 18, Fisher said. "And it's desperate measures. We need to get Mikey and your Steven out of there." "Don't ever let Real know," Steele muttered. "Do you think you can pull it off?" Viper asked. Fisher squeezed Justice's hand beneath the table. He was proud of the fact that the man had kept his cool and not tried to control everything. He knew it was going to be short-lived when he next spoke. "I'll die trying." And right on cue, all hell broke loose. Chapter 35. "No fucking way," Justice snarled. "It makes sense," he countered, trying to interrupt the ongoing storm. "No." The man's jaw ticked when a muscle bunched. Fisher took the man's hand and led him away from the audience that was gathering. When they rounded the corner down the long hallway, Fisher shoved Justice against the wall and crowded in close. The man's hand went to the back of his head, fingers carded into the hair at his nape. But he'd tied it back earlier, so the band stopped his searching fingers. He tipped his head back and gazed up into Justice's face. "I go in with Azrael, who takes the focus off of me when we get to the bunker, and I take down Tanis after he gets the door opened." "What if you're cuffed?" Justice snarled. "I've gotten out of them." "What if it's zip ties behind your back?" The stubborn tilt of the man's chin let him know this might take a while, and time was not something they had. "I'm small enough to step through my arms." He smoothed both palms over Justice's massive chest. "You trust me, don't you?" "Of course." The man frowned and jerked him closer. "It's others I don't trust." "I'll have Crow with me." "That does not make me any happier." "Why?" he laughed. "I've seen the way he looks at you." "He does not." Fisher snorted and pulled the man's head down. "He better not," Justice said and kissed his mouth. It wasn't a long kiss, but it was a possessive one, and Fisher's stomach did flip-flops. "We can do this." His heart was in his throat. He'd never felt this way before about another human being, and now that he had, He was going to try to hold on to it come hell or high water. I have you to come back to. That didn't seem to register at first. And then Justice's eyes glittered, and he was held tightly again before being placed a few inches away. How are you going to let us know when to breach? Justice grumbled, looking like a little kid. Crow will take me and Az in, and when Tennis takes us to the bunker, Crow will alert you. That's the plan, Crow said from a few feet down the hallway. Justice rounded on the guy. How are you going to know when the bunker door is opened, when you can't even get close? I'll take out Garrett and whomever else is in my way, Crow said, and there was no mistaking the promise in the man's tone. Viper came around the corner with Stone, and Justice released a sigh that signaled his internal war was over. Oh, the man didn't like it, but he wasn't going to object. Fisher smiled up at Justice. Let's get this done. Then barbecue at my place, Justice reluctantly smiled back. I'm in, Fisher teased. I'm down for some barbecue, one of Crow's men said, rubbing his hands together. Wait until you see the spread he has, Fisher said to those gathering around as he jerked his thumb at Justice. It will definitely fit everybody here. And before Justice could do more than grumble about wanting alone time with him, plans were made. Viper then told them to clean up, get some rest, and that they would head out at dusk. I'll let you carry a weapon concealed, but Garrett is going to want to pat you both down, Crow said as he pulled up to a posh country estate located 1 hour and 20 minutes from Ventura. Not only was Stone bringing every available member of Erebus with him, but Savage and Thane would be on site. Dave had called Real, and the Genesis commander was on his way, bringing with him the men he had available. Azrael was adamant that Real not be told of his involvement, and because the youth was legally an adult, they left that up to Stone to handle. As was his way, Stone didn't let in on his thoughts. However, the man pulled one of the thinnest bulletproof vests ever made over Azrael's head. The vest resembled a casual t-shirt, and Stone tucked the boy into a dark pullover to cover it all up. Be smart, Stone told Azrael. Keep your mouth shut and play along. And then I can shoot him? Azrael asked. Get him to open that bunker door and you can shoot him twice, Stone promised. And the men standing around smiled when Azrael did a fist pump. Fisher drew Azrael aside just before they loaded up. What? He looked into the boy's bright eyes. You need to be prepared. Tanis is worse than Solomon, so he might reach for you, he said, placing his hands on Azrael's shoulders. A hardened look that shouldn't have been there filled the 18-year-old boy's face. I know, and I can take it. I'll wait until we get in the bunker, and then I'll end him. The words sounded so much like someone else that Fisher had to smirk. You've been listening to Real. Azrael flashed him a cute smile and blushed. All the time. If anything goes sideways, you stay behind me and you get down, you hear me? Fisher said and waited for the boy to nod before he released his grip. Now, faced with the rolling iron gates of Tanis's estate, Fisher wondered if he'd made the right decision bringing Azrael along. Fisher moved his hands within the confines of the zip ties that Crow had placed on both him and Azrael. This way, Crow said it put their hands in front, and hopefully nobody would change it. Floodlights illuminated the gated area, guard shack, and the front of the building that served as a home and facility. Tanis had moved up since the last place Fisher had seen the man live in. It didn't matter how much money the dick had, he wouldn't be around much longer to spend it. Crow eased through the gates and drove down the long driveway. Several armed guards didn't step into the light, but Fisher knew they were there. The gleam of weapons here and there signaled that Tanis wasn't taking any chances with his fortress. Crow parked and shut off the engine. Here we go, the soldier said when 3 hulking guards stepped up to the vehicle. There was no going back now. Chapter 36. Breaching the place took some planning, and they gathered several blocks from the place. The Erebus assassins on site were Stone, Savage, Thane, Rogue, Wrath, Echo, and Ice. Steel stood with them. There were 2 new people Justice didn't know, but Savage introduced them as Bones and Falcon. When Reel showed up, everyone was careful to keep Azriel's involvement quiet. That had been Stone's call, and he told them all that he would handle the repercussions. Reel brought with him Memphis plus 2 men, the man introduced as Gray and Dallas. Steele gave Justice a salute and walked over to his team. Since Crow was entering the house with Fisher and Azriel, another man Justice didn't know was handing out orders. He'd heard that Viper had returned to Washington on business. Calling for Axel, Justice headed toward the group crowded around Savage along with the rest of Erebus. The dog sat at his feet, alert, eyes locked on him. As expected, they were given minimal instructions. Savage wasn't one for long, drawn-out plans. Our job is clearing the inside of the building once Genesis clears the outside. You're assassins. When we get the word, do what you do, their boss said, and Justice was fine with that. He was going to get a bird's-eye seat, though. Along with the rest of the assassins, they followed Genesis and watched as Reel's team used high-powered rifles to take the outside guards out. Their only warning was the red dot on the chest or head. Along with Crow's team and Genesis, they took out numerous guards as if it were child's play. He couldn't help but worry about Fisher and how the man was handling being so close to his perpetrator. On one hand, it had to be terrifying, and on the other, it had to be empowering, knowing that Tanis would soon draw his last breath. It didn't help him. He felt powerless, waiting, and he hated it. The only thing he could do was to be ready when Crow pushed the alert button hidden in his belt. Reel signaled the all clear, and Justice ordered Axel toward the wall. The dog took a running leap and climbed right up the wall until he was at the top. Along with Erebus, Justice scaled the wall and dropped to the ground below with his dog glued to his side. Moving toward the house, they disappeared like mist. When Fisher walked into the interior of the estate, it was nice, he thought. Well, as nice as a person could call the home of a diabolical madman. Before he was ready, he was brought into a large study, and there was Tanis. Faced with the monster of his past, his first thought was that the man had not aged well. Lines creased his face, and his pallor was sickly, as if he didn't get enough sun. Beyond that, he felt nothing. No rage, no certainty, not the fear he'd had as a boy. Perhaps the rage would come, he thought. But for now, he studied Tanis much like he'd study a bug he hated. Fisher! The man's voice hadn't changed one bit from the smarmy sing-song tone he'd used on him as a boy, as if that made it okay with what the man had done. What do you want? His tone was deliberately belligerent, and Crow shoved him forward. You, Tanis said, moving toward him, and when the man reached him, he lifted his hands as if to cup his face. The look in his eyes stopped the man cold, and his hands dropped before they could touch him. I want you back, the man said. No. He knew if he gave in too easily, Tanis would become suspicious. No? One eyebrow quirked, and amusement filled the man's eyes. That's what I said. Perhaps I'll give you some time to think about it. Now those words rang a bell, and that meant the cage. He tried not to tense, but this time, he didn't manage it, and Tanis smiled, sensing his fear. Crow pushed Azriel forward, and since Tanis's attention had been solely on him, it took the man by surprise. One look was all it took. Those black-brown eyes fixed on Azriel and widened at the beauty of the boy. Oh my! Where did you come from? Tanis cooed, stepping toward Azriel. They were together, so I had to bring both, Crow said, looking bored. Tanis fingered Azriel's shoulder-length, silky black hair and then shot a glance to Fisher's waist-length mass of darkness, and glee filled the fucker's eyes. He knew that look. Tanis was dreaming of them both at the same time, but that was never going to happen. Azriel jerked away from Tanis's hand like a wild thing. You did good, Crow, Tanis said, and then turned back to Fisher. Now, let's get you both settled. Garrett moved from in front of the closed door, and Crow, along with Tanis, took him and Azriel from the room. Garrett closed the door and followed behind them with an automatic weapon in his grip. I can't be here, Azriel said in a high-pitched voice. Garrett shoved the teenager forward down the passage. They headed down a long hallway to the back of the house, through a locked door and then down 2 flights of stairs. The basement was deeper than the one he'd been in previously. "I know what you've been doing all these years," Tanis said as they walked. "What's that?" he murmured. "Killing for a living." Wrong, he wanted to say, but he tipped his head as if in agreement. The hallway wrapped around beneath the house until they were back under the study, he guessed. The sick fuck would get off on having his victims beneath his feet all day. They reached the end, and it was there he faced an iron door that reminded him of a bank vault. "I don't want to put you in there, Fisher," Tanis sighed. "Then don't." When the man's eyes searched his, Fisher kept his gaze neutral, his face blank. The last thing he needed was for Tanis to see his hate. He needed that door opened. He had a barbecue to get to after this mission was completed. "What do you really want, Tanis?" The man's eyes lit up with pleasure when he used his name, which he'd never done before. "I want you to be my partner." Tanis reached out and fingered a long strand of his dark hair. "And get out of my shitty apartment, live here, and help you do what?" "I'm edging into Solomon's old business," Tanis said. "That's my line of work," he frowned for show. "Exactly." He studied Tanis for a long moment and then nodded a bit reluctantly. "I can give it a try as long as you don't boss me around," he said, pouring it on. Tanis smiled, pulled a gun from the back of his pants that had been hidden beneath the suit jacket he wore, and handed it to him. Fisher gripped the gun, keeping the barrel pointed downward. Garrett moved closer and pointed the automatic rifle at his head. "Good. Now for your first assignment, kill Crow." "What the hell?" Crow said, lifting his hands. "I just brought you these 2. "I know, and thank you. But this is Fisher's moment." Fisher's mind raced. Fucking hell. Now what? Tanis had effectively turned the tables on him. They had to get that bunker door open, and they needed Tanis to do it. Fisher turned toward Crow, thinking of where he could shoot the guy and not cause death or too much damage. He needn't have bothered with that because Azrael went ballistic. "I can't be here!" Screaming at the top of his lungs, Azrael ran toward the bunker door and slammed against it, sobbing and banging his hands on the heavy iron with dull thuds. "Let me out! Let me out!" He, including Crow, Garrett, and Tanis, were taken aback. When Azrael slid down the door to his knees and showed no signs of slowing his breakdown, Tanis took action. There, I'll let you out," Tanis soothed the boy with the lie and lifted the sobbing Azrael up from the ground. Easing the boy toward Garrett, Tanis turned to the vault. With his eye to the laser, his thumb on the mechanism, and his voice activated, the bunker door locks disengaged and rolled open with a deep, resounding clunk. Once the locks were done, the door popped open automatically. "I have a nice bed for you to sleep in," Tanis told Azrael and took him back from Garrett. The door swung wider beneath Tanis's hand, and Fisher got a look at the room. It stretched probably 50 feet with cages lining each side. Some were filled and others were vacant. Each cell had a bed that looked comfortable, and Fisher didn't need to imagine how Tanis used those beds. The boys of various ages jumped to their feet, and some gripped the bars, others cowered in the back of their cells in fear. Crow hit the button on his hip that was hidden in the man's belt, and Fisher knew the cavalry was coming. Now they only had to get. Crow launched at Garrett, and Fisher lifted the gun to shoot Tanis, only Azrael was in the way. "Get down," Fisher ordered Azrael, but Tanis snatched the boy before he could move. "Let him go," Fisher snarled. Tanis kept his head behind Azrael's, not giving him a clear shot. "Can you get down?" Fisher said, exasperated, and Azrael grinned, a gleeful gleam in his eyes. Oh, hell. This was not going to go well. Fisher could hear the thundering footsteps of the team coming down the hallway. Real came through the door along with Stone and Steele and several darkly dressed men. Garrett's firearm discharged with a tat-tat-tat as Crow knocked it out of the man's hands. Fisher had no clue where the rounds had gone. The next moment, Garrett and Crow were locked in a wrestling match that was brutal and deadly, and he was tempted to turn his weapon and shoot Garrett in the head. He couldn't, though, because more than likely Tanis had a weapon down here, and he couldn't get dead. He'd promised justice. A few things happened simultaneously. Azrael spun around and headbutted Tanis, knocking the man away. Justice slammed through the door at the same time and fired, shooting Garrett somewhere, not killing the man because his screams of pain filled the room. Crow lunged free of the big fucker and kicked the guy in the head, knocking him out. The room grew noisy and filled with snarls and sobs from the caged boys. Tanis backhanded Azrael in the mouth and sent the slider boy flying against one of the cages. Justice grabbed him around the waist and spun him around, taking his aim from Tanis. Not that he could have shot the guy, because someone was now in his way, and that someone was real. When the big soldier took in the scene and realized that Azrael was on site, all fucking hell broke loose. Fisher spotted blood dripping down Real's side, one of the bullets from Garrett's gun, he was sure. Tanis lunged for what Fisher suspected was a weapon, but the man never made it. Real converged on Tanis and lifted the man by the throat before pushing the guy's head against the nearest cage bars. Thankfully, that cage was empty. Tanis screamed and scratched at Real, but with the military gear the man wore, nothing penetrated. Real's muscles corded and bunched, and they all watched as Tanis's head was pushed through the bars of the cage and into a very tight space that wasn't designed to fit a human head. Tanis's face and skull caved between the bars in the onslaught of Real's force. The big soldier stepped back and left Tanis hanging there. Tanis gagged and jerked until he went still. Fisher blinked up at Justice, and he was pulled closer, his nape nuzzled. Real stalked over and lifted Azrael up from the floor and into his arms. The boy wrapped his arms around the big soldier's neck as he was carried out of the bunker. "Let's get these kids out of here," Stone ordered into the quiet. Nobody cared that Tanis had died the way he had. The only regret was that the kids in there had witnessed the brutality, but compared to what they had lived through, that might be mild. The room broke out in noise as the boys whooped and cheered, banging on their cages. Stone grabbed the ring of keys on the wall and started unlocking cages. "Fisher!" He spun from Justice when Beck called his name and caught the teenager in his arms. Crow pulled his phone out and pulled up a photo and started looking over the boys until he stopped at one unlocked cage. "Stephen?" "Who are you?" the child asked. "Your father sent me," Crow murmured, and the boy started crying loudly. When Crow tried to take Stephen from the cage, the boy hung on to another boy inside. "We can't leave without Mikey," Stephen cried, and Crow assured the boy that they wouldn't leave Mikey behind. Once Crow had both boys out of the cage, Mikey ran to him and hugged him tightly before Crow guided both boys out of the room. Fisher swallowed around the lump in his throat and handed Beck off to one of the soldiers who were waiting. "What's going to happen to me?" Beck's voice wobbled. "Don't worry," Justice murmured, and Fisher gave the teenager an encouraging nod. CPS was on site to help with the situation. Fisher turned and gazed up at Justice. "It was a good day." It was, Justice agreed, and drew him from the bunker. Epilogue. 2 days later. Justice rolled over in bed and came up against a warm body. Smiling groggily, he slid an arm over Fisher and scooted closer. The man groaned grumpily, and he nuzzled into that long, luxurious hair. They'd spent the last 2 days in bed most of the time, when they weren't talking or eating food that had been delivered. He'd been able to talk Fisher into moving in with him and out of that shabby apartment the previous night, and was looking forward to the next chapter in their lives. Fisher snorted, and Justice lifted his head. "What? What you thinking?" "How nice this is. You in my bed every night." Naked, Fisher stretched and smiled. "I want to switch jobs." That took him completely off guard. He held the man's gaze and then scooted to sit up, crossing his legs. He caught Fisher's hand and linked their fingers. Okay. Far be it from him to tell Fisher what he could and couldn't do. "Yeah? I don't have a say in what work you do, Fisher. Hell, you can stay home if you want." Fisher laughed. "And have you support me like the little wifey?" "No," he groaned. "You know what I mean." "Yeah, I do." Fisher smoothed his fingers over his lips with his free hand. I want to go back and work for Pegasus." "With Creed and Owen?" Justice rubbed at his jaw, remembering the man's fist. "I heard he punched you," Fisher grinned. "Yeah," he grumbled, "but he deserved it. That was Rogue's fault. He told Owen and Creed that you locked me in a cage." "Ah, okay. I was wondering how they had known." "Yep. Anyway, what do you think?" "I think you need to follow your heart." "I know that. But what do you think about coming with me?" Fisher rolled to his side and brought their linked hands to his lips, brushing a kiss on his hand. "What?" he husked out and caressed Fisher's cheek. He'd go anywhere with him. Having this man in his life was like something out of his dreams, and he never wanted that feeling to end. "Come with me to Pegasus." It caught him by surprise, and he thought it over for a few minutes. Pegasus was an elite group that stepped in when law enforcement's hands were tied. But the team ran in deeper, darker circles. They could make people disappear like vapor. It sounded doable as long as he had Fisher by his side. "Let's contact Ace," he said with a smile when Fisher launched up and kissed him on the lips. Justice wrapped his arms around Fisher and rolled them together on the bed, thrusting against the man's groin. "We can't. We need to hurry," Fisher said breathlessly. "Why?" He grumbled around the need to keep Fisher in bed longer. "Barbecue at noon, remember? The guys will be here in an hour." Fisher slid from the bed and Justice followed. "I'll start the grill." He followed Fisher into the shower and was more of a hindrance than help soaping up that lithe body. Fisher didn't mind when he took his cock in hand. It was not long after that they dried, dressed, and made their way through his home to the kitchen. He couldn't stop looking at Fisher and that long, damp, loose hair. It swung, almost reaching his tight ass. "What you looking at?" Fisher glanced over his shoulder as if feeling his gaze. Justice smiled. "You?" And he silently vowed to keep Fisher with him for the rest of their lives. Fisher smiled and gazed out the window at the barbecue party going on. He spotted Beck along with Dave and Stone by the ping-pong table. Telling Beck that Mouse was dead hadn't brought the response that Fisher thought it would. Then Beck told him that Tanis had rubbed Mouse's death in last week. Fisher never did find out why Blue had killed Mouse. Perhaps it had been a show of power from the asshole. He would never know, but he paid for the young man's funeral. As it did with most bad memories, they eventually fade. Now Beck was staying with Boston and Azrael in Dave's home. Most of the boys rescued were either being reunited with family or finding foster homes. A day ago, Crow had contacted Real and informed him that Mikey had insisted on staying with Steven. Crow said that Steven's dad had agreed to keep and raise Mikey. Some stories wrapped up on a happy note, and others did not. He'd found out that Tanis had killed Kit when they'd rescued Scotty, who'd been locked inside one of the rooms at Tanis's house that night. Scotty told him that Tanis had locked him up until an upcoming job. The job consisted of Scotty getting him out in the open. The young man apologized profusely and hugged him. It wasn't his fault, Fisher assured the guy. Gazing at the large group of people, Fisher smiled at the boisterous crowd. The party had been going on for 2 hours and showed no signs of slowing. He stepped out the back door and stood on the patio, taking in the sun shining from above. Axel trotted around the party and yard as if part of the crowd, but also sniffing around the fence line in a never-ending show of guarding the place. Every once in a while, the dog would stop at the pool and bark. The boys tried to get Axel to jump in, but the dog was having none of that. Old-time rock and roll blared from speakers, and Creed ran and did a cannonball into the pool, drenching his partner, Kellum, who yelped and leaped away, bumping into Jordan. They had yet to speak with Ace about joining Pegasus, and that was mainly because today was a day to relax and not talk business. Plus, Ace was wrapped up in the arms of his lover, Jacob. Azrael and his twin brother whooped and raced toward the water to join Beck in Boston. The other young assassins swam and played like seals in the pool. Most of the soldiers looked on as if amused at the boys' energy. Some of the men who'd taken part in the rescue hadn't attended, like Crow and his team. But Erebus was there, as well as Genesis and some of Pegasus. Steele was in an argument with Wrath about some foul called in a recent game, and every so often Wrath would turn his eyes to the barbecue where Rogue was helping Owen with the burgers and hot dogs. When Wrath turned his eyes away, Rogue would dart a quick look. Fisher suspected that Rogue might be at a turning point with his life, and perhaps somewhere in there was room for Wrath. He didn't know because Rogue wasn't forthcoming, but he hoped his friend found happiness. A cake sat on the table to celebrate, albeit a bit late, Azrael and Apollo's 18th birthdays. Real kept a razor-sharp eye on the pool while talking to Memphis. While convalescing, Real had it out with Stone about allowing Azrael in on the sting to take down Tanis. The two former soldiers had almost come to blows, but David stepped in to defuse the situation. For now, all seemed calm. Fisher smiled when arms wrapped around him from behind and Justice crowded closer, bumping him, nuzzling into his neck. He smiled, cupping his hands over the top of Justice's. "How are you doing?" Justice murmured. Fisher gazed out over the backyard filled with the Maid family and smiled. He turned around in Justice's grip and looked up into the man's face he was coming to greatly care for. Sure, they had had their set of problems, but in the end, they hadn't let it affect what they had now. "I'm doing better than I ever have before." He knew that the agony of his youth would rear its ugly head, but with Justice by his side, anything was possible. A warm, loving light filled Justice's blue eyes, and Fisher knew for the first time in his life that he'd found something he'd never dreamed was possible. A home. It was a place filled with so much love he might just have to pinch himself on occasion. We hope you've enjoyed this production of Agony by Reese Knightley, narrated by Aidan Snow. Copyright 2024 by Reese Knightley. Published by arrangement with Reese Knightley. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated. Tantor Audio is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.